I want to purchase some rocks. Having picked his targets, Fang Yuan said to the female Gu master. Newbie. The female Gu master immediately thought. Even the shittiest gamblers would pay very close observation when they wanted to buy the rocks. First they would look carefully, then place the stones in their palms and rub to feel the surface and its weight. Even after such actions, if they find that the feeling is off, they would give up. No one would say purchase at the start. And for such a type like Fang Yuan who said purchase up front, he is undeniably a newbie who is having his first rock gambling experience. Although the female Gu master thought this, she did not show any difference in her expression, but continued to smile like a flower, saying softly to Fang Yuan, "Then which piece are you choosing?" Fang Yuan pointed and said, "This piece." She immediately retrieved it. Fang Yuan pointed again and said, "This piece." She felt perplexed, not expecting this youngster to buy two pieces. It seems like this youngster is the type to gamble heavily, she evaluated mentally. But next, Fang Yuan pointed yet again. "And this piece, that piece, I'm buying them all." The female Gu master was stunned, feeling extremely surprised. She could not help but assess Fang Yuan again. It seems like this ordinary-looking youngster has a really good family background. Otherwise, how would any ordinary Gu master have the spare cash to spend like this? Thinking of it, the female Gu master's smile became more gentle and friendly. To think that the youngster in front of her was a real customer. This was an unexpected joy. However, Fang Yuan surprised her once again as he pointed to the furthest purple gold rock. "Oh yeah, and those two pieces as well." The female Gu master could not help but feel shocked internally. Which young master is this from the Guyu village? It looks like he's the main family branch's inheritor. If I can hook up with him, I may not need to stay here and slog as a shop clerk anymore. With this thought, the female Gu master's smile became even more gentle, and she even looked towards Fang Yuan seductively. 6 rocks were placed in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took out 60 primeval stones and passed it to the female Gu master. His act of payment attracted the attention of all the other Gu masters in the tent. "Oh, someone is going to rock gamble. We've been watching for over an hour, but we haven't acted yet. Now that someone is giving it a try, we might as well watch." It's a student. He actually took out 60 primeval rocks at once. His family must be affluent. He looks like a greenhorn. Humph. Gambling rocks isn't so easy. He's gonna get hurt real bad. The Gu masters stood on the spot, discussing softly, all directing their gaze towards Fang Yuan. "Young master, do you want to open the rocks on the spot? Our gambling den provides free service to open the rocks." The female Gu master gently advised, sending seductive glances with her eyes. Fang Yuan used the corner of his eye to take a look at the crowd, his lips curling into a mysterious smile. He waved his hand, rejecting the female Gu master. "Purple gold is my lucky color, and this is my first time betting. It is very meaningful. I'll open the rocks myself." The female Gu master's eyes shone brighter, thinking, this heroic demeanor, as expected of a rich young master. Never in her dreams would she be able to imagine that Fang Yuan could be said to be kinless in Guyu village, a drifter with no backing, having to rely on himself for everything. "Tisk, so what if you have money? I wonder which rich kid this is, coming here to waste his parents' hard-earned money. Ignorant young lad, how can one choose the rocks based on lucky color? Sigh, this act is simply akin to throw primeval stones into the water, and waiting to see the ripples for fun." The Gu masters in the tent lost their excitement at once. After thinking that Fang Yuan was a prodigal son, their already low expectations vanished into thin air. Some Gu masters even retracted their gaze and turned around to continue inspecting the fossils on the counter. The changes to his surroundings did not affect Fang Yuan's state of mind at all. He expressionlessly activated the primeval essence within his primeval sea, pouring it into the moonlight Gu. The next moment, the crescent mark on his right palm emitted a faint water-like blue light. Fang Yuan used this right hand to grab a purple gold rock, holding it in his palm. Next he closed his fingers and slowly rubbed against the surface of the fossil. The blue light continued to shine, the waves of light rippling like water as the purple gold rock shrunk in size, large amounts of powder from rock shavings falling out from the gaps of Fang Yuan's fingers, landing on the carpet of the tent. Young master has good handiwork. The female Gu master took the chance and immediately praised. This youngster, he isn't a good-for-nothing. What great skills. Seeing this sight, the Gu master's eyes shone across with a complicated glint. They had started to see Fang Yuan in a new light. Fang Yuan used the blue light to rub against the surface of the rock. This was a form of meticulous usage of the moonlight Gu. Normally, one would have to use the moonlight Gu for 2 to 3 years to be able to reach this level. With Fang Yuan's age and student identity, being able to do this is really remarkable. See, he's using our Gu Yu clan's specialty, the moonlight Gu. Some of the Gu masters found this and instantly felt proud, gaining affection for Fang Yuan. But opening the rocks with this method, it's still too rough. Some of the older and more experienced Gu masters shook their heads. The purple gold rock got smaller and smaller, from being slightly larger than a palm into the size of a fist, being gripped tightly by Fang Yuan's fingers. The blue light intensified as the fossil became pearl-sized. Until finally, what was left was a pile of rock powder, falling on the carpet to form a small hill. This was a solid rock. There was no Gu worm inside. As expected, he's unreliable. The Gu masters shook their heads. Young master, there's still 5 pieces left, the female Gu master encouraged. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, being completely unaffected. He grabbed the second piece of purple gold rock and continued to grind. But the result of this piece was still a solid rock. There was no Gu worm inside. The third piece was still the same. The Gu masters grew impatient. Stop looking. By relying on color to pick the rocks, there's no point in this gamble. If he can get a good Gu from this, I'll eat the pile of rock powder on the floor. Someone laughed insultingly. Don't lose heart, young master. Isn't there 3 pieces left? You're only halfway through. The female Gu master continued to edge Fang Yuan on. Fang Yuan grabbed the 4th piece, and when he got it to palm size, he suddenly stopped all action. Oh, there's something. The rock composition changed. It's not purple gold sediments, but a kind of ink-black color. Don't tell me he really got super lucky from blinding guessing? The surrounding Gu masters exclaimed lightly. Young master, you have to be careful from here onwards. Don't make sudden movements. Hibernating Gu worms are very fragile. If you use too much strength, you'll kill the Gu worm inside. The female Gu master did not expect such a situation to occur. After getting stunned for a moment, she immediately advised carefully. Fang Yuan's movements slowed, his fingers slowly rubbing as small powder slowly fell. Continuously repeating the action with many intervals, he was no longer as fluid as earlier. The black-colored rock powder slowly fell off, and as the rock got smaller, Fang Yuan's movements became slower and gentler. On the carpet, the rock powder continued to gather as Fang Yuan's black-colored rock was finally scrapped clean. Sigh, what a pity. It's a rock in a rock. What a waste of my emotions. I really thought there was a Gu worm inside. You are all too easy to fool. Is rock betting so easy? 9 out of 10 are all empty. How else is the shop going to make money? Young master, your luck is already not bad. Getting a rock in rock the first time, normal people cannot do it. The female Gu master tried another way to console Fang Yuan. Similarly, it was to pave way for the result that awaited him. Getting nothing out of gambling rocks was very common, a 9 out of 10 occurrence. In her opinion, Fang Yuan was choosing at random. The chance of getting a Gu fossil was close to 0. Fang Yuan smiled but did not reply, and he continued to take out the 5th rock. He carefully grinded, and in 10 breaths' time, the surface of purple gold-colored rock were all rubbed away, revealing a rough-surfaced yellow mud ball. Eh? Don't tell me it's another rock in the rock. By the looks of it, probably. But it's a little strange. This mud ball is enclosed by a purple gold rock surface. The mud ball surface should be compressed smoothly. So why is the surface still uneven? The surrounding Gu masters were perplexed. Looking at the mud ball in his hands, Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but in his heart he was slightly moved. He continued to grind. Under the blue watery light, the powdery sand fell off. Among the powder, there were some soil crumbs mixed in it, falling onto the pile of rock powder beside his leg. Don't tell me there's really something? Upon seeing this, some of the goo masters stared with their eyes wide opened. It's hard to say. Someone spoke with an uncertain tone. I feel like there's really something. Another spoke softly. The yellow mud ball gradually decreased in size due to the friction, and when it was palm-sized, someone barged into the tent. Young lad, hold up. I, Jia Jinsheng, will be buying it. Fang Yuan's movement came to a halt. At once, the goo masters in the tent all focused their attention on this person. He looked young on the outside, his appearance around 20 to 25 years old. He wore a golden-colored robe with a lace belt on his waist, and on the belt there was a square-shaped jade piece. There was a word across the piece of jade, showing the letter 1. Evidently, this was a rank 1 goo master. To still be a rank 1 goo master at 20 years old, it seems that his talent isn't good. But the status of this person was rather unique. Seeing him, the goo masters in the tent all bowed and greeted him, saying together, "Your subordinate greets you, second young master." Second young master? He called himself Jia Jinsheng earlier. Is he the half-brother of the merchant caravan leader, Jia Fu? This means to say, this rock gambling den is opened by him. But now that he appeared to interfere, it seems that he's breaking the gambling den's rules. The goo masters softly conversed. That's right. I am this shop's shopkeeper. Little brother, coming out to gamble at such a young age. Aren't you afraid of your family's scolding? I will offer 40 primeval stones now to buy that mud ball in your hand. What do you think? 40 primeval stones is a lot already, and there may not be a goo inside. But today I am in a good mood. Thus, seeing that this is your first time gambling, I don't want you to lose everything, so I'll give you a portion of your capital back. Jia Jinsheng quickly walked in front of Fang Yuan and said, 40 primeval stones? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and took a look at Jia Jinsheng with the corner of his eye, coldly laughing. It seems you want to forcefully buy the mudball fossil in my possession? Forceful purchase is spoiling the gambling den's rules. Furthermore, you're now on Qingmao Mountain. You want to bully a Guyu clansman like me in front of everyone? Oh! On hearing Fang Yuan's last sentence, all the other Gu masters could not take it, and animosity grew uncontrollably in them as they looked towards Fang Yuan's direction. Their expression towards Jia Jinsheng also became unfriendly. Jia Jinsheng had thought a 15-year-old like Fang Yuan would be easy to deal with, easily persuaded with a few words. But to think this Fang Yuan had such capabilities, and with a single sentence he caused Jia Jinsheng to be in such a predicament. Seeing the Gu masters getting ready to interfere, Jia Jinsheng's expression changed immediately as he changed his tone, quickly waving his hands. Little brother, you're mistaken. I am the shopkeeper of this gambling den. How could I ruin my own reputation by breaking my own rules? How would I be able to conduct business in the future? I just found your mudball a little interesting. Thus I wanted to buy it. If you do not wish to sell it, that's fine. But if there's nothing inside later, don't blame me for not reminding you. Fang Yuan paid no more attention to him. He turned around and continued to focus on grinding the mudball in his hands. His movements were very slow and very meticulous. Often, there was only a hint of dry soil powder falling off after a moment or so. Following his movement, a hibernating goo worm gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. My God! There really is a goo worm. He really opened a goo. What the hell? This sort of method of gambling can also work. This young man's luck is off the charts. He actually managed to forcefully luck out on getting a goo. Immediately, the goo master's exasperation filled the tent. The female goo master subconsciously covered her mouth, being unable to believe the scene before her. As shop clerk, along the way she had been to many mountain villages, seen all sorts of people and all kinds of customers, but she had never seen such a comedic scene. There is really a goo. Cold light flashed across Jia Jinsheng's eyes as he hated and regretted in his heart. The thing he hated most was to be taken advantage of. This gambling den that he opened, he had placed many surveillance methods. Once a customer was about to open a goo, he'd receive the news and would normally forcefully buy it. But now Fong Yuan was inside his gambling den, getting a goo under his very eyes. Jia Jinsheng could feel his heart bleeding. What he obtained was a toad goo. Its entire body was yellow from head to foot. The belly was light yellow, and its back was brownish yellow, covered with many pimply boils, full of nodules and warts which were a distinctive characteristic of the toad species. At one glance, it looked slightly horrifying. It was not big, being only palm-sized. Holding it in the palm was akin to holding 2 to 3 eggs. Fong Yuan's expression was calm under all sorts of admiration, envy, and exasperation, carefully deploying his primeval essence and injecting it into the toad's body. At this moment, the goo was being refined by Fong Yuan. Goo worms obtained from within fossils are normally extremely weak. Not only do they have little to no strength left, their consciousness is also lazy, leaving them defenseless and unable to resist. Thus, they can be easily refined by the goo masters. Upon being awakened by Fong Yuan, the toad goo opened its eyes slowly, and its belly slightly vibrated, softly calling out, "Croak." Its voice was soft, but it made everyone's expression very interesting. The difference in value between a goo that was alive against one that was dead was huge. "It's a live goo. He really opened a live goo." Someone rubbed his eyes, unable to believe this. "This is the mudskin toad. Damn it, it really is the mudskin toad." Someone recognized the toad goo's identity and screamed agitatedly. "This young man really has got luck. Why don't I have such luck on my side?" Someone sighed, filled with complicated emotions such as envy, jealousy, and hatred. "Young master, congratulations. This is to date my first time seeing such a precious goo worm." The female goo master was shocked beyond words, her eyes glistening with life. "It's actually the mudskin toad. This is a rare rank 2 goo worm. Its value worth 500 primeval stones. Damn it, damn. Someone actually managed to open such a goo worm in my shop. I've lost big time, big time." Jia Jinsheng's face was pale as he stared daggers at the toad, his heart having a strong urge to just snatch the goo away. But he knew he couldn't, for if he really did that, it would be asking for trouble. This was not his family's village, but the Guyu clan's territory. Maybe I should have paid a bit more primeval stones. Maybe he might have given it to me. That's right, he's just a student. If I offered 100 primeval stones, there's no way he'd not be moved. Why didn't I do that? Jia Jinsheng was full of regret. No, maybe this young lad does not know his stuff. Even though he opened a mudskin toad, I should be able to suppress the price and buy it. Jia Jinsheng's heart had renewed hope, but at the next moment, this hint of hope was mercilessly smashed by Fong Yuan's words. Fong Yuan plainly looked at the mudskin toad in his hands, ignoring the surrounding people's praises and shock. He used an extremely calm tone and said to Jia Jinsheng, "Mudskin toad, rank 2 gu worm, requires 500 grams of yellow soil every meal. The more fertile the soil, the better. Its species is few in number, and it is the necessary main gu in refining the treasure brass toad. The market price is 500 primeval stones." Jia Jinsheng, do you want to buy this? You actually know so clearly? Jia Jinsheng mumbled. After such a shock, he could not say a word. Fong Yuan laughed lightly and continued, "If you're unwilling, that's fine. I'll sell it to someone else. I'm sure someone will be interested." "Hold it, wait, I'll buy it. But can't this price be cheaper?" Jia Jinsheng's smile turned bitter. Fong Yuan turned around and walked away. Jia Jinsheng hurriedly chased after him. Don't go. I'll buy it." Fong Yuan had no plans to nurture this mudskin toad. It was a rank 2 gu, but Fong Yuan was still a rank 1 initial stage. Although it ate yellow soil, Qingmao Mountain was full of green soil, hence finding food for it would be troublesome. Moreover, if he does not sell this gu worm, Fong Yuan would have to feed 3 gu worms himself. Putting aside the increased primeval stone expenditure, even the current amount of primeval stones in his possession would not be enough to feed them. Thus, Fong Yuan's plan was to immediately sell away the mudskin toad, get the 500 primeval stones and earn a fortune. To a rank 1 initial stage like Fang Yuan, 500 primeval stones was considered a large amount already. The transaction was quickly completed and Fang Yuan transferred the mudskin toad to Jia Jinshang in front of the crowd, at the same time accepting 5 heavy money bags. Each bag had 100 primeval stones. Fang Yuan originally had 98 primeval stones, and after spending 60 on gambling rocks, he had 38 left. Now, his fortune multiplied many times, and he owned 538 primeval stones. Upon seeing this, many Gu masters turned green with envy. Fang Yuan put the 5 bags in his bosom before taking the last piece of purple gold fossil and walked out of the tent. "Young master, you're not opening that fossil?" The female Gu master blinked rapidly and stared at Fang Yuan's back, loudly reminding him. Fang Yuan paid no heed and left the gambling den without turning back. He left behind a gang of stunned Gu masters, staring at each other silently. Jin Jiashang calling Fang Yuan little brother is a way of greeting. They are not related in any way. The green copper primeval sea had tides rising and falling, ebbing and flowing. Above the sea level, the liquor worm curled into a ball, emitting the wine vapor that gradually developed into white mist. A surge of primeval essence with a swoosh rushed up against the tide and into the wine mist. When the tide receded, there was already half left, and the color was even darker. From initial stage jade green, it had converted into middle stage pale green. Middle stage primeval essence fell into the sea, but it did not mix with the initial stage primeval essence. As if it was denser, it sank to the bottom. Thus, the situation became that the upper layer of the primeval sea was filled with initial stage primeval essence, while the lower half was middle stage primeval essence. As time flowed, the wine mist circulated within the aperture. Under the refinement of the liquor worm, eventually the initial stage primeval essence continued to decrease, while the middle stage primeval essence gradually increased. It could be seen with the naked eye where the lower layer middle stage primeval essence gradually rose, while the upper layer initial stage primeval essence continued to decrease, but also rose in sea level. As Fang Yuan refined his primeval essence, he extracted the natural essence from the primeval stones at the same time, quickly replenishing the dwindling primeval essence in his aperture. Finally, the 45% primeval sea in his aperture was fully refined into middle stage primeval essence. Much thanks to the middle stage primeval essence, or else I would not have been able to open the rocks 5 times in the gambling den. Sitting in a lotus position on his bed, Fang Yuan gradually opened his eyes. It was currently late at night. After he walked out of the gambling den, he did not tour around any of the other shops, but instead headed back to the academy. Although it was at the fringe of the Guyu mountain village, as a rank 1 initial stage Gu master, owning 538 primeval stones is still too much. This is not only because the primeval stones were heavy and a hassle to bring around. It also attracts other people's coveting. In another sense, it would endanger his life. If there was a rank 1 upper stage or even a rank 2 who coveted his assets, with Fang Yuan's current ability he would not be able to contend. Wealth comes and goes, but humans die because of wealth. It's pathetic. What's laughable is that many people in this world cannot comprehend that. The boat of benefits carries many people, but has also sunk many others. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smirk as he looked at the gray-white primeval stones in his hands. A complete primeval stone was around the size of a duck egg. But the stone in his hand, as it had been extracted of half of its essence, was an entire circle smaller. Fang Yuan did not regret it. Everything has its gains and losses. Fang Yuan was only a C-grade talent, yet he was using the liquor goo to refine his primeval essence, and his primeval stone's expenditure was multiple times of the people of his age. Yet it was because of this that he was able to overcome the lack of his talent. If the real cultivation pace could be counted, he would be able to rank first 3. Fang Yuan put the primeval stones back into his money bag and took out that final purple gold fossil. He bought a total of 6 fossils at the gambling den and opened 5 on the spot, bringing the last one back with him. His eyes shone as he activated the moonlight goo, grinding with 5 fingers, slowly dissecting the rock. The purple gold fossil gradually shrunk under the blue ripples, and finally was grinded to nothingness, leaving behind a pile of powder on the ground. Fang Yuan was not surprised because in rock gambling you lose 9 out of 10 times. Even with his 500 years of experience, he could only manage 8 losses out of 10 times. And in the remaining 2 times, it depended on whether it was a live goo or a dead goo. Dead goo had basically no value. As for live goo, they might not be a rare type of goo worm, and even if it was a tremendously precious goo, one might attract a life-threatening crisis because of it. Fang Yuan's current cultivation level was still very low. It was at the bottom tier of the goo masters. The mud-skin toad that he obtained earlier, if it weren't for the fact that this was the Guyu mountain village, it might have been forcefully snatched away by that Jia Jinshang. Gambling was never the way for developing family wealth, and in fact it was a bigger cause of bankruptcy and debt. This was not the development path that Fang Yuan wanted to take. Although the final purple gold fossil did not have a goo worm, Fang Yuan was not disappointed. In fact, he looked at the pile of rock powder and gradually broke into a smile. Indeed, his ultimate motive in entering the gambling den was all for this pile of rock powder. That mud-skin toad was only something he had gotten out of convenience. He privately opened the fossil, and other than him, nobody knew the truth of this result. From that day forth, he could claim that the liquor worm was awakened and subdued from the purple gold fossil. This idea was fabulous. Firstly, nobody could confirm what goo worm really exists in the fossils. Who would dare say that the liquor worm could not hibernate within the purple gold fossil? That's completely possible. Secondly, he had several eyewitnesses. He opened the mudskin toad, which would have left a strong impression on the goo masters in the gambling den. Thirdly, even if someone relentlessly questioned him, he could push everything onto his luck. Luck was something unfathomable. Even if someone suspected that this was the flower wine monk's liquor worm, against an excuse like luck, they'd have no idea how to argue against Fang Yuan. Within the dark room, Fang Yuan's expression was ominous. One-sided covering up was akin to covering fire with paper. There would be a day where he would be exposed. To get rid of a hidden threat like the liquor worm, he'd have to strike first. This is Fang Yuan's style. Moreover, he had thought about it carefully, and in the cultivation process that was to follow, he would need to expose the liquor worm. For a rank 1 goo like the liquor worm, it is extremely precious to rank 1 goo masters. But for rank 2 goo masters, it is no longer compatible for them. Thus, even if this was exposed, all I would get is some attention, but it would not affect the overall situation, thus becoming nothing to be concerned over. It is not like the spring and autumn cicada. If the spring and autumn cicada is exposed, I might die a horrible death at the very next moment. 500 years of experience in handling problems had already made Fang Yuan extremely familiar with human mentality, with their every thought clear as day to him. The flower wine traveler's legacy and the mudskin toad, among my memories these are the only 2 treasures here, and now that they have been obtained by me, what I can do next is only gradual and steadfast cultivation. Fang Yuan sighed a deep breath and relaxed his body, feeling a strong sense of fatigue engulfing him. A goo master's primeval sea cultivation could not replace sleep. Fang Yuan pulled his blanket and lay down on his bed, his eyes still half open. Although there were 500 primeval stones hidden under the bed, as well as many pots of green bamboo wine, he still felt a sense of urgency and danger. These 500 over primeval stones were already a form of limit. From flourish to decline, Fang Yuan was clear that henceforth his primeval stone expenditure would only get bigger. But his income was mostly from extorting his classmates. He had been increasingly feeling the growth and improvement of his classmates. Especially in the recent few extortions, Guyu Mo-chan, Chi-chan, and his brother Guyu Fangzhang had greatly improved in their kicks and punches. Previously he only needed 1 or 2 strikes to take them down, but now he needed 5 or 6. Another 3 to 4 plunders, and their punches and kicks would have been polished fully. If they challenge me 1 by 1 with my current stamina, I cannot endure that kind of round-robin battle. 500 primeval stones might seem a lot, but with my current expenditure of 4 stones a day, it is actually not that much. Qingmao Mountain already has no treasures left, but nearby on the Baigu Mountain, There is a secretly built strength inheritance of a rank 4 Gu master of the righteous path. Sigh, it still boils down to the flower wine monk's treasure being too little, only giving me a liquor worm. There is still that film image wall. Maybe I can sell it to a certain merchant in the caravan. Fang Yuan thought as his eyelids grew heavier until he finally fell asleep. On the second day in the afternoon during lunch break, Fang Yuan went to the shopping district outside the mountain village again. As many of them had to work in the day, there was not many villagers at the tentage area. Fang Yuan walked to the area where the vendor was selling intimate grass last night, according to his memory. He reached only to see an empty cart, still on the spot. An ostrich was dragging the cart along. It stood on the spot proudly, its body size as large as an ostrich while having the appearance of a chicken. The back of the creature bulged into a curved angle. A pair of wide wings were collected on the side of its body, the feathers splendidly bright in 7 colors. The chicken head was raised tall, its huge red coxcomb like an agate crown, flashing with the luster of a gem under the sunlight. It seems I was still too late, the intimate grass was sold out. What a pity, if I were able to buy a few caddy of intimate grass, I'd be able to save quite a bit of primeval stones. Fang Yuan's footsteps came to a halt as he walked away and continued to venture deeper into the area. Come, have a taste of the delicious wine from all the different villages. There are more than 100 types of wine here, like the lantern grass wine, the 9-tune wine with a strong aftertaste, the light and elegant ancient dragon well, the sweet and sour flower rock tune, the mouth-watering 100 spring old cellar, the rich and heavy fragrant intoxication of 3 autumns. In front of a blue round bucket before the tent, a shop assistant was hawking with gusto. A light flashed through Fang Yuan's gaze as he immediately grew interested. With a turn, he entered the wine shop. The decor in the wine shop was very unique. At the most inner part of the tent, there was a long counter. A Gu master was stationed there, with tens of crystal ladybugs around the size of wicker baskets behind him, sticking onto the tent's cloth walls. On the floor there was no carpet, but rather the uncovered mountain rocks and soil. Among the soil, vibrant colored mushrooms grew. These mushrooms had all sorts of colors, looking round and slightly cute. Some were as large as tables, while others were short like benches. They were often distributed where a large table mushroom was surrounded by a few shorter bench mushrooms. This is the innocent mushroom, purposely grown by a Gu master. It has the ability to absorb dust and particles in the air to purify it, and it's a type of grass goo. Fang Yuan could recognize the mushroom's origins immediately upon seeing them. He chose one of the short mushrooms and sat down. The mushroom's surface immediately sank down a little, making Fang Yuan feel like he was sitting on a sofa like those on Earth. Young master, this is the wine catalog. Would you like to take a look? A shop assistant walked over. Fang Yuan glanced at the wine catalog and realized that the wine here was more expensive than the green bamboo wine. I'll have a cup of monkey wine. Fang Yuan put down the catalog. A cup of monkey wine. The shop assistant turned around and shouted. At the counter, the rank 1 Gu master heard and immediately bent down to take out a bamboo wine cup. Next he took the wine cup and turned around, facing the tentage. On the blue tent walls were the tens of crystal ladybugs, head facing downwards and tail facing upwards, quietly latched onto the walls as if they were merely decorations for the tent. These crystal ladybugs were also a type of Gu. Its stomach was empty, as they were often used by Gu masters to carry precious liquids. Their bodies were transparent, as if they were made of crystals. From the outside, one could see that within the ladybug's stomach, different kinds of liquor could be found. The Gu master quickly found the crystal ladybug that contained the monkey wine among them. He placed the bamboo wine cup at the mouthpiece of the ladybug, and gently stroked the exoskeleton of the ladybug with his other hand. A small amount of primeval essence entered the crystal ladybug's body, and afterwards it opened its mouth and a gush of liquor flowed into the bamboo wine cup. The liquor splattered around in the cup until it was full. The Gu master placed the bamboo wine cup, which was filled with monkey wine, on the counter. The shop assistant, who had already been waiting for a while, quickly held up the cup meticulously and walked a few steps to deliver it to Fang Yuan. Fong Yuan only took a tiny sip. The monkey wine was indeed a fruit liquor, being sweet and refreshing and delicate on the palate. He stopped drinking, but instead with a thought, Fong Yuan summoned the liquor worm. The white and fat liquor worm turned into a flash of white light and curved an arc in the air. With a plop, it landed in the wine cup. The wine splattered everywhere, sprinkling onto the mushroom table. The liquor worm joyfully beat about in the wine cup, and the monkey wine could be seen decreasing with the naked eye. In a few breaths' time, the cup had dried out with not a single drop left. "It's the liquor worm," the goo master at the counter shouted, his eyes sparkling. He was a rank 1 goo master with grade D talent, only able to follow the merchant caravan and work in this wine shop. His objective was to sightsee while finding his chances. The liquor worm can refine primeval essence and raise it by an entire realm. To a rank 1 goo master, it can be said to be an extremely precious goo worm. Isn't this the chance he's been painstakingly searching for? This young master, do you have any plans to sell this liquor worm? He excitedly approached, a look of sincerity in his eyes. Fong Yuan shook his head, rejecting him with a determined attitude, getting up to leave after that. His motive this time was to reveal the liquor worm in his possession. He had never thought of selling it. Young master, please hold on. I am really sincere about this. Maybe we can sit down and have a discussion." The goo master reluctantly followed Fong Yuan to the tentage entrance, but Fong Yuan did not show any response to him. In the end, he could only stand on the spot, his expression extremely regretful as he watched Fong Yuan's rear view turn around a corner and disappear into the midst of the horizon. Unconsciously, the sun gradually set as the crescent moon took its place. In the night, the moonlight shone brightly but was overpowered by the numerous street lights in the merchant shops. The merchant shop tonight was swarming with business. Fong Yuan was squeezed left and right as he entered, hearing all sorts of conversations inadvertently. The stores normally open for 3 days and 3 nights. Tonight is already the second night. By the morning of the day after, the merchant caravan would have left on their journey already. Thus, we have to hurry if we want to buy anything. I saw a golden belgoo yesterday. Sigh. Too bad it was too expensive. After haggling with the shopkeeper for a long time, it did not get any cheaper. I'll go and take a look tonight. Did you guys hear? Last night, a young man opened a mudskin toad and earned a profit of 500 primeval stones. Fong Yuan listened attentively, feeling disappointment in his heart, as he did not hear anything about the liquor worm. The liquor worm is only a rank 1 goo worm, but it is extremely meaningful to a rank 1 goo master. Yet it's useless to a rank 2 or rank 3 goo master as they are unable to refine their primeval essence any further with it. Thus it is normal that no one paid attention to this. However, taking the initiative to expose the matter of the liquor worm cannot be rushed for a period of time. If I overdo it, it might end up letting the cat out of the bag. As Fong Yuan walked, he pondered silently in his heart. At this point, there was a hustle in front of him. Next, Fong Yuan heard someone shout, "Quickly come and see. There's a dishonest merchant here selling fake goo to our clansmen." Anger stirred among the crowd. "Oh, there's something like that happening. Go and see quickly. Which shop dares to cheat our clansmen?" Fong Yuan followed the crowd and moved towards the commotion as well. What met his eyes were a group of people surrounding the mouth of a large red tent, the massive crowd swarming it. Some were curiously watching while others stared coldly, but most of the people were enshrouded with a sense of anger. Outside the tent stood 2 people. One of them was a young rank 2 goo master, whose attire showed that he was obviously from the Guyu clan. The other person had a familiar face. It was the owner of the gambling den, Jia Jinsheng. The young goo master held a black goo worm in his hands, raising it up and shouting to the crowd, "My clansmen, this person in front of me sold me a fake goo yesterday, lying to me that it was a black boar goo, and sold it to me for 250 primeval stones. To think that when I got home to refine it, I realized that it was not a black boar goo but simply an ordinary stinky fat worm." Jia Jinsheng laughed coldly. "Don't accuse me falsely. Since when did I tell you it was a black boar goo? What proof do you have?" The young Gu master, on seeing Jia Jinshang's denial, fell into a rage and grabbed Jia Jinshang's wrist. "You cunning merchant! You dare to deny it! You actually dare to lie to me of the Guyu clan on Qingmao Mountain itself? Are you trying to look for death? Let go of me!" Jia Jinshang was also furious as he flicked his wrist, slapping away the young Gu master's hand. "If you want to find trouble and extort money, you should find a better target. I am not afraid of you. My brother is Jia Fu, a rank for Gu master. What can you do to me? You!" The young Gu master stared with his eyes wide, but did not dare to take action. The name of a rank 4 Gu master was enough to intimidate him. "Bah!" Jia Jinshang spat on the ground, raising his head and looked at the young Gu master, laughing in disdain. "It was you who wanted to take advantage of the cheap Gu. Didn't you use your brain to think, why a black boar Gu which can raise a Gu master's strength, being such a rare Gu worm, was sold even more cheaply than a liquor worm? It is normally sold at 600 primeval stones. Did you think that you could buy one for just 250 primeval stones? Dream on, bastard!" The young Gu master gritted his teeth, his face flushing red as he trembled out of anger, his chest burning with the rage of humiliation. There were chatters among the people as they got restless, discussing furiously. But no one dared to step up, for the rank 4 Gu master status of Jia Fu was like a giant hill in front of them, stabilizing the crowd. "This lad is too vicious. What a cunning merchant. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant on Qingmao Mountain. He is actually Jia Fu's little brother. I heard that they are just half-brothers, but even with that rank 1 cultivation, he is able to use this relationship to act unrestrained in the caravan. What happened here exactly?" At this moment, a loud voice spoke out. "Jia Fu is here. The leader is here to settle the dispute. Everyone give way." The discussion came to a halt as everyone separated and formed a narrow path between them. A middle-aged Gu master having a muscular short body coupled with a giant belly walked in. He wore a long-sleeved yellow robe, being the leader of the merchant caravan, Jia Fu. "Sir Jia Fu, my regards." The young Gu master was furious but did not dare to say anything. He forced himself to endure the anger and paid respects to Jia Fu. Jia Jinshang was frozen on the spot, not expecting his brother to arrive. His face suddenly pale as anger flashed across his eyes. This peculiar expression was captured by Fang Yuan, who was observing from afar as he pondered about the situation. "Hello, young Gu master. What is the problem here?" Jia Fu walked to the middle of the crowd and asked amicably. The young Gu master was flattered and he cupped his fists again. Looking at the surrounding clansmen, he bucked up his courage and explained the entire situation. "So that's what happened." Jia Fu nodded while listening. Next, he asked Jia Jinshang, "Little brother, is this true?" Jia Jinshang turned his head away and snorted coldly, not looking at his brother. Jia Fu pondered solemnly. The surrounding people were silent, not daring to interrupt his thoughts. All awaited in anticipation of his verdict. This matter was in fact due to Jia Jinshang's scam, but the young Gu master was also at fault for being greedy and not being vigilant himself, otherwise he would not have gotten cheated. If Jia Fu wanted to defend his brother, with his rank 4 cultivation, even the Guyu clan leader could not do anything. Jia Fu thought for a while before finally speaking. "I've understood the situation. My brother is at fault for this matter, causing this young man to suffer a loss and buy fake products. I am really sorry." Saying so, he cupped his fists towards the young Gu master. "Sir Jia Fu." The young Gu master was largely surprised and quickly said modestly, "You are a rank 4 Gu master. I am merely a rank 2. This is too much for me, too much." Jia Fu waved his hand. He, this has nothing to do with cultivation levels. I act impartially regardless of ability. A wrong is a wrong. I apologize to you on behalf of the merchant caravan. As for compensation, how about this? You lost 250 primeval stones, so I will compensate double that amount to you on behalf of the Jia family." He executed his promise immediately, as a follower took out 5 money bags and handed it to the young Gu master in public. Every money bag was filled to the brim, each containing 100 primeval stones. The young Gu master took over the money bag, so overwhelmed that he could not say anything. However, I have a word of advice to you. Jia Fu continued and reminded, a black boar Gu is very rare, for it is able to raise a Gu master's strength permanently. Although it is only rank 1, it is very hard to find on the market. Every time one appears in the market, it would be bought immediately. The pricing is around 600 primeval stones. Trying to get one with 250 primeval stones is impractical. Junior has learnt his lesson. The young Gu master bowed deeply to Jia Fu in gratitude. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Sir Jia Fu is brilliant, magnificent, as expected of Sir Jia Fu. As a rank 4 Gu master, he did not make use of his status to bully the weaker party. Sir Jia Fu really is the role model of the righteous path. No. Jia Fu smiled, cupping his fists towards the crowd, modestly saying, our Jia family business bases our principles on trust and honesty. Everyone, my brother is young and foolish, liking to play pranks on others. He is actually very kind. I hope everyone can be more bearing of him. Don't take it to heart. The crowd's cheers became even louder. Humph! Jia Jinshang's expression was ugly as he stomped on the ground and walked into the tent. Next he walked out from the back of the tent. Fang Yuan looked at this silently, thinking in his heart. It seems that the image wall at the Flower Wine Monk's place can be sold. The Flower Wine Monk had used a photo audio Gu to record the ugly acts of the 4th generation Gu Yu clan leader. Before he died, with indignance in his heart, used the photo audio Gu and slapped it on the wall, creating an image wall. The image wall's images continued to loop, showing the truth to the people. With the intention of maximizing his profits, Fang Yuan had wanted to sell this image wall long ago. He believed that the other 2 clan families on Qingmao Mountain, the Bai family and Xiong family, would be very interested in this image wall. But to sell this personally would be very inappropriate. His cultivation was too weak, and if he brought this image wall to the other villages, he could easily be silenced. Even if the transaction was successful and he managed to return safely, there was no secret that would stay a secret forever, and once it was revealed to the Gu Yu's higher-ups, he would be kicked out of the clan family at best. In accordance to Fang Yuan's plans, he still needed to make use of the Gu Yu clan. Thus, the safest way was to sell it to a certain merchant in the caravan. All of them were outsiders, and were not involved in the disputes among the villages. Thus it was the best choice for him. In just one day, this caravan would leave the Gu Yu mountain village and lead towards either the Xiong family or the Bai family. Fang Yuan could reduce his risks to the minimum by selling to them. It was the safest method. One more cup. Wine, where's the wine? Quickly get me the wine. Are you afraid that I'm unable to pay? Jia Jinshang slammed the mushroom table as he howled. Young Master Jia, here's your wine. The clerk quickly brought him his wine. Jia Jinshang grabbed the bamboo cup and tilted his head and gulped the liquor. Good wine. He laughed loudly, sounding coarse and bleak. With a bang, he placed the cup on the table and howled again. Get me another glass. I want as many as you can supply. The clerks did not dare to offend him and could only do as he said. Luckily, this wine house was already full of people. Not only were the mushroom tables packed with people, even the surrounding streets were packed with people. Jia Jinshang's drunkard temperament was not very peculiar in this bustling street. Jia Jinshang drank cup by cup, wanting to drown his sorrows. With his back facing the crowd, no one observed that as he drank, 2 clear lines of tears flowed down his cheeks. Who would know of his pain, his sorrow? A hateful person has to have his pitiful side. Conversely, everybody had their own stories. Amongst his brothers, he was the youngest, being the most handsome and resembling his father the most, thus being the most doted by his father. But heaven made fun of him by giving him only D-grade talent. As he grew up, he lived under the pressure of his brothers. He was indignant and wanted to resist, but with that talent, there was nothing he could do. His father felt death approaching and wanted to split his assets. 2 people were to lead a merchant caravan. They pledged to break up the family property in accordance to the results. Jia Jinshang wanted to rely on his own method to acquire the family assets and the recognition of his clan. But to think that he became his brother's stepping stone once again. When Jia Fu appeared, he knew he fell into a trap. This was a scheme right from the beginning. But what could he do? Once he entered this caravan, he was doomed to be Jia Fu's fodder. Rank 4 and Rank 1 was such a huge gap that he was powerless to fight again. Jia Fu. He forced this name out of his mouth, his eyes burning with the flames of hatred. He was unable to take it lying down. Do you wish to deal with your brother? I can help you. At this time he heard a voice. Jia Jinsheng was stunned, but when he turned around, he saw that for quite a while, there was someone sitting beside him. He shook his head and blinked a few times, finally seeing who it was. Who else if not for Fang Yuan? It's you. He stared at Fang Yuan, slightly angry. I remember you. Lucky lad. Getting a mudskin toad from my gambling den. You're here to mock me. Fang Yuan looked at Jia Jinsheng, his eyes cold as water. I have a huge business, so if you wish to acquire better results and get more assets, why not listen to me? Jia Jinsheng was suspicious. His back straightened and he sat up. How do you know about the matter of the assets? This secret was not easily known to outsiders, but Fang Yuan was easily able to guess it. The Jia family's business is not top secret. How can it evade people who wish to know? Fang Yuan laughed coldly and thought of a memory from his previous life. The Jia family head was a legendary figure who started from scratch. He made his fortune through the merchant caravans and revived the Jia family's village. He gradually got old, and when he could feel that his time was up, he got his children to form a caravan in twos and according to their results split the assets. The better they did, the more family assets they get. But his eldest son Jia Fu and second son Jia Gui were extremely talented. After competing for 6 to 7 years, they still could not come to a conclusion, and even after the family head died, there was no clear victor. After the Jia family head died, there was an enormous amount of assets. While competing for the assets, the two brothers' conflict escalated and both called in external help, causing a large-scale Gu competition. Finally, the both of them died. The Jia family that had prospered quickly also failed quickly, causing people to talk about it in amazement. Jia Jinsheng squinted his eyes, for Fang Yuan's explanation was irrefutable. He thought, from the time his father declared the asset distribution, it had already been 2 years. There are no impenetrable walls in the world, so even if someone found out about it, it's nothing strange. His real worry was whether this was another trap by Jia Fu. But no matter what, there was no harm listening. Fang Yuan did not speak immediately. He surveyed the surroundings. This was the same wine cellar he came into in the afternoon. The shopkeeper operated independently, and at night, the shop was bustling with business. Discussing here was a far safer place than a quiet environment, as it could avoid the eavesdropping of certain Gu worms. He hooked his fingers at Jia Jinsheng. Lend me your ear. Jia Jinsheng unhappily snorted, but still slanted his head forward. After hearing Fang Yuan's description, he frowned and looked at Fang Yuan coldly. This business involves the 3 families on Qingmao Mountain, and we merchants detest getting involved in other people's disputes. Humph. You were sent here by Jia Fu to harm me, right? Fang Yuan had long expected for him to be suspicious. He did not bother to explain, but got up and left. Hee. In that case, I'll go talk to your brother. Jia Jinsheng squinted his eyes, staring at Fang Yuan. Only until Fang Yuan had left the wine shop did he lose his patience. He chased out of the tent and caught up to Fang Yuan. Don't go, we can have a talk. Fang Yuan placed both hands behind his back, staring at him from the side, coldly saying, I know you are suspicious of me, but now that your brother has you firmly caught, you're almost close to finished. If you choose to believe in me, there's still hope. If not, you're doomed. Are you daring enough to take this bet? Jia Jinsheng's expression changed as he corrected and said, Jia Fu is but only a little older. I have never acknowledged him as my brother. But you're right. I'm taking this bet. Fang Yuan said solemnly, 2,000 primeval stones, no haggling. Jia Jinsheng laughed bitterly. Too expensive. This trade involves high risk. The greater the risk, the greater the rewards. Fang Yuan shook his head, his attitude firm. If you sell it to those two families, you will only earn much more. Jia Jinsheng nodded, showing a hint of seriousness. This I believe. For these years the Bai family has been growing fast, and an A-grade talent called Bai Ningbing has appeared recently. He has a great future ahead. Qing Mao Mountain's situation is gradually changing. Your Guyu family's dominance is wavering, and if I sell this to the Bai family, I can at least earn twice as much. Hearing Jia Jinsheng's understanding of the Qing Mao Mountain situation, Fang Yuan could not help but evaluate him again, thinking, this Jia Jinsheng? He is still a merchant family member after all, not those useless second generations. Jia Jinsheng sighed. Regardless of whether this is a trap, I'm jumping in. I promise you, 2,000 primeval stones it is. However, I want to see the merchandise first. Of course, come with me. Fang Yuan laughed as he led the way. Jia Jinsheng was already trapped in the urn, and the situation was fully in Fang Yuan's grasp. Following his memories, Fang Yuan brought Jia Jinsheng to the cavern in the mountain. The two entered the crack in the stone, and the path became more narrow as their vision was dyed in darkness. Jia Jinsheng grew more vigilant as he was in an unfamiliar environment. Finally, he could not hold it in any further. I have a question. Jia Fu always treats people with honesty and is amicable with a good reputation. On the other hand, I lied and cheated, forcing transactions through coercion. Why did you choose to deal with me and not him? Fang Yuan's voice traveled through the stone crack. Because his cultivation is too high, so if he sees the image wall, he can choose to deal with me, or abandon the deal and just give the image wall to the Guyu clan head. I do not like giving the decision-making to others. Furthermore, I do not believe in integrity. The so-called prestigious reputation is just because the profits are small and are unable to incur his greed. More importantly, it was because Jia Jinsheng's position was special, for his cultivation was weak and he was easy to manipulate. Fang Yuan was naturally not going to mention this, of course. Hee. Jia Jinsheng laughed dryly, his suspicions mostly gone immediately. That last sentence really resonated within me. The two finally got into the secret cave. Jia Jinsheng saw the image wall at once, and could not help but laugh loudly. Ha! I guessed right, you didn't lie to me. Fang Yuan stood behind him, laughing lightly, not saying anything. Jia Jinsheng looked at the wall, seeing the changing images and the animosity between the flower wine monk and the fourth-generation clan leader. He looked at it once and retracted his gaze, looking at Fang Yuan, mocking, your fourth-generation ancestor doesn't look that strong, huh? Fang Yuan replied, this is nothing. The Guyu clan needed a hero, thus the fourth generation became a hero. Not long after, the Bai family needs a despicable scum, so the fourth generation will become a degenerate. Hero, scum, all these are just people's opinions. Well said. Jia Jinsheng laughed as he surveyed the cave. His sight was set on the corpse of the flower wine monk, and he stopped for a while before saying, what a pity, a rank 5 powerhouse. You've gotten much benefits from him, huh? A rank 5 Gu master's inheritance was significant. Jia Jinsheng's heart beat faster upon thinking of this, and he could not help but ask. Fang Yuan shook his head. It's been so long, most of the Gu are dead. I only got a liquor worm. Jia Jinsheng did not believe him. Don't lie to me, brother. As long as this deal goes through, we are accomplices. I won't reveal any information. Tell me honestly, what did you gain from this? Fang Yuan laughed coldly and did not bother replying him. Jia Jinsheng's response was anticipated, and this was also why Fang Yuan chose him over Jia Fu. Jia Jinsheng continued to say, at the very least, I know the flower wine monk has a 1,000-li earthwolf spider. That is a rank 5 steed-type Gu, with a large body and is proficient in burrowing underground. The flower wine monk was a demonic cultivator, and his ability to get about freely was mostly due to this 1,000-li earthwolf spider, allowing him to escape from the righteous cultivators. Oh, there's something like that? Fang Yuan frowned. Regarding the flower wine monk, he did not have much information. Jia Jinsheng smugly said, I came to your village last year and heard this legend, and I found it interesting, so I went home and researched about it. The thousandly earthwolf spider and flower wine monk were inseparable, and in my opinion, this cave should have been dug out by the spider. Otherwise, with the Qing Mao Mountains rich and heavy soil, how can a cave like this form? Brother, you don't have to conceal it anymore. The flower wine monk died here, so there's definitely his thousandly earthwolf spider here. Fang Yuan frowned even more deeply, feeling a sense of discomfort, his gaze grim. Yes, there are no other exits here. The thousandly earthwolf spider is massive. He would not have been able to squeeze out from the crack we just walked through. However, there is a possibility that the thousandly earthwolf was plotted against and killed by the fourth generation. Seeing that image wall, even when the flower wine monk was fighting, he did not summon the thousandly earthwolf spider. That makes the situation even more peculiar. This cave is not formed naturally. Thus it has to be created by the flower wine monk. Without the thousandly earthwolf spider, could there be any other methods? Jia Jinshang looked at Fang Yuan suspiciously. Fang Yuan's frown swelled into a knot as he felt more and more uncertain. From Jia Jinshang's information, he found out something. It appears as if there was a crucial point that he had missed out. He could not help but fall into deep thoughts. Jia Jinshang was thinking too. The image wall was no longer enough for him. Once he confirmed that the situation was real, he wanted to dig out the flower wine monk's inheritance from Fang Yuan. But at this time, something unexpected to the two of them happened. The image wall, which was playing endlessly, suddenly changed its image. A gravely injured, pale bald Gu master replaced the original video and appeared on the wall. He weakly sprawled on the ground, his back facing the wall. His chest and limbs were deeply cut, but the strange thing was that his wounds did not bleed, as if his entire body's blood had been drained out. I am the flower wine monk. The bald Gu master laughed, his expression distorted with madness. Future person, no matter who you are, to endure this video and let it play for nearly 100 days. It proves that you have no goodwill towards the Guyu family. Very well, you shall be my successor. My entire inheritance is yours. But I have a condition. You must exterminate the Guyu clan for me. Murder the entire clan and leave no one alive. Jia Jinshang was stunned on the spot, his face frozen with shock. A rank 5 powerhouse. The flower wine monk's inheritance. He was stunned, and for a moment his brains were churning and thinking. My God! A rank 5 powerhouse, what does that mean? Rank 3 is a family elder, rank 4 is a village lord, and a rank 5 is a mountain lord, able to rule over a mountain and do as he pleases. To think that in this tiny place, there is a rank 5 Gu master's power inheritance. Wait, flower wine monk is a demonic cultivator, so if I inherit his powers, is it inappropriate? No, strength has nothing to do with good or evil. The flower wine monk wants his successor to destroy the Guyu clan. But do I really have to? He's already dead. I just have to take his inheritance and ignore those issues. This is a godsend opportunity. Even with my D-grade talent, if I inherit the flower wine monk's inheritance, I might be able to improve my talent. Those rare talent-raising Gu worms, they might be part of the inheritance. If I inherit this fortune and become a rank 4 or 5 Gu master, I'd be able to contest with Jia Fu. Wait, I almost forgot. There's an outsider, what should I do? Should I split the inheritance with him? No, kill him. Only by killing him can I protect this secret. Yes, I should calm him down first and lie that we're gonna split the treasure. Getting rid of his guard, then assaulting him and killing him here. This place is so hidden, it's great. Even if I kill him, nobody would know. Although he thought of all these, it was merely a moment in real life. Having a plan, he squinted and revealed a fake smile. He slowly turned around and faced Fang Yuan, but just as he was about to speak, he saw 2 blue moon blades flying towards him. His pupils dilated into the size of a pin. The distance was too small, he could not respond in time. You? His voice came to a halt. The moon blade aimed accurately for his neck, and in an instant, his skull flew into the air, fresh blood pouring out like a fountain. After 2 seconds, his corpse plopped on the ground. The scalding blood poured on the mountain walls, dyeing the withering vines red. Don't think so much when killing people. Fang Yuan looked at the corpse plainly and then shifted his gaze towards the image wall. To think there was such a twist here. How interesting. He muttered as his eyes emitted an eerie glow. The rain crashed down heavily. Gray clouds covered the sky, and the continuous mountains far away blended into a mass of black ink. The rain curtain interwove the heavens and earth together. Crack! The sky flashed bright abruptly, and a bolt of lightning cut across the sky like a silver snake. Then in an instant it was gone. Summer was approaching, and the end of spring's heavy rain seemed to bring about a trace of the warmth of summer. On Qingmao Mountain, huge expanses of jade-green spear bamboo stood tall and straight, resisting the winds and rain, the bodies of the bamboo straight like a spear as ever, the tips of the bamboo pointing towards the blue sky dome. In the Guyu village, row upon row of innumerable tall pillared houses endured against the great rain's washing. Outside the village, the caravan had already set out on their journey once again. The rain is heavy. Take note of the pavement. Don't fall behind. Goo masters better pull your goo properly. Especially the fat beetle. Don't block the mountain road anymore. You bunch of mortal martial fighters. Better open your eyes wide and pay careful attention. Lose a single thing and you'll be paying for that. There was an endless stream of shouts rising and falling in succession from the merchant caravans. After stopping over at the Guyu village for 3 days, it was time for this merchant caravan to leave the place and follow the mountain path through Qingmao Mountain and head for their next destination. The heavy rain cleansed the heaven and earth, and the roads surrounding the village were paved with cobblestone. This was still all right. However, after around 500 meters, the roads would turn into a muddy and narrow mountain path. The head of the proud ostrich chicken was drooping, its colorful rainbow feathers soaking wet under the rain, sticking into clumps, becoming the example of a drenched and bedraggled chicken. The fat beetle worm moved its fat, huge body, walking extremely slow forward. The rainwater beat upon its black armor, forming streams of water flow, sliding down both sides of its body onto the earth. The shaggy mountain spider was also drenched, and its green-black colored fur were adhered together. On the contrary, the toad goo were happily calling out, carrying out the load, and goo masters hopping forward on the mountain. And the winged snake had already put away its wings, the thick snake's body cheerfully traveling on the muddy water, to protect the goods and prevent them from getting drenched wet by the rainwater. The goo masters were showing their magical abilities at the moment. On a few enormous fat beetles stood goo masters in the middle. Their 2 hands were raised high, each of them having a one-stretch golden light worm floating in midair 1 inch away from their palms. The green copper primeval essence was like steam evaporating as it concentrated into the one-stretch golden light worm's bodies. The entire goo flashed like a golden bean, acting as the heart, supporting a tremendous faint gold-colored bubble dome. The hemisphere-shaped bubble dome had a rather huge scope. It was able to completely cover 1 fat beetle worm and still have some leftover space. As the rain smashed upon the bubble dome, it would bounce away, just like hitting on an umbrella. However, this sort of one-stretch golden light worm continuously consumed primeval essence, and in the long run the rank 1 goo masters would not be able to take it anymore. As expected, after a while, a goo master shouted, "No more! My primeval essence is almost exhausted. Who can take over?" "I can!" Almost simultaneously, a goo master rushed forward and replaced his position. A few goo masters pulling the carriages or riding the mountain spiders activated the green silk goo in their bodies. Under its influence, their hair started to grow furiously. A normal person's hair had at least 100,000 strands. 100,000 strands of hair, each being 5 to 6 meters, intertwining and covering the goo master's body along with the steed, formed an impenetrable hair raincoat. The green silk goo was a rank 1 goo worm, often used for defense. It uses 30% of green copper primeval essence to activate, and was not a continuous expenditure type like the one-stretch golden lightworm. This green silk goo can be combined with the rank 1 black boar goo to become the rank 2 black mane goo. The black mane goo, when activated, would not only involve hair on the head, but also hair on all the pores. Within a few seconds, the goo master's body would gain a black mane protective armor. The black mane goo's advancement path was the rank 3 famous goo, steel main goo. Other than the one-stretch golden light worm and green silk goo, many of the caravan goo masters also chose the water spider goo. It can be seen that there was a thin layer of blue raincoat on their bodies. On the raincoat's surface, the water circulated randomly. As the raindrops hit onto the raincoat, it would immediately become part of the raincoat. Since the goo masters were continuously soaking under the raincoat on their bodies would grow thicker. Every now and then the goo masters would have to urge the water spider goo and discharge away the excess water. At this moment, the thick raincoats would be reduced to the original thin layer. As for those mortal warriors, they were constantly on the move, watching over the goods on the muddy road. Most of them wore raincoats made of straw, but in their rush and confusion the straw raincoats had limited effect from avoiding the rain, so they were already drenched wet by the rainwater. This accursed weather, the warriors cursed in their hearts. In the rainy weather, the mountain trail becomes even harder to walk on. Under this weather, martial artists might be strong physically, but they are still mortals. Once their bodies are drenched by rain and coupled with intensive labor, they would easily catch a cold. Getting a serious illness was the lightest consequence. Perhaps they might catch repercussions, and if they catch a certain tough disease, it might cause them to get gravely ill and abandoned on the trip itself. If they encounter slippery roads on the mountain trails, or encounter wild beasts and goo worms attacks, they might lose their lives. The caravan may be big and have many goo masters, but every time they went on a journey, there would always be a great decrease in numbers. Mortal martial artists die the most, while goo masters also have injuries and casualties. If the caravan was unlucky enough to encounter large-scale migrating beasts, they might even get wiped out completely. Other than natural disasters, there were also human-caused problems. Among the villages, there might be those who do not welcome the caravan. Some villages like to rob the outsiders. "We're leaving. See you next year." Some of the goo masters sat on the goo worms and turned their bodies to bid farewell. At the entrance of the village, many people gathered as they sent the caravan off with their gazes. "You must come again next year." Reluctant to see them depart, the children shouted loudly. The adults had more complicated expressions. The road ahead is unforeseen. In these hard times, for those who are able to come to the village next year, how many would still be familiar faces? Be it at the merchant caravan or in the village, it is not easy to earn a living. As the caravan left further and further, as the crowd dispersed, the cheerful and light-hearted market atmosphere had also subsequently disappeared. The original spot that had erected tents and shops was left now with a huge mess. The grass turf had been walked upon continuously by the crowd, grassroots and mud soil trampled out. The rainwater hit on its surface, immediately forming mud and numerous little potholes that collected muddy water. In addition to that, there was a lot of garbage left over. Feng Yuan stood on a secluded hillside, watching the merchant caravan from far away alone. The merchant caravan was like a fat and colorful flower python, snaking through the narrow mountain road under the gray heavy rain, slowly entering the dense mountain forest. "Ah, the heavens are sending their blessings." Feng Yuan sighed lightly. He held a butter-yellow paper umbrella, quietly standing in the rain. Feng Yuan wore the most plain flax cloth garment, his body slim, his skin bringing about the pale whiteness of a 15-year-old teenager, a settled clump of clean and short black hair atop his head. The ends of his hair trembled slightly in the wind under his umbrella. While others cursed the weather, he was lamenting the timely appearance of the rain. He killed Jia Jinshang last night and cleaned up the scene, but because it happened so unexpectedly, there was bound to be areas of neglect. Especially with the bloody smell, because the cave is not ventilated, the smell could not disperse easily. With this rain, it cleaned up the air and environment, greatly reducing the chances of getting exposed by smell tracking methods. The crack was bound to have a small cascade of water flowing down, and once the fresh water vapor diluted the air, he would not be exposed for the short time being. Of course, once time passes, the chance of getting exposed increases. In this world, there were all sorts of goo worms, and investigative methods were abundant. Even Feng Yuan only knew a portion of them. The rain produced pitter-patter sounds as it hit on the yellow umbrella. Then, following the shape of the umbrella, Streams of water flowed down onto the limestones beneath Fang Yuan's feet, hitting and creating splashes. Seeing the caravan curve into a corner, completely disappearing into the forests, Fang Yuan did not show a sign of relief, but instead looked grim. Although Jia Jinshang's cultivation was weak and had little talent, he had a special status. The caravan's people are all busy with business. Thus no one found out that he's missing. But once some time passes, it'd definitely be found out. By then, Jia Fu would return to investigate, and the real challenge would be then. The Jia family head intentionally arranged Jia Jinshang and Jia Fu to be on the same caravan. He had deep intentions. In terms of cultivation, they are worlds apart. In terms of cunningness, they're also incomparable. Such an arrangement is to inflict a blow to Jia Jinshang and let him be clear of reality, and live life peacefully. At the same time, he is testing Jia Fu's nature. For if he is too overbearing on Jia Jinshang, how can he hand the position of clan head to him? Jia Jinshang never truly understood his father's intentions. Although he had some intelligence, he only managed to scratch the surface of a merchant's wits. What a pity. A pity of such a good pawn piece. Fang Yuan felt regrettable in his heart. With 500 years of experience, he could easily see past the surface and understand the true nature of the situation. When he saw the dispute between the two that night, he could tell the complicated relationship between Jia Jinshang and Jia Fu, and thus he had a vague plan formed in his heart from then on. In his plan, Jia Jinshang was a very suitable pawn. His cultivation was weak, but he held a high position in the caravan, and although he had some wits, he had little experience, thus Fang Yuan could easily manipulate him. Once controlled, this pawn would be extremely useful. For one, he could build a strong network of smuggling through his relationship, preparing up for usurping treasures from future killings. Secondly, Fang Yuan could hide in the background and use the image wall to stir up conflict among the Qing Mao Mountain's three families, causing a civil war and enabling him to be able to reap the rewards. Thirdly, Fang Yuan could rely on him to make his way into the Jia family interior. The future Jia family dispute caused a large-scale Gu fighting competition. It will be a huge affair with lots of benefits to gain. Fang Yuan could make use of this to acquire the greatest reward for himself. My cultivation is still too low, restraining me greatly in doing things. If there was a pawn for me to use, I can do some things that I cannot attempt myself. It is not only convenient but also lowers the risk of doing so. If I get exposed, I can simply discard the pawn and stay safe myself. The surrounding people know the situation well and are loyal to the family. Thus they aren't good to manipulate. Only an outsider like Jia Jinshang can be used more efficiently to execute my plans. Unfortunately, I did not expect the Flower Wine Monk to leave behind his power inheritance. The Flower Wine Monk is a rank 5 Gu master. His inheritance is definitely more valuable than this pawn. Of course, it'd be good if he could get the best of both worlds. But in face of such treasure, Jia Jinshang could not longer be controlled. Thus he had to be discarded. Nothing will go smoothly forever in this world. Fang Yuan sighed and shook his head. The Flower Wine Monk's inheritance appeared and disrupted Fang Yuan's original plans. In addition, after the changes to the image wall, the videos and images were all gone, only showing a line written in blood, telling Fang Yuan to destroy the image wall and reveal a cavern entrance. Following the trail, he would be able to get the inheritance. The blood writing only appeared for a few breaths before vanishing, and the image wall also turned back into the most ordinary mountain wall. Fang Yuan spent the entire night cleaning up the murder scene, and had no time to break the wall. Killing Jia Jinshang in a hurry, this would leave many problems for me in the future, and I am but only temporarily safe. Although I succeeded in getting rid of the evidence, there is bound to be trouble coming for me in the future. In this case, I would have to change my way of exposing the liquor worm. I cannot go to the secret cave behind the wall crack either. I have to stay in the mountain village for some time to anticipate investigation in the near future. Fang Yuan turned around and held his umbrella, walking in the rain towards the village. But this is fine too. I can spend a large amount of primeval stones during this period to refine to middle stage primeval essence. Using it, I can nurture my aperture and break through into the middle stage. Once I reach the middle stage, my power will double. allowing me to get the inheritance more easily and with greater confidence. A demonic cultivator's inheritance was not as mild and gentle as a righteous cultivator's, for there was often dangerous tests and tasks, and if one cannot get through, they'd have to pay the price with their life. The world is hard to predict, but it is precisely this that makes it interesting. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. The green mountain beneath the heavy rain extended continuously and unending, its green mixed with gray, appearing stifling and heavy. A gust of wind blew, and the raindrops inclined a little, hitting onto Fang Yuan's shoulder and attacking him with a burst of chilliness. He thought about Jia Jinshang again. Sighing in his heart, he thought, Jia Jinshang, actually I did not want to kill you. What a waste of a good pawn. It rained for 4 days before stopping. The sun rose high into the sky, tearing away the rain curtain, seemingly like it was unveiling summer itself. The breath of summer had faintly started to come around. The weather became increasingly sunny and cloudless, sweeping away the sentimental breath of spring, and the temperatures slowly rose. In the night of spring, the lively dragonpill crickets had retreated, cowering away into the deep ground to lay eggs. The green spear bamboo specially found on Qingmao Mountain had started to grow wildly, and nearly every day it would show an obvious increase in height. The grass and the trees began to change from emerald green into a dark green color. The never-ending green mountains started to look even more verdant and lush. The weather was clear for thousands of miles, blue like a crystal. Bang, bang, bang. At the training grounds in the academy, sounds of punches and kicks could be heard. After exchanging over 10 blows, Guyu Mo Bei was kicked in the abdomen by Fang Yuan, taking 5 to 6 steps backwards, leaving the designated circle drawn in the arena. The martial arts instructor stood before the stage and evaluated the situation. Seeing this, he immediately declared, Guyu Mo Bei has exited the stage. Guyu Fang Yuan wins for the 33rd consecutive time. Humph. I lost to you again. Guyu Mo Bei gritted his teeth, his eyes staring right at Fang Yuan. But don't be arrogant. One day I will defeat you. I can already feel it. That day is nearing. Fang Yuan looked at him expressionlessly, and then his eyelids drooped downwards. That kick earlier caused you to have internal bleeding. I'd advise you to treat that injury first. This small injury is nothing. Guyu Mo Bei was retorting halfway, when suddenly his expression changed and his throat gulped, vomiting a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. This was the first time he suffered this level of injury. His eyes could not help but show signs of fear. The martial arts instructor hurried over and pacified him. Don't worry about this level of injury, you just need to rest for a few days. Just stop practicing your punches and do not do vigorous exercises during this period. The moment he finished saying so, 2 healing Gu masters who were waiting outside rushed over and meticulously helped Guyu Mo Bei out. Guyu Mo Bei did not dare to say anything else, but he looked at Fang Yuan deeply in his eyes, filled with anger, hatred, regret, and indignance. Mo Bei has good martial techniques, but he couldn't beat Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is too good. Basically no one can beat him. Mo Bei actually vomited blood. How scary. I don't want to fight a guy like this. Sigh. But the instructor said today is practice combat. Up on the arena. Each of us needs to go up and fight once. The students stood outside the arena, some looking towards Fang Yuan in fear, some sighing non-stop. Some were pale while others felt trepidation. Among them, some were injured. A few held their bruised faces. Some held their limbs, gasping for breath. Others laid on the ground, rubbing their thigh. Next, seeing that there were no challengers coming up, the instructor yelled. However, no one answered. Usually those who were courageous to challenge Fang Yuan were only Guyu Mo Bei, Guyu Qichun, and Guyu Fangzheng. But these 3 were already beaten. Silence swept across the students as others even retracted their steps slightly. The instructor frowned on seeing their fearful expression. He could not help but think of the academy elder's words. These days, Fang Yuan has gotten too dominant. We have to suppress him. The other students cannot even raise their heads under his pressure. And if this goes on, the courage in their hearts will be simmered. Our academy nurtures courageous tigers and wolves to fight enemies, not fearful sheeps and lambs. What's wrong with all of you? No matter how strong he is, Fang Yuan is only 15 years old. He's one of your peers. He has the same age as you, eats the same food as you, and drinks the same water. He does not have 3 heads or 6 arms. He's not a monster. Pluck up your courage and show me the pride of the Guyu clan within you. The instructor yelled, trying his best to motivate the students. But he is too strong, we cannot beat him. The classmates who fought him are in such a pitiful state. Mob got beaten until he vomited blood. Fang Yuan is getting more ruthless with his strikes. Instructor, we do not dare to fight him. The students spoke softly, weakly retorting. The instructor was stomping with anger. These ignorant youngsters. He was clear as a bystander. Fang Yuan had gone through 33 consecutive fights without any rest in the middle. Although he was constantly adjusting his breathing, his stamina had already depleted. Fang Yuan's attacks getting merciless proves this fact even further. He could no longer take it easy like before. He is losing control of his strength and the situation. If someone tries harder, his fatigue will be revealed. With just a few more people, he could be defeated on the stage. Once Fang Yuan is beaten, his dominating presence will be reduced sharply. The students' courage ignited and the motive to suppress Fang Yuan achieved. But now, the students were deterred by Fang Yuan's tough front. At times, what defeats a person is not a strong enemy but one's own heart. The instructor was anxious in his thoughts and continued to motivate them. But he was not good with his words. In the beginning, he said these same words to ignite the hot-bloodedness in the youngsters and stirred up some challengers. But now that he had said this so many times, the youngsters are all numb already. Fang Yuan folded his arms and stared at this coldly. Although he was standing in the center of the stage, he was acting like a complete bystander. The instructor encouraged for ages, but the students were still looking at each other's. Not one had moved. The martial instructor could not help but be angry and helpless. He turned to Fang Yuan, unhappily chiding, Fang Yuan, you're also at fault. Your blows are getting more vicious among classmates. You should be more gentle and friendly. How can you deal such vicious blows? Be careful from now on and attack carefully. If you cause another classmate to vomit blood, I will declare your loss and evict you from the stage. Instructor, you are wrong. Fang Yuan snorted, his gaze not showing any weakness, looking right at the instructor. Practicing and fighting, we naturally have to give it our all. Otherwise, how can it achieve the aim of training? Don't tell me that when we are in battle, we also have to request our enemies to be more gentle and friendly. The instructor flew into a rage. Humph! Your attacks are vicious. You are harming your classmates and you dare to use twisted logic. Instructor, you're wrong again. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. You arranged this practice match and raised the winning prize to 20 primeval stones. Without your encouragement, would these people have gotten hurt? Bastard! The martial arts instructor was not good with words, and he pointed at Fang Yuan and scowled. Do you still want the prize or not? If you argue any further, even if you get first place, I will declare you a loser. You are so uncooperative and antisocial. And you dare to argue with your teachers. You have no rights to claim the 20 primeval stones as reward. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It is but a competition that merely gives 20 primeval stones. Do you think I give a damn? Saying so, he turned around and left. Under the class' distraught gaze, he walked out of the center of arena. Although he did not manage to sell the image wall, Fang Yuan still had several hundreds of primeval stones in his possession. Furthermore, his aim this time was not primeval stones. Seeing Fang Yuan really walking down the stage, the instructor was stunned without words, showing an expression of shock and confusion. A 15-year-old teenager. Shouldn't he be competitive and full of vigor? Fang Yuan having such fighting talents, shouldn't his character be even more so? How could he just back out of the competition like this? Furthermore, Fang Yuan has no background, he should be tight on primeval stones. Why was the 20 primeval stones unable to attract him? At this point, the martial arts instructor stood on the spot, unsure of what to do. Fang Yuan did not step into the trap, but left the stage immediately. The the instructor suddenly realized there was nothing he could do to Fang Yuan. With his status, he could not find problems with Fang Yuan directly and force him onto the stage, right? The surrounding students retreated, maintaining a distance away from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood on the grounds, with no one around him. With him as the center, the radius of 5 steps around him became a vacuum. What a pity. If they were beside Fang Yuan, they would hear Fang Yuan's panting sound. My stamina is depleted, Fang Yuan sighed. Although he showed an energetic outward appearance, under his clothes, his body was slightly shivering. After all, he was only 15 years old and had no relevant goo worm as support. After 33 matches, he was close to his limits. Although he had his rich fighting experience from his past life, during this time, the other youngsters' combat abilities had improved significantly. From them, Fang Yuan could already feel a strengthening sense of pressure. This kind of pressure reflected in Fang Yuan's attacks. His attacks got tougher as he gradually lost control of his strength. Compared to the past, when they were still too weak and he could defeat them easily, the youngsters would only end up in minor injuries. But now, his control over the arena was getting weaker. Thus he had to strike harder to maintain his image. Experience is, after all, not omnipotent. Any thoughts or technique require a body with sufficient foundation before the value can be apparent. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. In actuality, he had long seen through the martial instructor's thoughts. Fang Yuan was not surprised. As if he had expected this from the start, the academy elder's pressure on him. After he killed Gao Wan, the people who dared to challenge him diminished. When he extorted them, even more people oppressed by Fang Yuan's dominance did not dare resist, and they obediently handed over their primeval stones. After a long period, Fang Yuan's unbeatable image would be formed. This would leave some psychological trauma in the youngsters and make them unconfident in their martial arts techniques. This was what the academy elder did not want to see. He needed Fang Yuan to motivate and force the students to improve, not to completely extinguish their passion for battle. He wanted to see Fang Yuan's defeat. Once Fang Yuan was defeated, the image of invincibility that he had erected would be instantly destroyed. At the same time, it would awaken the students' fighting spirit. After some setbacks, it would mold their wills to be indomitable. But to Fang Yuan, he needed this form of pressure so that he could extort primeval stones with greater ease. If he was defeated, the youngsters would realize his weakness and attack together at once. Although Fang Yuan had ample of primeval stones in his hands, extortion was his main source of income. Without this source, he would be digging into his reserves. Thus, Fang Yuan's appearance in the arena and 33 consecutive victories was merely to maintain his deterrence towards the students, and not for the 20 primeval stones reward. If he avoided combat from the start, it would show his weakness, and if it raged on, he would expose his weakness. What are you all waiting for? Why is nobody getting up on the stage? Go on. The first prize is 20 primeval stones. You all don't want it anymore. The instructor yelled after snapping out of his thoughts. The rest of the students began to get motivated. Fang Yuan had already left the stage, and to them, it was a huge rock off their minds. I'll go. I'll come. 2 youngsters squeezed their way up the stage and began to spar. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have waited and not rushed up the stage. Then I would not have been thrown off the stage by Fang Yuan. What a pity, to think Fang Yuan left. He's really daring. See, even the instructor is at a loss for what to do with him. Hearing their whispers, the instructor felt his reputation crumbling. He was extremely agitated in his heart and wanted to punish Fang Yuan thoroughly. However, Fang Yuan had done nothing wrong, and leaving the stage on his own accord was allowed. The instructor was both helpless and moody. Finally, he looked at Fang Yuan and stared angrily at the latter. Fang Yuan's lips slightly curled up into an angle as he thought, such boorish methods. This instructor is a little cute. A pair of solemn eyes were staring at the faraway training grounds. The academy elder stood at the window of the 3rd story, looking at everything that had transpired at the arena. He frowned deeply. The instant Fang Yuan left the stage, he felt a sense of peculiarity in his heart, not expecting Fang Yuan to do this. This lad, he is rather hard to catch. He is proficient in the academy's rules, and normally will not commit any wrongdoings. Although he sleeps in class, once he is asked a question he can answer properly, leaving others with no flaws to pick on. Trying to get a hold of a weakness of his to suppress his dominance is going to be difficult. The Academy Elder could not help but develop a faint sense of loathing towards Fang Yuan. As a teacher, he naturally liked obedient and smart students, and hated those naughty students who did not obey the rules. But being the Academy Elder for so many years, his experience was extremely rich. He had seen many different types of students. Among them he had seen extremely obedient ones who followed orders without question. There were also those who caused problems day and night, constantly breaking the rules. His heart had already become still as water, impartial to all. At the same time, he carved the phrase as a teacher, "One must treat all students fairly," onto the right corner of his desk, treating it as his motto. He had never felt such disgust for a student. Feeling that sense of detest in his heart, the Academy Elder was also slightly shocked. In previous years, even towards the most naughty students, he was able to handle it with a big heart, tolerating their actions. But when it came to Fang Yuan, why did he lose this sense of impartialness? He thought about it again and finally realized the reason. This lad called Fang Yuan, he had a form of arrogance in his blood. It seemed from the fundamentals that Fang Yuan did not respect his teachers for their status. Towards the martial arts instructor earlier, he not only disobeyed him, but even rebuked him in public. Actually, such cases of retorting against teachers were commonly seen in previous years. However, those kids always had an agitated state of mind. They were either rebellious, furious, or stubborn, etc. The Academy Elder was clear that the more agitated the youngsters were, the more it implied that they were fearful in their hearts. But Fang Yuan was not. He had no fear in his heart at all, as if he had seen through the tricks of the Academy. His expression was aloof, and even after he left the stage, his expression showed no signs of changing, as if he had done something insignificant. Yes, he treated the matter of disobeying his teachers as a trivial matter that was insignificant. In simple terms, he was not afraid. It was just this point that caused the Academy Elder to already feel unhappy, developing a sense of disgust for him. The Academy Elder could endure a student more rebellious than Fang Yuan, or a teenager 10 times naughtier than him. That was because these students knew fear and were moving based on their agitated emotions. As long as they were fearful, as long as they were impulsive, they would be easily manipulated and will not go out of control. But Fang Yuan was not. He was calm and uncaring, not treating his teachers with reverence. He was not respectful. Someone who has no reverence for the clan, even if they are nurtured, how can they be useful for the clan? Once they appear, this sort of person, they have to be suppressed. They must be suppressed. Otherwise, his existence will create a sense of irresistibility in the students. In the long run, it will affect the others, causing them to lose their reverence for their teachers. And as the Academy, how else are we going to manage the students? The Academy Elder squinted his eyes, making up the decision in his mind. But then, his face showed a troubled expression very quickly. How was he going to suppress Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan had done nothing wrong. There was no weakness that he could exploit. Fang Yuan's cunning demeanor gave him a sense of helplessness. He had never met a student like this, one who was so familiar with the Academy's rules and regulations. As the Academy Elder, he was always impartial to all students. He could not be like a slum gangster and purposely find trouble with a youngster like Fang Yuan. He had placed his hopes on the martial arts instructor, but now he was deeply disappointed. It seems that to suppress Fang Yuan's domination, we can only wait until all the other students advance to rank 1 middle stage. A Gu master's advancement is mostly influenced by their talents. With his rich experience as the Academy Elder, he had calculated before in his heart. The ones who had the greatest chance to advance first are Guyu Fangzheng, Qi-Chun, and Mob. They were in A rank and 2B grades respectively, and with their elders' help behind them, they had no lack of primeval stones. No matter which one of the three, they were mostly likely to be the first to advance to rank 1 middle stage cultivation. Guyu Fangzheng, Qi-Chun, and Mob. These three are our hopeful seeds this season. The Academy Elder looked at the arena and sighed. With his experienced gaze, he could tell. In the arena, although the students seemed to be standing casually, they had subtly already split into 3 factions. In one circle was Guyu Chi-chan and a bunch of similarly aged clansmen, all crowding around him. The second circle's core was Guyu Fangzhang, and the clan leader's faction's younger generation were subtly supporting this A-grade talent genius. The third circle was led by Guyu Mo Bei. He had already been treated of his internal injury and stood on the arena with a pale face. The classmates beside him were asking him about his condition. This is the meaning of letting them compete with each other. Seeing the 3 factions, the Academy Elder was overjoyed and laughed. Allowing the students free rein to compete, this was not just to nurture their battle senses, but also to prematurely choose the leader-type characters. In past seasons, they had to wait until the end of the year to have the capacity to develop their own circles. But in this year, because of Fang Yuan's appearance, his extortion had brought forth the divergence much faster. Against Fang Yuan, the only ones who dared to compete against him were Fang Zhang, Mo Bei, and Chi Chun. After a long time under imperceptible influence, the other youngsters would automatically regard these 3 as the leaders. As long as there were no mishaps, these 3 social circles would be the layout of the future family's higher-ups. But these factions are still not stable. Within them, there are still students moving around. Once the 3 take the lead and advance to the middle stage first, I will give them the positions of class chairman and vice chairman. With that differentiation, they would gain authority, and this will strengthen their social circles, the Academy Elder thought. Of course, there was someone not within either factions. Just one person, and that was Fang Yuan. Getting close to stronger people is human nature. In fact, although Fang Yuan extorted the students and acted against the students, there were a number of youngsters who wanted to attach themselves to him. However, they were rejected by Fang Yuan. To him, only those who were useful were pawns, and these youngsters had too little value. This was also another reason the Academy Elder hated Fang Yuan. He was too antisocial, not willing to integrate into the team. To such people like him, the clan's control over them was not as much as the other youngsters. The Academy Elder's gaze once again shot towards Fang Yuan in the arena. Fang Yuan stood alone at one corner with his hands behind his back, his eyelids slightly closed, allowing the students to fight for their prize. Even with the heated competition, his expression did not change the slightest. His surrounding was vacant. No youngster was willing to stand with him. Very evidently, he also did not wish for these people to be near him. Fang Yuan stood there alone, and shrouded in loneliness. He floated outside the factions. But I don't have to be too worried. This Fang Yuan is still young and can be changed slowly. The Academy Elder's gaze shone, and he thought deeply. Next up will be the establishment of the class chairman and vice chairman. A year later, we will split into groups, creating team leaders and assistant leaders. Every academic year also has all sorts of honor and rewards, like the Small Red Flower Award, Blue Neckcloth Prize, and 5 Outstanding Student Prize. He wants to cultivate, so he needs resources, thus he has to compete for these positions and prizes. As time passes, with interaction among the students, he is bound to have kinship, friendship, and love as his restraints. I don't have to worry about him going beyond the clan's control. These years, the Academy Elder had gradually understood something. When a new clan member is born, they would be brainwashed by the clan. First, they would be taught the clan's utmost value system. Next, they would go into moral education and learn about the beauty and importance of kinship, friendship, love. After that, they would be taught honor, and in the process of growing up, many resources such as prizes would be used to attract them. Using the family's assigned roles, they would choose and recruit the most loyal clansmen into their factions. Do not look down on the small roles like chairman or vice chairman, for once they become one of these roles, they would be part of the clan's administration. Under such a system with constant influence, on one hand it brings about the benefits of having authority and the sweetness of power, while on the other hand, it brings the problem of detaching from the system. A carrot in hand and a stick in the other, who can break away from this system? Even the wildest of people or the most lonesome ones would gradually become a part of the family. One without loyalty would also be nurtured into one with loyalty. Without kinship, friendship, or love, they would still be developed. This is the power of the system. This is the power of rules. This is the clan's way of survival. Nightfall arrived. The moon was like a silver plate, appearing among the clouds. The thinly spread stars decorated the surroundings. Guyu Mo stood in the courtyard, raising his head up, his eyes glistening under the reflection of the moon. "Little brother, I heard you got injured today." Behind him, his sister Guyu Mo Yan's voice resounded. "Sister, you are worried that after being beaten till I vomited blood today, I would have long-lasting trauma?" Mo Bei turned around and curled his lips. Seeing her brother laughing, Mo Yan's heart felt at ease. Although she had truly worried, she said instead, "No way, Big Sis here understands you best. Good brother, you have an indomitable will, the future head of our Mo family. How can you be frightened off by such a small injury? Hee. I knew sister doted on me the most." Mo Bei scratched the back of his head as he laughed sheepishly. "You know what, sister?" Under the glow of the moonlight, this 15-year-old teenager's eyes radiated brightly. "Although I failed this time, I heard Fang Yuan panting during the match. Back then he easily beaten me in 2 or 3 strikes within calm and composed manner. But his gasping already revealed his weakness. He is definitely not as strong as everyone else thinks. One day, I will defeat him fair and square." "Good, as expected of a good man from my Mo bloodline." Mo Yen laughed, patting her brother's head, showing concern on her face. "However, you suffered internal injuries, so please don't practice your martial arts these few days. Don't touch my head, sister. I am already old enough." Mo Bei shrugged his head, using an unhappy tone. "I understand what you are saying. I have a plan. These few days I'm going to nurture my aperture walls to completely break through from initial stage to middle stage and obtain the position of class chairman and suppress Fang Yuan's dominance. I'll let him know that what truly matters to a Gu master's cultivation is still talent. I'm glad you can think this way. I was only a vice chairman last time. If you manage to become chairman, it will fulfill my regrets too. Don't worry, sister. The position of chairman, I certainly must obtain it." At the same time, in the Qi family, inside the secret room, there was only one torch, attached to an opening in the limestone walls. The flame burned on, illuminating this small room. One of the 2 elders in power, Guyu Qi Lian, was sitting facing his grandson, Guyu Qi Cheng. The 2 sat on a praying mat with their shadows projected on the ground, wavering with the flickering of the flame. Guyu Qi Lian stretched out his hand, using his palm to touch Qi Cheng's abdomen area. Guyu Qi Chen's face was full of anxiety, his mind entering his aperture, suppressing the ripples in his primeval sea with all his concentration. In this world, there are no 2 identical tree leaves. Similarly to Gu masters, there is no identical primeval essence as well. Once primeval essence from an external source enters the aperture, it will result in the natural resistance of the original primeval essence in the aperture. If Guyu Qi Cheng does not suppress it, and instead allows his primeval essence to resist, it will result in a clash between the essences. Such intensive reaction can cause great damage to the aperture. The aperture's primeval sea is the foundation and roots of a Gu master's cultivation, and is of utmost importance. Once the aperture is damaged, at the very least one's cultivation may lower, but if it is severe, their latent talent may be lowered as well. Once the aperture is completely shattered, the Gu master would die immediately. After a while, Guyu Qi Lian gradually stopped transmitting his primeval essence, slowly taking back his hand. Guyu Qi Cheng took a deep breath of relief, his tense body relaxing. "Thank you, grandfather, for nurturing my aperture and transfusing primeval essence to me every 3 days. It has been hard on you." Guyu Qi Lian's forehead was full of sweat, and he sighed and said, "This is inevitable. Your talent is only C grade, so if we rely on your ability alone to rise to middle stage, it'll take a long time. The time will usually be twice of a B grade, and 4 times of an A grade. In such a situation, your talent will be exposed. Thus, even if this method is dangerous, we have to use it." Grandson understands grandfather's intentions. As long as you understand. The old man sighed. This method also has another sequela. After your aperture has been nurtured by my silver primeval essence, although the silver primeval essence has a greater effect, it is still an external source of primeval essence to you. Henceforth, even if your aperture walls change from a light wall to a water wall, it would still be mixed with my energy. The more external energy there is, the more impure your aperture will be, and this will stifle your talent, limiting your development in the future. Guyu Chi Chang bit his lips. Grandfather, for the future of the Chi family, I am willing to sacrifice my future prospects. Guyu Chi Lien was pleased, stroking his beard. It is good that you have such thoughts, but the heavens always leave a glimmer of hope for you are not hopeless yet. If we can find the cleansing water goo, it will be able to cleanse your aperture walls and flush out all the external energies in your aperture C, removing this sequela. In addition, I have also used my relationships to search for a liquor worm for you. This worm is able to help a rank 1 goo master refine their primeval essence and raise it by one small realm. In this way, the primeval essence that is refined will be your body's own primeval essence and not an external one. Using this way to nurture your aperture leaves no repercussions and risks. It is a much better nurturing effect. Guyu Chi Lien was overjoyed. Thank you, grandfather. However, the liquor worm is hard to find. Among the rank 1 goo worms, the liquor worm, boar goo, and bookworm etc. are all extremely rare goo. Once they appear in the market, they would be snatched up immediately. Of course, there are also some goo in this world that are rumored to change a goo master's talent. But at this age, grandfather has never seen one, only hearing occasional rumors about them. The old man explained. The night winds blew in gently from the windows and into the room. Guyu Fangzhang sat on his bed with his eyes shut, holding a primeval stone in both hands. The green copper primeval sea was raging without any winds, the waves crashing towards the white aperture walls. He has a grade rank talent, and his primeval essence occupied 80% of the aperture. His natural rate of recovery was twice of Fang Yuan. With such God-blessed advantage, he is already close to rank 1 middle stage. Phew! A while later, Guyu Fangzhang puffed out a breath of air and opened his eyes. The moon was bright and stars sparse outside the window, the bluish-green bamboo houses arranged in a line. A scene of peace and harmony. Time always flies when cultivating. In the blink of an eye, it is already late into the night. Fangzhang muttered softly. He slowly opened his hands, and 2 piles of rock powder fell onto the floor in front of his bed. After a primeval stone's essence had been fully retrieved, it would turn into a pile of powder. Looking at the powder pile, Fangzhang frowned. He took out his money bag. It was already close to empty. Opening it, he saw 3 primeval stones left inside. Fangzhang would retrieve 3 pieces every 7 days from the academy as resources, but since Fang Yuan would snatch a piece from him, he only had 2 left every week. Uncle and aunt would also give him living expenses, but it was also 3 stones every 7 days. Just with these primeval stones, how is it enough? Fangzhang was determined to surpass his brother Fang Yuan. Thus he took the initiative to approach his uncle and aunt multiple times to beg for some primeval stones. After many times, his aunt would look for him to have a heart-to-heart chat, telling him about how poor the family was and how they had cash flow difficulties, having no spare money left. Since then, Fangzhang did not have the desire to continue asking. Father and mother are already doing all they can to support my cultivation. I cannot make things difficult for them and ask for more primeval stones. I only have 3 left. I can only be more thrifty. If I use 1 piece a day, I'll have enough for 3 days. I have a feeling that in 3 or 4 days, I will definitely advance to middle stage. The only thing is, what is Big Brother's progress now? Thinking so, Fangzhang subconsciously looked towards to Academy living quarters. I have a grade talent while Big Brother only has C grade talent. His speed is definitely slower than me. Big Brother is not my match this time. Big Brother, I will let you know the true power of an A grade talent. Thinking of this, Fangzhang clenched his fists. Academy dormitory. Fang Yuan's door was shut tight. In the darkness, he was not asleep, but sitting on his bed. A Gu master's cultivation cannot replace sleep. Normally at this time, Fang Yuan would already have fallen asleep. But in cultivating earlier today, he already felt that he was just one step away from middle stage. I might as well not sleep tonight. I'll rush straight for middle stage. His eyes shone with determination. Soon after, he shut his eyes and his mind went into the aperture. 44% of green copper primeval C. Just a moment ago, they were all refined into pale green-colored middle-stage primeval essence by the liquor worm. Rise. With a thought, the peaceful green copper primeval sea began to stir. The commotion got larger and larger until waves were formed. Splash, splash, splash. The tides raced against each other, rushing towards the surrounding aperture walls. Like crashing on a reef, most of the primeval essence would break into emerald ripples and fuse back into the sea. A small amount of primeval essence was expended, turning into a small hint of invisible energy, penetrating into the white-colored light aperture wall. Rise again, Fang Yuan thought as the emerald ripples became larger in scale. The waves earlier were like rabbits and dogs, but now they were like troops of horses, marching towards the aperture walls. A horse-like dragon, the waves like the heavens. The primeval essence was expended quickly, and the water level fell sharply. Splash, splash, splash. The waves struck relentlessly, finally resulting in a change. The white-colored wall shook suddenly, the originally mild white color radiating an eye-piercing brilliance. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan was overjoyed as he knew that the crucial part had arrived, and he quickly activated all of his primeval essence to rush at the walls. The white light grew brighter, the light rays distorted and tangling together, giving people a feeling of thickness. After more than 10 breaths, white strips of light bands appeared on the light wall, and the strips collided with each other like water flowing non-stop. In the process of collision, they continued to combine and merge, forming a white flowing light. Finally, the flowing light gathered into one piece and completely covered the light wall. The white light dimmed, and the original white light wall of the aperture was gone, replaced by a layer of spherical-shaped white water wall. The light wall's surface was smooth with no impurities. The water wall, however, was thicker than the light wall, the ripples of light flowing and flickering on it. The primeval sea regained its peace, the aperture still having 20% primeval essence left. I advanced to middle stage. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, opening his eyes. The bright sunlight creeped in through the openings in the curtains. Unknowingly, the night had passed, and it was already morning. Fang Yuan didn't come to class today. Look guys, his seat is empty. He's so bold. Today's lesson is taught by the Academy Elder, yet he dared to not show up. This is bad. The Elder's expression is ugly. It seems that Fang Yuan is in trouble. In the Academy, the youngsters discussed softly. A few glanced towards Fang Yuan's empty seat, as well as the Academy Elder's darkening expression. Ever since he started the extortion, Fang Yuan stood against everyone in the class. Seeing him in trouble, all the students were excited for what was to come. The Academy Elder's expression was stiff as he explained the crux of nurturing the aperture while secretly staring at Fang Yuan's seat. He laughed coldly in his heart. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, I was still worried about not being able to catch your weak point yesterday, and here you give it to me today. You are after all a 15-year-old teenager. I have overestimated you. His ugly expression was mostly fake. His motive was to use this opportunity to find trouble with Fang Yuan and punish him, eliminating his increasing dominance in class. Undeniably, as time passed, Fang Yuan's dominating presence was getting stronger, causing the other students to be barely catching their breaths. A one-sided dominance was not what the Academy Elder wanted to see. He wanted to see the entire class shining. Men! The Academy Elder raised a finger and knocked lightly on the table. Elder, your subjects are here. The 2 guards standing outside at the door entered. The Academy Elder snorted in public. This Fang Yuan is getting out of hand, being so lazy and skipping classes right under my nose. Go to the hostel and bring him here for me. Yes, Elder. The guards went on their way. Seeing the guards disappear outside the door, the academy burst into discussion noises. Numerous students joined in the conversation. Fang Yuan is in deep shit now, someone said with his eyes shining brightly. Hee, we have a show to watch later. Another laughed in pleasure towards Fang Yuan's misery. Big brother, you are too arrogant. This is challenging the elder's authority. No matter what punishment it is, you had it coming. Guyu Fangzhang looked at the empty seat, sighing internally. Bam, bam, bam. The academy elder with a strict expression slammed the desk thrice. Silence. No talking in class. His aura at this moment was like a volcano about to erupt, causing fear in others. Immediately, the academy fell into pin-drop silence. The students fearfully shut up, quickly getting into position. Except, although their expression was so, their thoughts were already deep into this matter. The class continued, the youngsters not concentrating at all. A few students by the window looked out constantly. As time passed, after a while, footsteps could be heard at the door. Instantly the students' ears twitched, tens of eyes showing bright expressions. Arriving, the academy elder heard the footsteps too and narrowed his eyes as a result. He had already thought of how to deal with Fang Yuan. He'll punish him to stand outside for 3 hours. Although the punishment was not heavy, it was enough for him to be humiliated. Throughout lessons, students entering and leaving would see Fang Yuan standing there. This way, it would ruin Fang Yuan's image of invincibility. When the students realized that Fang Yuan was nothing special, the impact he has on them would be greatly reduced. This would result in them gaining courage and stir their competitive spirit. The great part was, since Fang Yuan's punishment came from the academy, this would improve the academy's reputation. Only with reverence will they obey. Thus, while the method is simple, it has deep intentions underneath. The footsteps got closer, and finally someone stood outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knocking sounds could be heard. Hee, I will open it. The student near the door volunteered and enthusiastically went to open the door. The academy quietened down, numerous eyes staring at the door. Crack. The door was easily opened by the student, exposing a gap. Sunlight infiltrated from the gap. The student opening the door suddenly froze, shuddering suddenly. Ah! He was stunned for a second before suddenly screaming, subconsciously taking a large step backwards. His body knocked onto the desk and he instantly lost his balance, falling with the table onto the ground. The boy's face was pale, his expression horrified, limbs trembling and unable to exert strength. Lying on the floor, he frantically tried to get up, but fell back down again and again. What's wrong? In a moment everyone was astonished, all of them frowning deeply. Numerous gazes curiously looked towards the door. The door was slowly pushed open by the person outside. The academy elder stopped his lecture out of reflex. What everyone saw first was a hand on the door. A teenager's left hand. A left hand with dripping blood. A bloody hand. Seeing this bloody hand, many of the female students covered their mouths and screamed in terror. The door slowly opened fully. The brightness of the sunlight pricked everyone's eyes, causing them to squint. With the bright sunlight as his background, a dark shadow attached to a thin teenager appeared before everyone. He didn't know why, but the academy elder felt a strong feeling of unease in his heart. It's Fang Yuan. Someone screamed out loudly. Everyone who had gotten used to the sunlight could clearly see who the person was. What met their eyes was Fang Yuan, bathed in blood, standing outside the door as if he had gone through an intense battle. His left hand slowly retracted, his right hand grabbing onto some hair, dragging along a person. The person's left arm was entirely detached from the base. He was lying there motionless, evidently unconscious. Blood on his left shoulder gushed out. It's one of the guards who went to look for Fang Yuan. Someone recognized the person's identity. What exactly happened? Someone was going berserk. He murdered again. This time he killed the guards. Someone pointed at Fang Yuan, screaming in horror, getting louder and louder, as if it would purge the terror and fear in his heart. At once, the academy was rowdy. Many students forgot the rules at this time and stood up from their seats. They looked towards Fang Yuan with fear, shock, and nervous expressions. In their imaginations, Fang Yuan would be dragged here by the guards left and right. But the truth was, Fang Yuan bathed in blood, his expression cool like a devil approaching. The two guards, one missing while the other lying motionless, blood oozing from his body quickly forming a puddle. A thick scent of blood permeated the academy. The academy elder was stunned. He did not anticipate such a scene. After his shock came intense rage. The two guards were merely external martial artists. So what if they died? The academy elder did not really care. But the crucial point was their identity. They were the academy's guards, representing the academy's prestige, representing the academy elder's face. This Fang Yuan was simply too bold. Not only did he kill Gao Wan, now he even went and murdered the academy's guards. No, this isn't just being bold. He was practically provoking, challenging the clan academy's prestige. The academy elder flew into a rage, pointing at Fang Yuan, screaming, "Fang Yuan, what is this? You have to give me an explanation, a good reason to spare you. If not, with the crime of murdering the guards, you will be thrown in jail, awaiting the clan verdict." The students all shuddered. Even the windows trembled, the entire academy reverbing with the academy elder's screams. Only Fang Yuan was calm-looking. His eyes dyed a deep miasma, behaving like usual, unable to see any change in his emotions. After looking around, Fang Yuan let go of his right arm, and with a plop, the guard's head fell into the puddle of blood, splashing onto Fang Yuan's pants. He cupped his fists towards the academy elder, his calm voice echoing throughout the silent academy. "Academy elder, I truly have something to report. Speak." The academy elder spoke with both arms behind his back, arching his head as he looked at Fang Yuan, his expression ice-cold. Laughing coldly in his heart, he thought, "Fang Yuan, you're making more and more mistakes, increasing the severity. I'll see how you're going to explain yourself." Inside the academy, everyone's attention was on Fang Yuan. Their expressions showed shock, fear, mockery, and callousness. Fang Yuan paid no attention to these people. He looked at the academy elder with a stern expression, with his finger pointing towards the fainted guard. Reporting to elder, these two guards had impure motives, devious intentions. They broke into my room when I was at the crucial moment of breaking through into the middle stage. As everyone knows, a Gu master cultivating cannot be interrupted, especially so when one is trying to break through into higher realms. A moment of distraction would not only cause the breakthrough to fail, but their aperture would also get damaged. Thankfully my luck was good, because at the moment where they barged in, I had already stepped into the middle stage. However, before the masses had reacted, Fang Yuan continued, "These two did not admit their mistakes earlier. To my surprise, they boasted shamelessly about wanting to get rough with me, even scolding our clan's ancestors, lying that the act of disturbing my cultivation was the esteemed elder's decision. Your student did not believe so, and resisted furiously. These two had strong martial arts, and I had to fight for life before finally defeating these two people. But seeing as they were the academy guards, your student did not kill them immediately. I merely cut off one of his arms and the leg of the other person. Although there was quite some blood loss, they are still alive. That is my report for this matter. Please uphold justice for me, esteemed elder." Having said so, he cupped his fists towards the academy elder. His tone was urgent, saying a ton of information and leaving no room for others to interrupt. After he had finished, the surrounding people slowly started to react. "What did Fang Yuan say earlier? I did not catch it." "I think he said he advanced to the middle stage." "How is that possible? He is just a C-grade trash. To think that he actually advanced to the middle stage first." "He definitely lied. He is afraid of the academy's punishment. Thus he lied." The students discussed loudly. When compared to Fang Yuan's advancement to the middle stage, the two guards' lives no longer mattered. They were not Gyu clan members. Who cares if they're dead or alive? "You said you advanced to rank 1 middle stage?" The Academy elder's voice was ice-cold, his expression unforgiving. Fang Yuan, this is not a laughing matter. If you admit your wrongdoing now, I can still take into account that this is your first mistake and deal with you leniently. If you want to continue lying and attempting to cover up your mistakes, then I can tell you now, lies are easily seen through. Fang Yuan did not explain himself further. He laughed lightly and said to the Academy elder, "Please inspect, elder." Even without his words, the Academy elder had already moved forward. He placed his hand on Fang Yuan's abdomen, placing a trace of his spirit into it. Immediately he saw the inside of Fang Yuan's aperture. Within the aperture, there was no goo. The spring-autumn cicada had already hidden itself. A rank 6 goo is way superior than a rank 3 Academy elder, so if it wanted to hide, it would not be found easily. As for the liquor worm, Fang Yuan had placed it into the dormitory's wine reserves and did not bring it along. The Academy elder, with his eyes shut, could see a green copper primeval sea, calm as still water. Drops of primeval essence inside were all emerald green colors of middle-stage primeval essence. Seeing the aperture walls, the white-colored aperture walls were glowing with reflected light as if they were all made of water. Gushes of water flow rapidly moved along the wall. Water wall. He really advanced to the middle stage. How is this possible? The Academy elder shouted in his heart, a sign of shock under his calm expression. But he tried to hide it to the best of his ability, his face still expressionless. A moment later, after he had digested this fact, he drew back his hand, speaking in a solemn voice. It is indeed middle stage. The students had been holding their breaths, awaiting the results. The Academy elder's verdict caused a huge commotion in the Academy. The students were full of bewilderment and shock, each of their faces showing immense disbelief. Fang Yuan was only a C grade, but yet he was the first to break through into the middle stage. This was against common sense. For a Gu master's cultivation and breaking through realms, the most important aspect should be talent. How is this possible? A C grade was the first to advance. How would this make those A grade, B grades feel? This. Gu Yufang Zheng's face was pale. He was still confident last night, but now that reality sat in front of him, he was unable to accept such a fact and fell to the ground. Gu Yumo clenched his fists, and Gu Yu Chichun hatefully gritted his teeth. The Academy elder could not be easily fooled, so how did Fang Yuan manage to do it? At once, all the youngsters stared at Fang Yuan, having one question in their hearts. With that C-grade talent, how did he advance? The Academy elder's heart was similarly full of doubt. Under such great empuzzlement, he ignored the idea of suppressing Fang Yuan and asked directly, Fang Yuan, I hope you can explain this. How did you manage to advance to middle stage? Fang Yuan laughed silently. Heaven rewards the hard-working, and as a result of students' persistent training, I managed to advance smoothly. Lies. Tisk, if heaven rewarded the hard-working, I'd be first long ago. Diligently studying and training? Some time ago, I still saw him strolling around the shop district. The students were evidently not satisfied with such an answer. Is that so? The Academy elder replied neutrally, his gaze staring at Fang Yuan, emitting pressure. Fang Yuan's expression was candid, making eye contact with the elder without fear. His body was bathed in blood, his linen shirt messy, as if he had gone through an intense battle. A pair of black abyss-like eyes, showing a kind of peacefulness, indifference, and even hiding a hint of amusement. Seeing such a gaze, the Academy elder's heart wavered. This Fang Yuan, he is not afraid, not fearful, not threatened, and not shocked. How can he be interrogated by me right here? With his C-grade talent being the first to advance to middle stage, there has to be a secret. But since he does not want to say it, as the Academy elder, I cannot forcefully interrogate him. It seems I can only investigate this privately. Thinking of this, the Academy elder retracted his gaze and his cold expression became milder. Fang Yuan, however, did not let the matter go. Your student is frightened, esteemed elder. How are you going to deal with these two guards? They have lost a lot of blood. If they are not treated soon, they might die. Frightened? You, the Academy elder retorted in his mind. His brows frowned deeply. At this point, as the person in charge of the Academy, he had to step forward and settle this. But how should I resolve this? The Academy elder could not help but feel troubled. He silently began to think. Fang Yuan took all of the Academy elder's change in expressions into consideration. He laughed internally. The Academy elder must be really troubled now. These two guards, they were merely outsiders. Their lives cheap as grass. In normal times, no one would care if they died. But now the situation was different. They were sent out by the Academy elder. If they really died, the Academy elder would lose his reputation. Thus, the guards could not die. The Academy elder is going to save them. The part that truly troubles the Academy elder is Fang Yuan's verdict. In his original plan, Fang Yuan first played truant, and then killed the guards. This could be said to be defying his teachers, being arrogant and self-centered. According to the clan rules, he'd be thrown into the clan jail, reflecting upon his mistakes inside. But when adding in the matter of Fang Yuan's advancement to middle stage, these wrongdoings became very different. Fang Yuan played truant and killed the guards because he was cultivating. This was reasonable. The crucial part was he was successful in advancing to the middle stage and became the first in this class. This allowed him to be on the side of reason. Just what did Fang Yuan rely on to advance to middle stage? This secret would be discussed later. Winners win all, losers lose all. The world only cares about result. No one would reprimand such an outstanding junior. The Academy elder could not execute any punishments on him. What is the Academy for? It is to nurture outstanding Gu masters and inject fresh blood into the clan. Now that we have such an aspiring young man, you as the Academy elder still wants to find trouble with him? That would be neglecting your role. Just like a student who got good results, as a teacher he should be encouraging and praising him instead of punishing and criticizing. A teacher who punishes and scolds a student for his good results is not one that would ever be recognized. Perhaps the other elders would secretly cause problems for Fang Yuan because they fear Fang Yuan's future prospects, or because of grudges and past grievances. But him alone, the esteemed Academy elder, cannot do such a thing. Because he is in charge of the Academy, he has to be impartial, at least on the surface. These are the rules. Do I just let him go like this? It was not easy finding a weakness of his. The Academy elder was indignant. He knew in his heart that all the youngsters in the Academy were merely spectators of this matter. They can only look at the matter as entertainment, but are unable to see the crucial point in this. They are unable to experience the excitement in this battle. The truth is, this is the one time where he, as the Academy elder, was battling against Fang Yuan the student. First he grabbed hold of the rules and was bent on punishing Fang Yuan, removing his strong image in front of the other students. Next, Fang Yuan retaliated. His actions may seem rash, but it hit the matter on the point, and with the excuse of advancing to the middle stage, he got back his argument. As for those two unlucky guards, they were merely sacrificial pawns who were implicated by the two's battle of wits. This Fang Yuan, he is too cunning. If he had really killed the two guards, I can still retaliate against him with this reason. Although his talent is lackluster, with such a meticulous and experienced method, it is hard to believe that he is just a 15-year-old. The worst part is, I cannot retaliate. No wonder back in those days, the clan had rumors about his early awakened intelligence. The Academy elder suddenly realized he had lost. His loss was due to his status. He was the elder in charge of the Academy. This was both his strength and weakness. One's strength is also one's weakness. Fang Yuan had understood this logic long ago. The Academy elder was both helpless and frustrated. He had asked Fang Yuan to explain, and in actuality Fang Yuan's explanation was full of loopholes and easily exposable. These guards were chosen by the Academy elder himself. They would not be so rash and retarded to scold the Guyu ancestors. Fang Yuan's words were on purpose. It was blatant accusation, framing and laying a trap in front of the other party. The Academy elder was clear of this, but he knew that he could not pursue the matter. This was a trap. Once he looked into it, the truth would be revealed, and how would he handle this matter? If he did not punish Fang Yuan, the two guards would be pitifully framed. And as the Academy Elder, if he does not handle things impartially, how can anyone trust him? If he punished Fang Yuan, that would be suppressing and displaying jealousy of the talented. To suppress a junior of the clan for two servants who were not part of the clan, this matter would trigger the unhappiness of the clansmen. Thus, the best way to resolve this was to pretend to not see anything, and treat these two guards as discarded pieces. Admitting that they had performed a huge mistake, as well as praising Fang Yuan. This way, the clansmen would be satisfied, and the deceived guards, without additional information, would think of this as being impartial. If he handled the matter like this, it would give the Academy Elder the largest benefit. Logic told the Academy Elder that this is the way to handle it. But emotionally, he could not take it lying down. This Fang Yuan was too devious. The Academy Elder not only failed to suppress Fang Yuan, but he himself became the stepping stone for Fang Yuan, getting humiliated in public. Fang Yuan did not show the slightest respect for him and dared to oppose him like this in public, causing this esteemed Academy Elder to suffer such humiliation and frustration. The point was, in future, if these two guards felt indignant and wanted to reveal the truth, as the Academy Elder, if he wanted to maintain his image and position, he would have to be the first to step up and suppress them. But this was all caused by Fang Yuan. What sort of feeling is this? For example, it would be like Fang Yuan pooping on the Academy Elder's face, but the Elder himself still has to praise him and at the same time, clean his butt for him. If anyone wanted to point out that there was poop on his face, he has to be the first to shut that person up. This feeling of grievance, it was almost unbearable for the Academy Elder. There was a growing urge in his heart to give Fang Yuan a few tight slaps. But finally, the Academy Elder stretched out his arm and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Good lad. The Academy Elder's face was dim like still water, forcing the words out of his mouth. It is all thanks to the Academy's nurturing, Fang Yuan replied plainly. The corner of the Academy Elder's eye twitched. Everything was going according to Fang Yuan's calculations. Thereafter, the Academy Elder ordered the Healing Gu Master to save the two guards. The guards were saved, but they had suffered heavy injuries and were almost crippled, ending up getting fired from the Academy by the Elder. Fang Yuan did not receive any punishments. On the contrary, he received compliments thoroughly. This result caused much fear in the other youngsters. But this issue was far from over. As time flowed, the commotion spread to the rest of the clan. Fang Yuan, being the first to advance to the middle stage with his C-grade talent, became the after-meal gossip of the entire clan. After meals and tea breaks, everyone was discussing this matter. Subsequent to the initial peculiarity, everyone started to guess the secret behind Fang Yuan's quick advancement. Actually, with a C-grade talent, surpassing a grade and B grade to advance first into middle stage is not something that's strange. True, there are many methods in this world that can achieve such a thing. Take the relic goo for example. Once this goo is used, the aperture walls would be enhanced and it will assist the cultivation to rise by a small realm, being the easiest method of breaking through. At once, the crowd's discussion evolved into all sorts of possible answers and methods. As for theories about liquor worms and external sources of primeval essence, these ideas were also naturally brought up by many people. If Fang Yuan revealed the existence of the liquor worm at the start, there would not have been such a commotion. But because he hid it, this resulted in the curiosity of many people being raised. Although it appeared peaceful, Guyu village had an undercurrent brewing. Numerous eyes were watching the Academy Elder, all waiting for his explanation. As the Academy Elder, if he did not know how a student that he had taught himself had advanced, that would be negligence of his role. Thus, the Academy Elder had to give an explanation. Days passed by. The second youngster to break through the initial stage and advance to middle stage appeared. It was Guyu Mo Bei. Soon after, with just a 3-hour difference, Guyu Fangzheng advanced too. He was, after all, dragged down by the lack of primeval stones. Of course, there was also the reason of him being traumatized by Fang Yuan. The third was Guyu Qichun. Even if he had Guyu Qilian's infused primeval essence, the method's effectiveness was not very high and could only be performed once every 3 days, adding to the fact that it was very risky. But with his C-grade talent, Getting third position was already a success. On the fifth day, the Academy Elder once again handed out subsidies. Gu Yu Fong Yuan. He stood at the front, calling out Fong Yuan's name first. Fong Yuan stood up and walked towards him with a plain expression. The youngster's attention was on him as he moved, revealing all sorts of envy, jealousy, inspection, and hatred. Not one was the same. Today, the elder is not only handing out resources, he is also appointing the chairman and vice chairman positions. As expected, the first to be called up was Fong Yuan. He is the first to advance. The title of chairman belongs to him. It is hard to imagine that this would be the result. Before this, I thought it would be Fong Zhang who would come first. He was the first to advance to middle stage. It is so peculiar. There has to be a huge secret, but he refuses to tell us. Hee. If it was me, I wouldn't tell anyone either. Keep quiet and prosper. As the students conversed, Fong Yuan arrived in front of the Academy Elder. Guyu Fong Yuan, you are the first Gu Master to reach rank 1 middle stage in this class. So this is your reward. Saying so, he handed him a white and blue money bag. Fong Yuan received the money bag and opened it in public, peeking inside. Be rest assured, there's a total of 30 primeval stones inside. The Academy would not shortchange you. The Academy Elder smiled. Frankly speaking, he would never have expected that the first youngster to advance to middle stage would be Fong Yuan. However, Fong Yuan did not listen to the Academy Elder. He rarely trusted others and only believed in himself. He checked carefully and found that it was indeed 30 primeval stones, not one less. He then placed the money bag into his bosom pocket. The Academy Elder, upon seeing this action, thought that his finances were tight, and could not help but smile even more brightly. I guess so, he is after all a C-grade talent. Rushing to the middle stage, his primeval stone expenditure had to be huge. He has no funding from anyone as well, thus he has to be tight on primeval stones. As long as he has a need for primeval stones, we'll not be afraid of him leaving the control of the clan. Once he enters the clan system, he would not be able to keep that secret. So even if we can't investigate it, one day he will tell us. Towards this, the Academy Elder was full of confidence. The truth is, after that day he had sent people to investigate Fong Yuan in secret. Almost every day there would be progress in the search. But evidently, those people had not found out that Fong Yuan has a few hundred primeval stones in his possession, and was actually rather rich. The Academy Elder continued and said, Fong Yuan, you are the first to step into rank 1 middle stage, and according to the Academy rules, you not only will receive 30 primeval stones as reward, but you will also gain priority in choosing your second Gu soon after. Right now, I shall appoint you as class chairman. Fong Yuan was appointed as chairman after all. Upon hearing this, a few students sighed. Damn it! Guyu Mo gritted his teeth, feeling indignant. Humph! Guyu Chi-chun crossed his limbs, staring at the scene coldly. The one that was affected the most was Fong Yuan's brother, Guyu Fong Zheng. His face was pale, and his expression looked uncertain, a dark cloud looming over his head. Ordinary students, upon seeing the chairman and vice chairman, have to bow and pay respects. With my results, I will definitely be a vice chairman. But from now on, when I see Big Brother, I'll have to pay my respects to him. Hold on. But at this moment, Fong Yuan spoke. He smiled faintly to the Academy Elder and said slowly, Esteemed Elder, your student here is not gifted and does not have high wisdom, hence being unable to properly take on the role of chairman. This role should be given to talented people. What? You mean you do not want to be chairman? As the chairman, you'll get 10 primeval stones every time. Are you sure you want to reject it? The Academy Elder frowned deeply as he spoke. For the last tens of years of teaching, he had not seen anyone reject this position. Actually, he had already given much thought about this matter, and letting Fong Yuan be class chairman had its merits. Once he was the chairman, he would be inside the clan system. Fong Yuan will have to carry out his duties at the same time while enjoying his treatment. No matter what the chairman's role was, the least he had to do was to stop extorting his classmates. This was definitely not something a class chairman can do. This is like before, even though the Academy Elder was humiliated by Fang Yuan, he still had to praise him for his excellent cultivation results. As someone bound by the system, he would not be able to do as he pleases when handling matters, and many times he'd be left with no choice. Of course, this was not because the Academy Elder was displeased with Fang Yuan extorting so many primeval stones every time. He was thinking for the entire board of students. Once Fang Yuan becomes chairman and stops extorting, this would allow the other teenagers to have a breather under Fang Yuan's pressure. Next, with some push of a hand, it would result in a multi-way competition among the families. As long as he can nurture the clan's hopeful seeds, Fang Zhang, Mo Bei and Qi Chun, what is the cost of sacrificing a small role of a chairman? And yet, although he had a good plan, the truth was very different from what he expected. Fang Yuan rejected it. He actually rejected it. Although this position is small, it is the first representation of honor among these hot-blooded youngsters. Besides honor, as the chairman, they get 10 primeval stones as resources each time. This temptation, no youngster has ever resisted it before. But Fang Yuan actually rejected. Fang Yuan looked at the stunned elder and asked him back, "Did the academy rules state that the first has to be chairman? The position of chairman, is it irrefusable?" The academy elder replied with a cold expression. "Of course there are no such heartless rules." Fang Yuan laughed. "Thank you, elder, for your understanding." Saying so, he cupped his fists and walked back to his seat. The students who saw this scene with their own eyes all flew into a commotion. At once, the academy was lively. Fang Yuan actually rejected it? Are you kidding me? Is he sick in the head? Not sure why he's acting crazy. But he's gonna regret this later. Fang Yuan gave up on being chairman. This means I am the chairman? Happiness came too quickly, and the second place Mo Bei could not react in time. Qi Chun showed a look of disbelief. He was unable to comprehend that someone actually gave up the spot of chairman. He has to be beyond stupid. Big brother? Fang Zhang stared with huge eyes as he looked at Fang Yuan disappointedly. According to his results, Fang Zhang was assured to be vice chairman. But when Fang Yuan gave up the position, Fang Zhang felt that this position no longer had any meaning. The academy elder's face was dark this time, really dark. The last time when Fang Yuan skipped class, although he looked angry, it was just an act for the others to see. But this time he was in a bad mood, worse than before. Fang Yuan gave up the position of chairman. This means he is rejecting the clan system. The elder had governed the academy for tens of years, but this was the first time he saw such a student, rejecting this huge temptation. He wanted to invite Fang Yuan into the trap, but since he wouldn't enter, the academy elder was helpless. The giving out of subsidies ended. Mo Bei claimed the position of chairman with his result of being second. Fang Zhang and Qi Chun each became vice chairman. The class chairman was given 10 primeval stones. The vice chairman got 5. A few students who were not from well-to-do families were so envious that they almost drooled when seeing the 3 students' primeval stones. The wheel of red fire. The sun slowly sank down on the west side of the mountain range. Its light was not eye-piercing, but it was a sort of bright and gentle ray. The west sky was dyed a shade of blushful red, the sunset glow continuously spreading out. It was just like an imperial concubine who had just been rewarded, happily crowding around the emperor, wanting to sleep together with him. Qing Mao Mountain was engulfed entirely in a sea of rose-red color. Each of the tall pillared buildings and houses were also draped over with a layer of golden yarn. The surrounding forest planted around the academy seemed like it was wiped with a faint stratum of oil. The wind blew slowly, and as the students walked out of the classroom with their bosoms carrying the primeval stones that were just passed out, they were in a relaxed and calm state of mind. I really don't know what Fang Yuan is thinking. To actually give up on the role of class chairman. Hehehe, his brain is fried. I bet he thinks of killing people all day. Let's not concern ourselves with this kind of crazy guy. Come to think of it, that day when he burst into the academy, I was really freaked out. It was just so terrifying. I had a nightmare on the day itself after I went home. The students were in groups of 2s and 3s as they walked. Good day, class chairman. Greetings, class chairman. Aha. Guyu Mobe swaggered around as he walked, and wherever he went the students would bow and greet him without exception. His face was unable to stifle the expressions of excitement and infatuation. This was the fascination of authority itself. Even if it was just a tiny bit of difference in status, it could also make a person even more confident in his own self-worth. Right now, as the dying sun looked as red as blood, Mobe watched it while his heart sang. How is it that I have never realized before? This sunset's rosiness sure is adorable. Humph, going head over heels just because of becoming a chairman, as if it's so amazing. Guyu Chi-chung purposely walked behind, since he just didn't want to greet Guyu Mobe at all. I really have no idea what Fang Yuan is thinking about, to think he actually let go of the position of chairman. However, it's also a good thing, or else me as the third. How could I have been able to obtain the role of vice chairman? Guyu Chi-chung was confused in his heart, but he also felt happiness and relief. Good day, vice chairman. At this moment, a normal student walked past him and immediately bowed to greet him. Heh. Good day to you too. Guyu Chi-chung instantly nodded, his face full of smiles. Once the student was gone, Chi-chung naturally thought, the taste of vice chairman is rather pleasant. I'm sure the feeling of being the class chairman is even better. If only I was not the vice chairman, but the chairman himself, how good that would be. The Chi-chung who had just been rejoicing earlier was now already filled with insatiable greed, starting to amass expectations for the role of class chairman. Under the system of the clan, each rank that was higher than the last was just like a carrot getting bigger than the previous one, deeply enticing him. Although I am only a C-grade talent, but I believe that everything will get better and better. Guyu Chi-chung was full of hope for his future. However, right now, the other vice chairman Guyu Fangzhang was feeling very much terrible in his heart, his face expression also quite unsightly. Big brother, you? He looked wide-eyed with disbelief at the academy's gate entrance, where a lone figure stood. Old rules as usual. Every person one piece of primeval stone. Fang Yuan stood while hugging his arms, his tone dull. Fang Zheng's mouth opened and closed a few times. Then after some moments of effort he finally said, Big brother. But I am the vice chairman now. That's true. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he nodded, giving Fang Zhang an indifferent look. The vice chairman receives an allowance of 5 pieces each time, so you should give up 3 pieces instead. Fang Zhang was flabbergasted, and for a moment he was unable to say a word. A group of teenagers were crowding around Guyu Mobe as they walked over. When they saw Fang Yuan blocking the school gate entrance, Guyu Mobe flew into a rage, his finger pointing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you sure have the guts to actually still dare hold us back. Right now I am the chairman, and as a normal student when you see me, you should first bow and greet me. What answered him next was Fang Yuan's fist. Guyu Mobe was caught unexpected. After being hit by the fist, he could not refrain from retreating a few big steps backwards, his face full of disbelief. You hit me, you actually dared to hit me? I am but the chairman. What answered him again was still Fang Yuan's fists. Bang, bang, bang. After a few rounds of exchanging offensive and defensive blows, Guyu Mobe was knocked down to the floor by Fang Yuan, and he fell unconscious. The surrounding youths were all wide-eyed as they watched, all of them unsure of how to react for a moment. This was totally different from their imaginations. The guards at the gate entrance had also been watching everything that happened under their eyelids. They could not help but whisper among themselves. Fang Yuan just knocked down the new class chairman. What do we do? Salad dressing. What do you mean? It means just watch them. Then call some other guys and tidy up the place. But, hey, you want to provoke a person like Fang Yuan? I hope you remember what happened to Wang De and Wu Er. The questioning guard immediately quivered and stopped saying any more. The 2 guards at the huge gate entrance stood perfectly straight and upright. To let an incident happen right beside them, it was as if they were deaf and blind, unable to hear or see anything. After Fang Yuan sorted out Guyu Mobe, he also dealt with Fang Zhang and Chi-chung. It was then that the other teenagers realized that nothing had changed. Fang Yuan was still the same old Fang Yuan, and the extortion would still continue as always. Each of you hand over 1 piece of primeval stone, Vice Chairman 3 pieces, Class Chairman 8 pieces. Fang Yuan announced the new rules. The youths could only sigh and obediently fish out their primeval stones. When they walked out of the school gates, suddenly someone slapped his head and exclaimed loudly, "I've thought of it." No wonder Fang Yuan did not want the position of class chairman. He wanted to continue extorting us. That's right. Every time he does it, he would get about 59 pieces of primeval stones, and right now it's gone up to about 68 pieces. If he was the class chairman, he'd only get 10 pieces. Quite a few of them were enlightened. He's too treacherous, too cunning, too savage. Some of them were slapping their thighs, full of hatred and resentment. This way it means that there's nothing extraordinary about the position of class and vice chairman. They'll also be extorted and be left with 2 pieces, just like the rest of us. It was unknown who just spoke, but when the youngsters heard it, they all could not help but turn silent. Bang! The academy elder slapped the table fiercely, feeling extremely furious. This Fang Yuan is just too absurd. What is he trying to do? To go as far as to continue extorting, taking 8 pieces from the class chairman and 3 pieces from the vice chairman. With this, what is the difference of being a class and vice chairman in comparison with the other normal students? The academy elder tried his best to suppress his voice, but his tone was filled with fury. When Fang Yuan rejected the position of class chairman, it meant rejecting his own integration into the clan system. In strict terms, this was a sort of betrayal towards the clan itself. This was enough to make the academy elder very angry. Immediately after that, Fang Yuan had gone to extort his fellow classmates. His hand reach was getting further, and this had already gone beyond the academy elder's bottom line. After the extortion this time, the influence of class chairman and vice chairman would be completely weakened. Over time, the normal students would lose their respect and interest for these 2 positions. While Fang Yuan's actions this time seemed small, the meaning behind it was rather heavy. It was pretty much using oneself's own strength to challenge the clan system. This was something the academy elder totally did not wish to see. He was raising the clan's fresh new hopes, not the clan's traitors. Yet despite knowing Fang Yuan had gone and challenged his baseline, he knew that he was unable to do anything to handle the matter. If he really did, the first one who would not let him go would be the clan head. The second and third person to have opinions against him would be Guyu Qilian and Guyu Mo Chun. The clan head put in all his hopes onto Guyu Fangzheng, for Fangzheng was the only A-grade talent in 3 years. The clan leader needed a tenacious and independent genius, not a fragile and delicate flower who was cared for. At the same time, for Qilian and Mo Chun, they also had placed their hopes onto their own respective grandsons, hoping that their grandchildren would grow in the midst of setbacks and frustrations. If the academy elder acted and replaced the students in punishing Fang Yuan, once word got out, then there would be the sayings of Mo and Qi family's future successors could not beat Fang Yuan and could only let the elders help them out. How unpleasant that would be. This would inevitably be a huge blow towards the fame and honor of the Mo and Qi family. Of course, the academy elder was not afraid of a small little Fang Yuan, but he was instead worried that his intervention would attract pressure from the 3 sides, the clan head, Mo and Qi bloodline. They pretty much made up of almost the entire Guyu high authorities. As a lowly elder, how could he possibly endure? The root of this matter still goes back to Fang Yuan's secret. What in the world did he rely on to break through to the middle stage? The academy elder restrained the fire in his heart and shot his gaze at the 3 investigation reports on his table. The first report showed extensive info about Fang Yuan's family background. Fang Yuan was born into a good family. There was nothing strange about his identity, and his life experience was perfectly clean and spotless. Both his parents had passed away, and he was taken in by his uncle and aunt. However, they did not get along, and ever since he attended the academy, Fang Yuan had always stayed in the academy hostel. The second report was about Fang Yuan's life records. He had showed early intelligence during junior age, and was seen optimistically by the clansmen, predicted to be a possible A-grade talent. Yet, after the awakening ceremony, he was tested to be a C-grade, greatly disappointing the clan. The third report was on Fang Yuan's recent trail. His everyday life patterns were very simple and he had a rigid schedule. During the day he would always be attending lessons in the academy, and in the night he would always sleep in the dormitories. He was extremely hard-working in his cultivation, and would always enter a Gu master's cultivation every night, nurturing his aperture. There were times he would go out to the villages only in to have better meals and buy wine to drink. He had a special affection towards wine, and loved to drink the green bamboo wine. Under his hostel bed he kept tens of pots of green bamboo wine. The academy elder looked carefully again at the 3 reports, his heart forming a deeper impression of Fang Yuan again. Both his parents died early, and he was unable to get along with his uncle and aunt. No wonder this brat Fang Yuan does not have a sense of belonging towards the clan. He was personally crowned as a genius among all by the clansmen, yet they also personally plucked him out of the sky and threw him down to the earth. No wonder he is so wild and unruly, and so peculiarly cold and detached. His life is so simple and he is assiduous towards cultivation. This is him holding back his breath, unwilling to concede. He wants to prove his ability to the clan. Thus that is why when I suppressed him, he retaliated so fiercely. Once the academy elder carefully thought until this point, he could not help but heave a sigh. The more he learnt about Fang Yuan, the more he understood Fang Yuan. Of course, understanding does not mean forgiving. Fang Yuan went against him, offending his dignity, rejecting to be class chairman, and even extorting his classmates. These were things he could not tolerate. Shaking the information in his hands, the academy elder frowned again. Although these reports are detailed, they have nothing to do with Fang Yuan's advancement secret. It has already been a few days. These people are atrocious. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, knocking sounds were heard on the door. Come inside, the academy elder said. The door opened. It was the clan head, Gu Yubo's personal guard. The clan leader has orders, esteemed elder. Please hurry to the main family pavilion. There is a matter to discuss. Oh, what's the matter? The academy elder stood up from his seat. He had felt the severity of the issue from the guard's tone and expression. The rank 4 Gu master Sir Jia Fu has come back. His brother Jia Jinshang has gone missing. The guard answered. Hiss. The academy elder instantly drew a mouthful of cold air. The moon, round like a wheel, was faintly discernible among the floating clouds. The academy elder hurriedly walked on the road, his face barely visible under the flickering moonlight. It was hard to survive in this world, and Gu masters going missing was a common thing. With his extensive life experience, the academy elder knew that under normal circumstances, these sort of sudden disappearances often spelled death. Anyone can die, but Jia Jinshang cannot, especially not dying in the Guyu village. His identity was special, his father being the Jia family head, his brother being the rank 4 Gu master Jia Fu. A rank 4 Gu master has yellow-gold primeval essence, and they have absurd fighting power. Within the Guyu clan, only the clan leader is rank 4 and can match up to him, while the other clan elders were all rank 3. The Jia family head was at an even higher cultivation level. He was a rank 5, and under his lead the Jia family rose to prosperity, becoming a large-sized clan and possessing the resources of an entire mountain, with a large number of clansmen. Compared to them, Guyu clan was just a middle-sized one. If the two clans fought, Guyu village would definitely have the disadvantage. The most crucial part was, if this matter was spread, the Guyu clan's reputation would be tarnished. Many merchants are vigilant in choosing their routes. Without the interaction with merchants, the Guyu clan's surplus local resources would not have an avenue to sell, and the external resources they required would not be purchasable. As time passes, they would definitely weaken. This matter is severe. If we do not handle it well, it would be a disaster. The academy elder worriedly rushed towards the clan head's pavilion. Once he stepped into the conference hall in the clan head's pavilion, the academy elder felt the solemn and serious atmosphere. The main seat was occupied by the current clan leader Gu Yubo. The fat and short Jia Fu brought along 5 to 6 followers with him and stood at the center of the hall, adopting an accusative stance. Under the bright light of the lamp, The solemn faces of the elders who were standing at side of their chairs were evident. Jiafu was a rank 4 Gu master, and since he was not sitting, these rank 3 clan elders naturally did not dare to sit. This was the deterrent force of a rank 4 Gu master. It was also a form of respect for power. Greetings! The clan elders were about to pay their respects, but they were stopped by the clan leader Gu Yubo's hands. Gu Yubo, who had grizzled white hair, was using his finger to rub his temple, a look of distress on his face. I'm not going to say more about the matter. The clan academy is always under your supervision. Let me ask you, where is Gu Yufang Yuan? The academy elder was shocked. Internally he thought, how does this have to do with that brat Fang Yuan? He answered politely, at this timing, he should be cultivating in the academy hostel. The clan leader sighed. Brother Jia is very suspicious now. He thinks that his brother Jia Jinshang's disappearance has something to do with Fang Yuan. I order you to go and bring him here immediately. The academy elder shuddered in his heart. Yes. He understood the severity of this issue, and hurriedly paid his respects before he turned around and left. Brother Jia, that Fang Yuan will be brought here immediately. Have a seat. Gu Yubo pointed at a seat near him and said to Jiafu. Jiafu laughed bitterly, cupping his fists at Gu Yubo. I apologize to Brother Guyu. I was really anxious then. It has already been days since I've seen my brother. I fear for the worst. I really cannot afford to wait. There are some things that only after losing them can they be understood. Jiafu only realized it in these few days. The reason why his father paired him up with the burdened Jia Jinshang for the caravan. It was to test his nature, seeing if he could, while suppressing his brother, remember their kinship, and at the same time take care of this little brother. If Jia Jinshang was dead now, how would his father view him? When he realized this point, he immediately held investigations in the caravan, and quickly set his target on the Guyu village. He rushed back without a single break. Now that he was standing, reluctant to sit, it was to create the impression that he was determined to get the culprit. This was both emitting pressure on the Guyu clan as well as giving his father a form of assurance when he returned to the Jia family. Reporting to clan leader Sir, Fang Yuan has been brought here. Quickly, the academy elder brought Fang Yuan to the hall. Guyu Fang Yuan pays his respects to clan elder, Sir Jiafu, and the various clan elders. Fang Yuan said with an expressionless face. It's him. Jiafu coldly observed Fang Yuan at the same time, asked a female Gu master. This female Gu master was the one who Fang Yuan bought the purple gold rock from at the gambling den. Yes, it's him. There is no mistake. The female Gu master stared at Fang Yuan, saying confidently. Jiafu nodded. Immediately his gaze was like two steel blades, slashing at Fang Yuan. But he did not interrogate openly, for this was the Guyu village, thus he had to give the Guyu clan leader some respect. Thus he looked towards the Guyu clan leader. The Guyu clan leader had a serious expression. He knew that Jiafu purposely conversed with the female Gu master loudly. It was not only to confirm Fang Yuan's identity, but also to assert his motive. He was implying to the Guyu clan head that he had the evidence in his hands. I have sufficient confidence, so you better not overly defend your own clansmen. This caused some displeasure in the Guyu clan leader's heart, thinking, you Jiafu lost your brother. It was your mistake to begin with. Now you come here to our Guyu village with an accusative stance. Do you think my Guyu clan can be easily bullied? My Guyu clan is impartial and works around based on logic. But don't be mistaken that this is a weakness. Thinking of this, he did not interrogate Fang Yuan immediately, but fiercely said to the female Gu master, did you see clearly? I'm not afraid to tell you this, but Fang Yuan has a twin brother who looks extremely identical to him. Are you really sure it's him? The female Gu master was just a rank 1, and under Gu Yubo's pressure, she instantly showed a hesitant and nervous expression. Jiafu frowned and took a step forward, blocking her from Gu Yubo's sight. Cupping his fists, he said, Brother Guyu, I've always respected the Guyu clan, especially the Guyu clan's 1st and 4th clan leader. These two were rank 5 powerhouses. One built the clan from scratch, where he went through tough times and created the Guyu family's 100-year foundation. Another was a benevolent hero, for to protect his clan he sacrificed himself, and is worth respecting. Brother Guyu, as the clan leader, I believe you will act impartial. Please interrogate this Fong Yuan. Hearing that his tone had softened, Guyubo nodded, but his heart had already decided. If this Fong Yuan was the culprit, then he would hand him over. After all, he was just a C grade. There is no loss in losing him, as long as it is able to settle this dispute. If Fang Zhang was the one who did it, Fang Yuan also has to take the blame. Fang Zhang is an A-grade genius, the only one in 3 years. The clan higher-ups still expect to nurture him greatly to go against that by Ning Bing from the Bai clan village. Fang Yuan, don't be nervous. Guyu clan leader smiled benevolently, using a gentle tone towards Fang Yuan. Let me ask you, do you know any information about that Jia Jinshang? Who is Jia Jinshang? Fang Yuan looked up and said calmly. He's lying. The female Gu master from the gambling den shrieked right as Fang Yuan finished his question. The people in the discussion hall, upon hearing this shrieking, frowned and all looked towards her. The female Gu master pointed at Fang Yuan, showing an agitated expression. It's him. It's him. At our gambling den, he bought 6 purple gold rocks, and the 5th was a mudskin toad. Young Master Jia saw it and tried to use 500 primeval stones to purchase it. This left a huge impression on me. Even if a year or 2 passes, I will not forget. Not only me, but the other Gu masters at the gambling den saw it too. Is that so? The Guyu clan leader's smile disappeared, showing a stiff expression and dragging his question towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan only nodded now, showing a hint of nervousness, and pretended to suddenly realize, oh, it's him. All right, if he's Jia Jinshang, then I do know him. But after the gambling den incident, I did not see him ever again. He's lying again. This time it was not the female Gu master, but a male Gu master who called out in public. Fang Yuan looked towards him, and as if he had recognized him, showed an expression of shock, but quickly tried to hide it. His expression changes were reflected in everyone's eyes. Everyone started to ponder. Esteemed sirs, I am an employee at the wine shop. The male Gu master first cupped his fists to everyone, and then vigorously pointed at Fang Yuan. That night, I saw clearly at the wine shop, he was sitting with young Master Jia Jinshang, and the two secretly conversed for a long time. Once he said so, the hall erupted into a clamor of soft discussions. The academy elder used a cold gaze and looked at Fang Yuan. The Guyu clan master moved backwards slightly, slowly leaning on the large chair. How can that be? Fang Yuan showed an obviously frantic expression, hurriedly saying, the wine shop had so many people. How can you recognize me just like that? You might be mistaken yourself. Haha, I am definitely not wrong. The male Gu master smiled, his gaze staring at Fang Yuan. At this moment he felt extremely confident. Not to mention it was young Master Jia Jinshang who, coming to our wine shop, we have to take care of him carefully. Even if it was not him, I would still have had recognized you, as you had given me a strong impression. Saying so, he raised his eyebrows, saying smugly, do you still remember? That day you came to our shop wanting a cup of monkey wine. But you only drank a mouthful. After that you released the liquor worm and fed the remaining monkey wine to it. I saw the liquor worm and was very agitated, wanting to purchase it from you, but you refused to sell it and walked away immediately. Good. Exactly what I wanted to hear. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but showed an expression of shock on his face, subconsciously taking a step backwards. Liquor worm. The eyes of the academy elder behind Fang Yuan shone, but quickly he frowned again, and could not help but ask, Fang Yuan, where did you get that liquor worm? Fang Yuan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, but refusing to answer. The surrounding clan elders flew into a rage, starting to scowl. Fang Yuan, do you know the trouble you've caused? Talk. Exactly what happened? Tell us of what you know, own up. This liquor worm, is it Jia Jinshang's? How can it be his? The liquor worm is obviously obtained by myself. I opened it. Fang Yuan raised his head suddenly. His expression worked up, as if he could not stand such a slander, and shouted loudly with an indignant emotion. You opened it? Guyubo frowned deeply. That's right, at this point. I shall not hide it any further. Fang Yuan acted as if he was risking everything, speaking urgently. I bought 6 pieces of purple gold rock at the gambling den, but because I did not have enough primeval essence, I only opened 5 on the spot. The last one, I brought back to the hostel, and after opening it, I found a liquor worm inside. I was overjoyed as I had searched up information on it before, and knew that the liquor worm is a rare goo worm that could supplement my lack of talent. Thus I refined it on the spot. Wait, you said that you bought 6 gambling rocks and opened a mudskin toad as well as another liquor worm. The clan elders, upon hearing this, could not help but ask in an unbelievable tone. So what? Fang Yuan answered as a matter of fact, then pointed at the female goo master, shouting, She can be my witness. Everyone on the scene were momentarily stunned before turning to look at the female goo master. The female goo master felt the pressure from all the gaze and did not dare to lie, so she honestly said, It is indeed true. Fang Yuan bought 6 rocks and opened the mudskin toad on the 5th. He brought the 6th piece away, but I do not know what he opened inside. Buying 6 purple gold rocks and getting 2 goo worms consecutively, isn't this luck way too good? The clan elders mumbled. What's so hard to understand? It's luck. Who knows? Heh. Back in the days when I gambled rocks I also… Wait. Goo worms are hard to refine. Why did it sound like Fang Yuan easily refined it? Some of the family elders asked suspiciously. You're muddled. Don't you know that when a goo is extracted from a fossil, they're extremely weak, tittering on the brink of death? Even refining then from a lower rank is possible. What's so peculiar about him refining the liquor worm? Someone immediately answered. Fang Yuan continued. I refined the liquor worm and went to the stores on the 2nd day. I indeed went to a wine shop in the afternoon and bought a cup of monkey wine. At night, I went again and witnessed a scamming scene. Jia Jinshang was selling a smelly fart fatworm as a black boar goo to someone in my clan. Next, Sir Jia Fu appeared and resolved the dispute. I went to the wine shop again, but I did not expect to see Jia Jinshang drinking wine in a poor mood. I had just obtained the liquor worm and was extremely happy, so I asked him how many primeval stones I could sell it for. Who knew that Jia Jinshang, upon hearing my liquor worm, wanted to forcefully buy it. I obviously rejected him. I had no intentions to sell it, only wanting to know its value. Even if I wanted to sell it, that would have to be after I am rank 2. Thus I left on the spot. Fang Yuan's words had brought out the matter of Jia Jinshang and Jia Fu's conflict, causing the clan elders to see Jia Fu in a different light. Under these pressuring gazes, Jia Fu coughed and asked Fang Yuan with shining eyes, Then did my brother chase after you? Fang Yuan nodded, half lying. He not only chased me, but also added an extra 50 primeval stones. But I did not want to sell it, so he was furious, claiming that the Guyu clan was no big deal, asking me to watch out. After saying that, he walked away. I never saw him again. Jia Fu nodded internally. With his understanding of Jia Jinshang, he definitely would have chased after Fang Yuan and gave threats as that was his style. If Fang Yuan said he did not chase after him, that would be a lie. But since Fang Yuan said so, this led Jia Fu to a predicament. His investigations led up only to this clue. Did Jia Jinshang really not search for Fang Yuan after that? Maybe he found Fang Yuan again afterwards, and as the two could not agree on the matter, he was killed by Fang Yuan. This is entirely possible. Speak. Was Jia Jinshang killed by you? Thinking of this, Jia Fu interrogated fiercely, attempting to pressurize Fang Yuan with his aura. Fang Yuan denied once again, claiming that he did not see Jia Jinshang anymore. Jia Fu had no other evidence, and while one side questioned intensely, the other denied. At this point, it had become a stalemate. As Guyu Bo listened to their conversation, he turned displeased. That Jia Jinshang actually dared to threaten the Guyu clan on Qingmao Mountain. This was not giving the Guyu clan any respect. Now this Jia Fu dared to interrogate a Guyu clan member so intensely in front of all the Guyu clan higher-ups. Never mind if he had evidence, but now that he has no evidence or proof, if this matter spread out, what would happen to the Guyu clan's honor? Brother Jia, it's not that I want to speak out of turn. The clan leader interrupted his interrogation and continued. Jia Jinsheng has gone missing for so many days. Hope is bleak. The culprit who caused this crime definitely left behind some traces. Did brother find anything yet? Jia Fu stared fiercely at Fang Yuan before raising his head and sighed. I understand brother's words. If there were any traces, I would not have come here to find the culprit. That criminal is obviously experienced with vile methods and meticulous handling. To speak the truth, all the clues are at a dead end. And on the day we left, there was a huge rain that could have washed away all the possible blood traces. Gu Yubo smiled faintly. Brother Jia, I heard that your Jia family has a tracing goo worm called the underworld path butterfly. It can emit soul fragrance and be implanted on goo worms. The scent is colorless and odorless, and never fades. Your Jia family members' goo worms all have this scent. As long as you use the underworld path butterfly, following the fragrance, you'll be able to find the goo worms and thus your brother. Jia Fu solemnly said, I used the underworld path butterfly long ago, but there was no effect. I'm sure you've heard that once the goo worm dies, the fragrance dissipates. Evidently the murderer killed all of the goo worms in my brother's possession. Gu Yubo's words turned. That's strange. The murderer harmed your brother, but he did not go for the goo worms, or for extortion to get primeval stones. The murderer killed this tiny rank 1 goo master. What was the motive? Indeed, what was the motive? Regardless of whether Jia Jinsheng was dead, there had to be a motive, right? If not for goo worms nor primeval stones, then was it for love? But if it was a crime of passion, it had to be a long-term process, and Jia Fu would not have come to the Guyu clan. The caravan members and clansmen would fall under greater suspicion as they have a long relationship with him. At once, the hall fell into silence. Fang Yuan followed everyone's gazes and suddenly said to Jia Fu, Maybe Jia Jinsheng was killed by you. I heard before that your family is splitting assets. Now that one brother is dead, wouldn't you get more inheritance? Shut up. Baseless accusation. Do not slander Sir Jia Fu. Immediately the family elders erupted. Fang Yuan kept quiet immediately, his gaze shining obscurely, but his objective had been reached. His earlier words were like a pebble that was thrown into the elders' sea of thoughts, causing waves of ripples. The clan elders followed this train of thought and started to think, Jia Fu cannot kill Jia Jinsheng. This causes more harm to him than reward. Wait, even if he won't do it, that does not mean others won't. The Jia family's internal dispute. A certain elder had a flash of inspiration and lightly muttered. His volume was not high, but in the silent hall it could be heard clearly. At once, the elder's gaze shone. Finally, they have thought of this. Fang Yuan's mouth twitched, his eyelids drooping, hiding away his cold gaze. The Jia family's clan leader wants to split the assets and impart the role of clan leader. And because of this his children underwent intense competition, especially Jia Fu and Jia Gui, both being rank 4 Gu masters and having their own supporters. In these few years, the Jia family situation is somewhat known by many of the mountain villages. Jia Jinsheng's misfortune was too strange. Currently there was no evidence showing that Fang Yuan was the killer. It was obvious that the motivation for murder was not enough just based on the theory of killing just because of a liquor worm. At the same time, the murderer's actions and methods would not be so meticulous and secretive. But if Jia Gui was the one acting in the shadows, then it could be explained. Everyone present was a higher-up, and as someone in a position of power, there had to be something capable about them. At least for political schemes, they had great intuition and perception. The Jia family dispute, this gave everyone's imaginations a pair of wings. The Jia family clan leader had arranged Jia Jinsheng to join the caravan. One reason was to test Jia Fu's nature, to see if he was a good brother, and only suppressed but not bully his brother. Now that Jia Jinsheng was in trouble, Jia Fu would be implicated, and who is the true winner? Obviously Jia Fu's greatest competitor, Jia Gui. The criminal's actions were so fluid, causing all clues to come to a dead end. This showed how experienced the criminal was. How could this be done by a 15-year-old like Fang Yuan? All the answers were revealed at once. The discussion hall was still silent, but the elders exchanged gazes full of meaning. To make someone believe in something wholeheartedly, it is not through convincing, but directing. Fang Yuan's keen observation allowed him to see these glances, and he laughed coldly in his heart, but his face still showed an expression of indignance and stubbornness. Jia Fu's face was so dark and gloomy it could drip water. The matter of the Jia family internal dispute caused him to think of Jia Gui. At that moment his soul shook. Who else had a greater motivation than Jia Gui? No one. I understand now. I understand everything. The academy elder stood behind Fang Yuan, looking at him. His eyes shone. Fang Yuan is both lucky and unfortunate, meeting Jia Jinshang at the last moment. With his age of just starting to attend school, how can he get rid of all the evidence? If he had such scheming abilities, how can he show this expression of indomitability? He denied it earlier just to hide the existence of the liquor worm. At this point, everyone had dispelled their suspicions towards Fang Yuan. Getting rid of the suspicions on me is just the first step. What happens next is crucial. Fang Yuan was in grasp of the situation, and at this point, everything was going according to plan. He sighed internally and looked at Jia Fu. Jia Fu looked at him too, the unfriendliness in his eyes growing obviously more intense. Jia Fu was conflicted. He had dispelled his suspicions of Fang Yuan and was certain that Jia Gui was the mastermind. But yet, so what if I know the truth? Jia Fu felt anger and sadness surging. I have no evidence at hand, so if I accuse Jia Gui in front of Father without any proof, Father might even think I am trying to frame him. Jia Fu was smart, and he looked at Fang Yuan, a light flashing in his eyes. Jia Jinshang had journeyed with him together, and now that he was missing, it was Jia Fu's fault for not taking care of him. Since he could not accuse Jia Gui, he had to give his father some answer. And this answer was in front of him. That's right, if Fang Yuan is the scapegoat, it would at least help me get through this crisis. Once I get over it, I can get back at Jia Gui with twice the payback. Jia Fu thought deviously. He raised his pitch, interrogating Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, how do you prove that you did not harm Jia Jinshang? The clan elders were stunned. This is obviously your internal dispute. Why are you still grabbing onto my clansmen? Only the Guyu clan leader looked grim, his expression turning sharp as he stared at Jia Fu. Fang Yuan, what proof do you have to show that you were not present at the time and did not harm Jia Jinshang? If you can't prove it, you are the murderer. Jia Fu pointed at Fang Yuan, his gaze furious as he threatened with his aura. He's trying to push our clan's Fang Yuan into being the scapegoat. How atrocious! At this point, the clan elders had reacted and their expressions all turned unkind. They had been fighting and scheming against each other for a long time, so if they thought about it, they would know easily about Jia Fu's standpoint and intentions. Witness? Of course I do. I prepared it long ago. Fang Yuan smiled internally, but showed an expression of shock, as if he wanted to speak but couldn't. No need for others. Just tell me if you do or not. Jia Fu raised his voice again, forcing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan showed an indignant expression, but finally gritted his teeth and said helplessly, "No, haha. Then you are." Jia Fu was about to declare his verdict, but at that point, halt! The academy elder took a step forward and stood in front of Fang Yuan with a solemn expression. Of course he has a witness, that would be me. You? Jia Fu asked in shock. That's right, me. The academy elder, facing rank 4 Jia Fu, was slightly overpowered. But seeing Guyu Bo's encouraging gaze, he gathered his courage and raised his head. These days when Fang Yuan unexpectedly became the first to break through the middle stage, I sent my men to investigate him. His everyday activities and actions are recorded down. There was no time for him to harm Jia Jinshang. Yes, this is it. Fang Yuan hid behind the academy elder's back, where no one could see his curled lips, revealing a smile. Jia Fu's expression was dim. He did not expect the academy elder to stand out and protect Fang Yuan. The crucial point was the Guyu clan leader did not object. This had a great meaning, for it meant the Guyu clan was going to protect Fang Yuan. I get it. I wanted to get Fang Yuan to become the scapegoat, but that was from my perspective, and I did not consider their perspective. Indeed, once Fang Yuan is criminalized, the Guyu clan has to bear the evil name of harming a Jia family member. From then on they will have to face the Jia family's retribution as well as losing their own reputation. Furthermore, future caravans would not dare to come here and trade anymore. The loss is too great. Thinking of this, Jia Fu was anguished and wanted to slap his own head. The Guyu higher-ups did have such considerations. Fang Yuan was a C-grade, so if he really harmed Jia Jinsheng, handing him over was nothing. But the point was, now that his suspicion had been cleared, if he was handed over, wouldn't the Guyu clan suffer a great injustice and lose out greatly? Knowing that this conflict could not be resolved, Jia Fu gritted his teeth, determined to get his way. He said, "If so, why don't you let me use the footprint goo? Once this goo is used, it will show us his last 30,000 footprints on the floor." The Academy elder scoffed in displeasure. Jia Fu's words meant he did not trust them, but he has no reason to stop him. Thus he let Jia Fu through. "Come and test." Fang Yuan laughed coldly at Jia Fu, walking towards him with his head lowered. He was confident, having predicted this. Thus, these few days he kept his activities within the village and did not go to the secret cave. Under the Guyu higher-up supervision, Jia Fu did not play any tricks. The footprint goo was very peculiar. It was shaped like a person's foot. Its material was like a translucent yogurt, giving others a feeling of smoothness, and the surface had a yellow-green luster. The size was small, being only palm size. Jia Fu held it in his hands, sending primeval essence into the footprint goo. The footprint goo became brighter, and then suddenly with a bam sound, exploded into a cloud of yellow-green powder. The powdery cloud enveloped Fang Yuan and spun around him before flying out of the discussion hall. Where the powder cloud passed through, the floor would show a series of footprints. These footprints glowed in a yellow-green light around the same size as Fang Yuan's foot. They were Fang Yuan's footprints when he entered the discussion hall. The footprints extended from the family head pavilion into the academy hostel and then to the academy and circulated. Other than that, it reached the mountain villages in. The powder cloud became smaller as it flew, and finally at the 30,000th step, it vanished. The results were clear. Everyone had checked and knew that Fang Yuan was innocent. There were no suspicious points. Jia Fu sighed, taking out a small jade box. He opened the jade box where there was only a jade piece inside. The jade piece was a translucent emerald color, and there was a goo sealed inside. This was a phasmids, its body long and slim, with the color of jade, its entire body looking like a bamboo tube. The phasmids was normally longer than a palm, but this one wasn't, being only the size of a fingernail. On its surface, it emitted a white glow. Green jade as its body, white light enveloping its form. This is the bamboo gentleman. At once, some of the elders recognized this goo worm and exclaimed. Even Gu Yubo was moved. He could not refrain from advising, "Brother Jia, this bamboo gentleman is a rank 4 goo. It is not easily refined. Why waste it here?" Jia Fu shook his head, looking at Fang Yuan. "This bamboo gentleman was obtained through gambling rocks when I was young. The rock was only opened halfway before it could no longer be extracted. As everyone knows, this goo worm is fed honesty as food, being able to detect lies from birth. Only an honest gentleman who has never lied can refine and feed this goo. Fang Yuan, you just have to open this rock and keep the bamboo gentleman in your aperture. Whatever I ask you, you will answer. Next, we will take out this goo and let everyone see if it changed color. If the goo changes color, you're lying. No problem." Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He immediately opened the jade piece and did as Jia Fu instructed. The bamboo gentleman appeared in his aperture and emitted a faint green glow, covering the primeval sea. Fang Yuan felt that if he said a single lie, the bamboo gentleman could detect it and turn its body from green into another color. But he only accepted it because he had his trump card. Spring-autumn cicada. With a thought, the spring-autumn cicada awakened and let out a trace of its aura. This aura was overpowering, and it immediately suppressed the bamboo gentleman. The bamboo gentleman emitted a green glow and immediately shrunk its body. Its entire body was curled up, trembling in fear. How could it have the excessive spirit to detect lies? Jia Fu began interrogating, with his first question hitting home. Fang Yuan, did you harm my brother Jia Jinshang? No, Fang Yuan affirmed. Jia Fu asked, do you have any other information about him? Fang Yuan shook his head. No idea. Jia Fu asked again, did you say anything dishonest to us earlier? Fang Yuan shook his head again. No. All right, you can take out the bamboo gentleman now. After finishing with 3 questions, Jia Fu instructed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took out the bamboo gentleman, and everyone saw that it was still an emerald green color with no changes. The clan elders heaved a sigh of relief. Jia Fu's expression became milder as he kept the bamboo gentleman, cupping his fists towards Guyu Bo. Much offense this time, Brother Guyu. No matter. The truth is what we wanted to see as well. Guyu Bo waved his hand, then sighed. But what a pity for this bamboo gentleman. The bamboo gentleman had the ability to detect lies and was a rank 4 gu. Thus it was very valuable. But feeding and refining it was not easy. It had to be refined by an honest gentleman. If any other gu master had said a single lie, the refinement would fail and the bamboo gentleman would die on the spot. His food was honesty. It would reside in the aperture of an honest gentleman and consuming the gentleman's honesty as food to survive. Now that the bamboo gentleman had been opened, it was extremely weak, but it had no food to restore its strength. After being treated so harshly by Fang Yuan, its death was set in stone. Jia Fu shook his head, looking at the bamboo gentleman in his head, not feeling any pity. He said solemnly, I have already done my best to investigate, but I received no results. This time, when I get back to the family, I will employ the divine investigator Tai Shuelong. It would definitely get this matter cleared up. Goodbye. Saying so, he cupped his fists towards Guyu Bo and left, crisp and quick, with a certain elegance to it. Seeing Jia Fu and the rest leaving, Guyu Bo heaved a sigh of relief and said, You can all leave now. He waved at the clan elders, but suddenly thought of something and said, Academy elder, please stay back. Without losing a single drop of sweat, Fang Yuan walked out of the family head's pavilion safe and sound. Clan leader, what is the matter? The academy elder respectfully stood at a corner. It's nothing much. Take a seat. I have a story to share with you. Guyu Bo squinted his eyes and said slowly, Your subordinate shall listen with full attention. Academy elder chose to sit at the seat closest to the clan leader. Clan leader Guyu Bo began his story on Renzu. Some say, ever since Renzu was able to get their names and subdued the rules and regulation gu, his first order was for them to capture a longevity gu. Rules and regulation gu, one round and other square, worked together and could capture all the gu in the world. A longevity gu was nothing difficult. Renzu used the longevity gu and got back his youth, becoming 20 years old again. But now the rules gu said, Human, although you subdued us, every time you command us, it will add a rule and regulation. Regulation gu continued, We can catch the longevity gu for you, this is the first order. Our new rule and regulation is, we will not repeatedly catch the same gu for you. That means, if Renzu wanted to catch a longevity gu again, the 2 rules and regulation gu would not help. Renzu nodded, having no choice but to accept. He gave his second command. Then, other than the longevity gu, please capture all the other 10,000 gu in the world for me. Rules and regulation gu got this command and rules gu turned into a giant circle, encompassing the universe. Regulation gu turned into a giant square, covering the large world. 1 square and 1 round formed a giant net together, enveloping the entire world. When they shrunk again and returned to Renzu, all the gu in the world other than longevity gu were captured. Renzu was overjoyed. With this, all the gu belonged to him. From now on he was the ruler of the world. But once he opened the net, with a swoosh, a large number of worms flew outside and the gu that rules and regulation gu worked hard to catch. All escaped fervently. When Renzu closed the net, only 5 gu were left. Why is this? Renzu was astonished. Rules and regulation answered him, Human, the world has over 10,000 Gu with all sorts of abilities. You have no strength or knowledge. How can you subdue them? We can only capture Gu for you. To subdue them, you have to rely on yourself to get them to work for you. Next they added, this is your second order, so we'll add a second rule and regulation. From now on, we can only catch one Gu for you at a time. Renzu could only nod and carefully open the net, only showing a small gap. The remaining 5 Gu contained the strength and wisdom Gu. Seeing this, Renzu was overjoyed. He said to Strength Gu, you left me back then. Do you have any regrets? If you succumb to me now, I will return you your freedom. Strength Gu said, Human, you are wrong. I didn't leave not because I couldn't, but because I wanted to stay. You want to subdue me, but that's impossible. I only succumb to those stronger than me, but you are out of the question. However, we can deal again. Give me your youth and I will temporarily obey you. Renzu was reluctant upon hearing this. He had just gotten back his youth. Was he about to lose it again? But he desired strength. He knew that with strength, he would get stronger and life would get easier. Moreover, with strength, he could subdue more Gu. Thus, Renzu accepted and formed a second deal with it. Renzu became middle-aged at once, and the strength Gu flew out of the web and landed on Renzu's shoulder. Renzu had strength and was full of confidence. He said to Wisdom Gu, you left me back then. Do you have any regrets? If you succumb to me now, I will return you your freedom. Wisdom Gu said, Human, you are wrong. I did not leave not because I couldn't, but because I wanted to stay. You want to subdue me, but that's impossible. I only succumb to those smarter than me, yet you are not smarter than me. But we can deal again. Give me your middle age and I will temporarily obey you. Renzu, upon hearing this, refused to do the same deal again. He treasured his life more, and he also knew that once he sold his middle age, he would be left with old age. Before long, the strength and wisdom Gu would leave him again, just like last time. Renzu refused to deal, but did not want to let go of the wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was anxious, reluctantly giving in. All right, human, you win. I lost to you this time. As long as you tell me what method you used to capture me, I will admit defeat and not take anything from you, being at your disposal. Upon hearing this, Renzu was overjoyed, and before the rules and regulation Gu could stop him, he said, I used the rules and regulation Gu to capture you. Wisdom Gu laughed upon hearing. I remembered it, so these Gu are called rules and regulation. Haha. Now that I know your names, you can no longer capture me. Saying so, it turned into a flash of light and flew away, vanishing into thin air. Rules and regulation Gu begin to complain. Human, we told you long ago that our name should be known by you alone, and not others. Otherwise, we would be used by others. Look what happened. Now that wisdom Gu knows our names, it spells trouble. Only then did Renzu realize that he was tricked by wisdom Gu. He was anguished, for he knew he lost the only chance he had of capturing the wisdom Gu using rules and regulation. Saying so, Gu Yubo's story came to an end. He looked at the Academy Elder with a meaningful gaze. Academy Elder jumped from his seat. He had heard of Renzu's story long ago, but from Gu Yubo's mouth, it had a greater meaning. His gaze shone and his heart understood. He bowed slightly at Gu Yubo, respectfully saying, Clan leader, you are using this story as an analogy? Fang Yuan as the wisdom Gu and the clan as Renzu. Although Renzu used the rules and regulation Gu to capture wisdom Gu and managed to trap it, the wisdom Gu eventually escaped. Saying so, the Academy Elder paused and thought about it for a while, before looking at Gu Yubo. Sir Clan Leader, you want me to let go of Fang Yuan and stop pressuring him? But he's getting more and more overboard. Gu Yubo stopped the Academy Elder's words, holding out his hand, indicating for him to sit and speak. The Academy Elder sat and heard Gu Yubo sigh. Your comprehension is still superb, being an intelligent person, easily getting my point. Unfortunately, your grasp of the situation is still too small. You can only see that tiny plot of land in front of you. Let me tell you, the Academy is a small matter, and the clan is really the important one. I know what you are worried about. afraid that the other students are heavily suppressed by Fang Yuan, eventually losing the fire in their heart. Gu Yubo shook his head, pointing at Academy Elder. You're overthinking it. What do you think the clan is doing? Just relying on your academy to nurture new people? Of course not. Behind every student, there's their parents, elders, and friends. Only with these people's support, encouragement, expectations, our Guyu clan's new generation can have the confidence and motivation in their hearts. Fang Yuan has indeed repeatedly exceeded my expectations. He has a hint of outstanding excellence. I have been observing Fang Zhang secretly, and I have long known about Fang Yuan's extortions. Just let him continue. Use him to train Fang Zhang, Mo Bei, and Qi Cheng, these rough jades. There are many advantages in this matter. At the very least, this round of students have the best fighting skills among all the previous seasons. Academy Elder was worried. But clan leader, excessive hurdles isn't a good thing either. It will crush the jade. Especially that Fang Yuan has the liquor worm now. This worm provides great help to a rank 1 Gu master. I'm worried that at the rank 1 stage under Fang Yuan's suppression, no one can overturn the situation. Then let them be unable to turn over the situation. Gu Yubo snorted, showing the grace and callousness of a person in power. This tiny setback, what does it matter? Is it scarier than death? With their family elders' support, if they still lacked motivation, then they are not even jade to begin with and have no value to nurture. The clan has tons of new students into the academy each year. So if this season doesn't succeed, there's always the next. As for Gu Yu Fang Zhang, starting tomorrow night, I will teach him in secret. With the clan leader's personal teaching, that is really Gu Yu Fang Zhang's fortune. Academy Elder licked his boots at the appropriate timing. Gu Yubo's expression softened as he looked at Academy Elder, instructing, "Do you know the reason why, after so many decades, you are still the Academy Elder? Have greater tolerance. I know Fang Yuan infringed your dignity and made you humiliated. But do you really have to be so calculative with a junior from a younger generation? I know that Fang Yuan has some earlier wisdom, but he is still a youngster and tends to be rash. If not, he would not have hurt the guards in public and caused you to be in a predicament. He was furious internally back then, and that is understandable. From being hailed as genius to a commoner, it is normal to be angry at the clan. He is actually very childish. You can tell from him trying to hide the liquor worm. How can the liquor worm be hid? He is not mature yet and is still innocent. Don't think of him as a scary being. Comparing him to the wisdom Gu, I am thinking too highly of him. At most, he has some small intelligence but lacks true wisdom and knowledge. If he hid the fact that he rose to middle stage silently, or accepted the class chairman position without any displeasure, that would truly be deep scheming. Clan leader, your meaning is? Academy Elder raised his eyebrows. What I'm trying to say is, Fang Yuan is discontented with the clan. Thus let him go vent his anger. An ant spitting at an elephant, will the elephant care? Emotions are meant to be let out and not bottled inside. So once he's done venting, he will naturally fuse into the clan. Our Guyu clan has been around for nearly 1,000 years, ever since the first generation founded it. There has been countless of people who were discontented with the clan. But eventually, did any of them manage to overturn the clan? A clan is not just about rules and regulations. There's also blood relation and kinship. Renzu wanted to use the rules and regulations to capture wisdom. Yet not only did he lose, but he also informed wisdom of the rules and regulations. There is profound meaning in this story. The rules are dead, but people are alive, and relationships are deep. If you only know how to use rules and regulations to catch people, it will only increase resentment and cause Fang Yuan to be more dissociated with the clan. Fang Yuan is only a C grade. If he's lucky, after tens of years he'd still be a low-ranking clan elder. But he is still Gu Yu Fang Zheng's twin brother. Do you understand now? Understood. Hearing Gu Yubo's final sentence, the academy elder realized at once. If a family only has rules and regulations, then the family is a pile of dead objects. But if you add in blood relationship, it'll be alive. Gu Yubo nodded. And one more sentence. I want you to remember. Please admonish me, Sir Clan Elder. Gu Yubo, with a distant gaze, looked out of the window towards the moon. The sea can hold the water from thousands of rivers. It's big because of its capacity. A person is great when he can be tolerant and forgiving to many other people. Remember this, and leave. Yes, clan leader sir, your subordinate takes his leave, said the academy elder as he left the hall. Tonight's moon was especially round. The moonlight shone splendid and like muslin, draping over the Ching Mao mountain. The treasure brass toad would travel 100 meters with every hop. Due to its leaping method to move forward, the precipitous and narrow mountain path was unable to serve as a limitation or hindrance to it. Jia Fu and his crew sat on the back of the treasure brass toad. After exiting the Guyu village, they once again headed towards the merchant caravan's direction. The wind blew past their ears, and their view followed the treasure brass toad as it moved up and down. The moonlight shone on everyone's faces and they all looked solemn, while Jia Fu's face was cold as ice. After a while, a close subordinate could not stand this atmosphere and asked Jia Fu, "Master, what are we going to do now? Jia Jinshang's death. Once Master returns, how will you answer to old Master? Should we find a scapegoat first?" Jia Fu shook his head, but avoided the question. "Do you know the story of Renzu?" The subordinate was stunned, not expecting this answer. At once he did not know how to reply. Jia Fu continued, "Renzu had the rules and regulation gu, and could capture all the 10,000 gu in the world, obtaining strength but losing wisdom. At that point his net still contained 3 gu. He opened and saw that they were the attitude gu, belief gu and suspicion gu respectively. Renzu was unwilling to let them go. Thus the 3 gu could only bet with him. Once Renzu opens the net, they would run out in 3 different directions, and whoever is captured by Renzu would be subdued. Guess, who did Renzu capture in the end?" The trusted aide thought and answered, "It's the attitude gu." "Do you know why?" Jia Fu asked. The loyal subordinate shook his head. Jia Fu laughed. "Because attitude means everything. No matter if father believes or suspects, I have already displayed my attitude. Jia Jinshang went missing, and I immediately conducted investigations in the caravan. Once I had a clue, I rushed towards the Guyu clan without stop. At the village, I risked the danger of being attacked by them and interrogated them on the spot. I did not even sit down, and to prove Fang Yuan's words, I went as far as to use the rank 4 bamboo gentleman. Once I get back, I will even spend a ton of money to employ the divine investigator, inviting Tailing Shui to investigate this matter. Regardless of whether Jia Jinshang is dead or alive, as his brother I have already done all that I should. My attitude shows everything. I have thought it through earlier. We do not need a scapegoat. We shall go back in this honest state, because I was not at fault for this matter. Finding a scapegoat, that might just be a trap by Jia Gue. If I can find a scapegoat, he can also find someone to overturn the case." His subordinate was shocked and said, "Master, you really suspect that young Master Jia Gue was behind this?" "Humph. Who else but him can do something so perfectly?" Saying so, Jia Fu's face distorted, anger bursting from his eyes. "Before this, I was thinking about our blood relationship and did not do such a thing to him. But since he is so devious, I will have to pay him back an eye for an eye. Don't blame me for being unscrupulous." He did not know that far away in a distant place, there were a pair of eyes sending him off. Fang Yuan stood on the hillside as he silently watched. The view tonight was truly spectacular. The golden yellow, round moon was high up in the night sky, shining so brightly that the entire earth was lit bright. The nearby green mountains were verdant and lush, all kinds of flora growing about. The Man Mountain's pine and cypress trees, as well as the Ching Mao Mountain's distinctive green spear bamboo, grew in continuous clumps, cluster after cluster. A wide expanse of dark green color poured down in torrents from the mountaintop and flowed down to the foot of the mountain. Faraway mountains ranged endlessly, forming a muddled, heavy black shadow under the moonlight. The tortuous and entwined mountain road resembled goat intestines as it meandered into the distance, occasionally sheltered away by the forest, stretching out all the way. Jia Fu and his group sat atop the treasure brass toad, following the mountain road as they moved forward. As they continued on the leaping toad, their figures were finally covered away by the trees. Although the mountain terrain could not affect the treasure brass toad's speed, Jiafu did not dare to recklessly cut through Qingmao Mountain, for if he barges into a monster horde, even with his rank 4 cultivation he would still not come out unscathed. Hence, following the mountain trail and moving forward is the best path. Not long ago, Fang Yuan was standing on the hill holding an umbrella, sending the caravan off. But now he was here again, watching Jiafu leave. The trouble from killing Jia Jinsheng is finally settled. His eyes were dark and remote while his heart was calm. A bout of peacefulness. Even since he killed Jia Jinsheng that night, he had been considering how to tie the loose ends. He was clear that without base or support, if the truth was revealed, the Guyu clan would definitely sacrifice him. But if he just hid it blindly, the truth was bound to get exposed one day. A smart way to lie is to have truth and lies, some truth in his lies and some lies in his truth. He had to direct the trouble elsewhere. This incident was like a chess game with two sides against each other. One side is Jiafu's caravan, while the other is the Guyu clan. In this incident, be it Guyubo, the Academy Elder, or Jiafu, they were all pawns. Heck, even Fang Yuan himself was just a pawn. To protect the pawn that represents himself, he had to use the two opposing sides and find a chance in between. Few days ago, Fang Yuan had already started plotting. He first made use of those two guards to come up with a good show with the Academy Elder at the Academy. Next he hid the existence of the liquor worm and stirred the curiosity of the clansmen, gaining great attention, attracting the higher-ups. Simultaneously, he allowed the Academy Elder to hold private investigations. Next, he extorted his classmates and expressed his rashness, wildness, and displeasure towards the clan, showing weakness to the Guyu higher-ups. Then he counted the days and waited for Jiafu. During the interrogation he displayed his immaturity and fear, which allowed him to lead the others' thoughts by the nose, letting them find out the truth. Lastly, he made use of the Guyu clan and Jiafu's opposing interests, and turned the Academy Elder, who was suspicious of him and held investigations, into his eyewitness. The bamboo gentleman was a small, unexpected accident, but it was still a rank 4 Gu, and under the spring-autumn cicada's aura, the bamboo gentleman ironically became Fang Yuan's greatest evidence. Finally, Fang Yuan not only explained perfectly where he got the liquor worm, but also pushed the blame to the innocent Jia Gui, while he himself got out of this incident without losing a hair. Academy Elder was asked to stay behind. It seems that Guyubo is going to interfere in the Academy's matters and get rid of the plan to pressurize me. With his nature, he does have this tolerance. But his real motive isn't me, it should probably be Fang Zheng. One of my motives for blowing up the matter was to stir a commotion and make the higher-ups notice. If Guyubo doesn't show up, there will still be Guyu Mo Chun and Qi Lian who would come out to defend their reputation. As for Jiafu, he should be certain that Jia Gui is the culprit now. With the flames of revenge burning in his chest, I am looking forward to it. With my interference, their sibling conflict would be elevated. I wonder if that Gu Master competition would be brought forward. Oh yes, there is still that divine investigator Tai Leng Shui. Tai Leng Shui, Fang Yuan repeated this name, and after half a beat, lightly smiled. Among the righteous path, this is indeed a character. Unfortunately, he is riddled with official business and has a tight schedule. For this matter, it is not easy to get him to come. Jiafu wants to show his attitude, thus he has to invite him. But the time is hard to gauge. At the very least, it should be arranged in 2 to 3 years' time. In 2 to 3 years, he would have rank 2 or 3 cultivation. By then, life would be in a completely different sight. The night wind blew over with the fresh, cool air of the mountains, penetrating with a kind of fragrance. Fang Yuan breathed in, feeling more refreshed. He looked into the distance, his field of view wide. The unrestrained mountains were picturesque, looking tranquil and auspicious under the moon. The bright moon illuminates among pines. The clear spring flows upon stone. Fang Yuan lightly recited. He could not help but think of a verse from a fable from Earth. There were a group of monkeys that pursued the moon. They saw the moon in the well, and they wanted to fish it up. The monkey from behind grabbed hold of the tail of the monkey before it, and the monkey before it grabbed a hold of the monkey in front of him. Thus this went on repeatedly until the first monkey was able to touch the water surface of the well. Once it stretched out its hand, the water rippled and the moon disappeared. People in this world were like this. They would see the reflection of the moon and think that it is the real thing, not knowing it was just the moon in the well, the moon in their eyes, or simply the moon in their hearts. In this life I hope to become the real moon, rising above the mountains and heavens, toying with the clouds and seas, following the ancient times and walk in the darkness above the various heavens. Fang Yuan's eyes were crystal clear, and the beautiful green mountains were reflected on his pupils. On the hill, the thin body of a teenager stood silently. A golden moon will shaped like a disk suspended high in the night sky. It has existed since ancient times, traveling through the night sky, casting the small shadow of the teenager faintly onto the limestones. The night sky of early summer is beautiful. There was not a single cloud floating in the sky, and the stars flickered like crystals, shining with emotionally moving radiance. Sandalwood crickets appeared on stage to take over the place of the dragonpill crickets, and they sang their emotional songs in the grassy bushes, creeks, and tree branches. The Guyu village was radiantly lit, as if it was reflecting the bright starry sky. One by one, the dark green bamboo houses stood in the night wind, and beneath the star dome it had a tranquil and peaceful ambience. Fang Yuan was not in the village now, but he had snuck into the secret cave among the rock cracks. He half-kneeled on the ground, his hand caressing the image wall, his palm emitting a lump of blue-colored moonlight. On the image wall, the original scene was already gone, and it was now no different from the other surrounding stone walls. If Fang Yuan did not remember this position, who else would know that hidden under this image wall was Flower Wine Monk's strength inheritance? On a night over a month ago, the image wall transformed and the Flower Wine Monk's secret hideout appeared. The image wall first showed a video of Flower Wine Monk bathed in blood, but proclaimed he was leaving his inheritance. Next was a line of bloody words, hinting for the discoverer to break the image wall and the cave opening would appear. Then the words vanished and the image wall's photo-audio goose strength was depleted, and the image wall went back to being an ordinary wall. Although he knew about the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance, Fang Yuan did not have the time to explore it. As it was an unexpected occurrence, he had to kill Jia Jin Shang on the spot and was busy that night getting rid of the evidence. Towards the impending interrogation, he had to plot carefully and had restricted his activities inside the village. Until when Jia Fu left and after the Academy Elder stopped his investigations, about 10 days later, the attention had waited and Fang Yuan could finally sneak back into the cave. In the aperture, the green copper sea was reducing as Fang Yuan deployed his primeval essence into the moonlight goo on his right palm. The moonlight goo emitted a gentle moonlight and flickered continuously. Under its effect, the rock wall was shaved off slowly, and large amounts of rock powder fell on the ground. This was Fang Yuan's extensive control of the moonlight goo, the same method he used to open the gambling rocks. Compared to opening rocks, this method was more coarse, but in breaking this thick rock wall, this method seemed a little too gentle. This was the 6th day that Fang Yuan was using the moonlight goo to shave the rock wall. On the floor was a thick pile of dark red-colored rock powder. Logically speaking, Qing Mao Mountain soil was all green-colored. But here, the soil were strangely bright red and emitted a dark glow. But fortunately so, because of this source of light, Fang Yuan did not need to prepare a torch. In order to avoid being suspected, Fang Yuan did not use any tools. Steel hammers and pickaxe were undoubtedly better for breaking the rock wall, but if he did, the sound of the wall breaking would reverb all over the area. Regardless of whether the outside world would hear a faint or loud noise, Fang Yuan wanted to eliminate all such possible suspicious points. Fine details often decided in one's victory or defeat. To Fang Yuan, being cautious is not just his good point, it was more like a habit to him. In his past life he had been careless and carefree, but he quickly paid a hefty price. There is a saying that goes, people get more cowardly when they age. Yet actually this is not cowardice, but patient cautiousness. 500 years of experience ingrained the word caution into his soul. Puff! Taking in a deep breath, Fang Yuan slowly stopped the transmission of his primeval essence. He plopped onto the ground, extremely exhausted. He had dug around 3 inches of thickness out of the entire slab of image wall that was the height of half a man. Fang Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead while exercising his shoulders and stretching his legs. Due to long hours of squatting, a sense of numbness was felt from his legs. Knock, knock, knock. Fang Yuan bent his fingers and knocked on the rock wall. Hearing the sound, he was slightly happy in his heart, as he could tell the wall was getting thinner. Closing his eyes to meditate, he checked the situation inside his aperture once again. The green copper primeval essence had less than 20% left. Continue working hard. Fang Yuan grit his teeth and stretched out his right hand again on the rock wall. The water blue-colored moonlight sustained a glow for around 15 minutes. Then Fang Yuan suddenly halted his actions. He took out his right arm and found out that the rock wall had a small hole in it already. He immediately stood up and kicked. With a thunderous noise, the hole expanded and became as big as a bamboo basket. Fang Yuan cautiously took a few steps backwards. He felt a sense of staleness emitting from the hole and permeating into this secret cave. The secret cave's ventilation was not good. Fang Yuan thought about it for a moment and decided to leave the rock crack, returning to the outside world. Only after a while did he return. The stale feeling in the cave was slightly better than earlier, and Fang Yuan continued to expand the size of the hole, sometimes using the moonlight goo, and at other times using his hands to dig, or his legs to kick. After a while, he finally expanded the hole into a size that he could fit into. Looking from the hole, there was a diagonal path downwards. The path was initially narrow, but the deeper it was, the wider it got. A person must lower their head when entering at first, but towards the latter half of the path, they are able to take large strides with straightened backs. The cave's walls were a weird red soil color, emitting a faint red glow. This caused the passage's interior to be visible. But the path was very long and extended beyond what the eye could see. Due to the angle, Fang Yuan could not see what was at the end of the path. He stood at the cave entrance and did not immediately step in, instead squinting and standing on the spot. A strength inheritance was not like a legacy inheritance. Legacy was when a Gu master died and left behind his belongings. Those who find this legacy can find the items on the corpse. A strength inheritance is when a Gu master who is on the verge of death and reluctant to let his legacy go extinct, or to benefit the future generations, or wants to leave behind his last trace of existence in the world, purposely set hurdles to test the people who arrive. Taking the flower wine monk for example, he set up this inheritance with a clear objective. It is to nurture an avenger, to take revenge on the Guyu clan. If the person who comes along is able to pass these trials, she would obtain all sorts of benefits. The person who gets through the final test would obtain the entire strength inheritance. According to the two factions, strength inheritance is split into the righteous inheritance and the demonic inheritance. Righteous inheritances often had exquisite design to test the nature and character of the person. Those who fail midway would not be in any mortal danger. Demonic inheritance was more complex. Those demonic cultivators were often insane and persistent, cold-blooded, or a mass murderer, unable to be assessed by normal standards. Some demonic inheritances had trials that tested the mind. With lots of mind-boggling decisions to make, a lot of people would fall into deep and painful thoughts without getting a single result. Some demonic inheritances were extremely simple, being a secret room with goo worms and primeval stones inside. Some demonic inheritances were extremely cruel, and failure midway often spelled death. Some were more extreme. A few demonic cultivators' inheritances were a huge lie, being a giant trap itself. They followed the rules of bringing someone down with them, and even right before dying they would set up this trial and trick others. Which type does Flower Wine Monk's inheritance belong to? Fang Yuan thought deeply. With his previous life's memories, he was clear of any future famous demonic inheritances. But this one in particular, no one discovered it in his lifetime, and Fang Yuan was left unaware of the details. By right, the chances of a trap isn't high. Otherwise the Flower Wine Monk would not design this image wall. But is there a hidden mechanism? Fang Yuan picked up a rock and threw it into the cave. The rock rolled in the path and quickly rolled out of Fang Yuan's sight. He could hear a series of colliding sounds echoing in the cave. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. The rock testing results showed that it was safe. But he did not enter the path yet, and instead took out some rock powder and spread it around the entrance of the secret cave. At the same time, he spread a layer on the rock crack entrance. Next, he squeezed out of the narrow rock crack and left the place. Around a few hundred meters from the river in a hidden bush, he found the green bamboo wine that he had brought along this time. Opening the seal, he drank a huge mouthful and purposely spilled some of the liquor, getting it on his clothes and making him smell of alcohol. Carrying the wine, he went back to the village, and upon reaching the school hostel, it was exactly midnight. If he did not return at night often, people would get suspicious. This was better, going out early at night and returning late at night. When finding the liquor worm, Fang Yuan already did this, and with that background, such behavior was not peculiar. The stars fade and the sun appears. A night of silence. The bright morning sun shone on Qing Mao Mountain. In the academy, the elder spoke about important details. Tomorrow, we are choosing the second goo worm for refinement. Everyone here has experience in successfully refining goo worms, and this time you can solidify your experiences. For the selection of the second goo worm, consider it carefully. With the experience of cultivating these few days and understanding of your own body, consider it as a whole. Normally, it is best if you pair the second goo well with your vital goo. A goo master's first goo was known as the vital goo, and once it was chosen, it would be the footing stone of their development. After that, the second and third goo worm would be nurtured upon this footing stone and decide the goo master's cultivating direction. After hearing the academy elder's words, the youngsters began to ponder, and only Fang Yuan was sleeping soundly on the table. He had worked hard for half the night yesterday, and after returning to the hostel, he still continued in his goo master cultivation, nurturing his aperture. When the sun had risen, only then did he sleep. The academy elder looked at Fang Yuan and frowned, but did not say anything. Ever since the clan leader spoke to him, he had adopted a let Fang Yuan do as he wishes. I am not going to give a care attitude. Which goo worm should I choose? As the students thought about it, they subconsciously looked towards Fang Yuan. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan already has his second goo worm. Yeah, that is but a liquor worm. To actually get a liquor worm out of gambling rocks, his luck is off the charts. If I had the liquor worm, I would advance to middle stage first too, huh? The students' thoughts varied, having admirers and jealous people among them. Ever since that day after the interrogation, Fang Yuan's liquor worm was successfully exposed. The origins of the liquor worm did not raise suspicion. The clansmen were both enlightened and also exasperated at Fang Yuan's luck. Why don't I have such luck, sigh? Guyu Chicheng, who was also a C-grade talent, sighed deeply in his heart. Quite a while ago, his grandfather had asked around and tried to procure a liquor worm for him. To think that even as a family branch's inheritor, he was not able to have one. To think Fang Yuan managed to get the liquor worm before him. Compared to Qi Cheng's envy and depression, Vice Chairman Fang Zhang was full of spirit. Brother, I will definitely surpass you. He looked at Fang Yuan and said in his heart before looking away. These days his eyes were shining with light, and he felt a sort of excitement towards life. His face was flushing red and his forehead was glowing. Even his steps were quicker and lighter. The academy elder saw all of it, and immediately understood that the Guyu clan leader had started secretly teaching Fang Zhang. These underhand methods were obviously not for the public to know. The academy elder turned a blind eye to this. Soon it was night once more. Fang Yuan entered the secret cave again. Ring, ring, ring. In his hand, a wild rabbit was struggling, and there was a bell was on its neck. This was a wild rabbit that Fang Yuan caught on the mountain. The bell was naturally attached by him. After a day, the stuffy smell in the secret cave has dissipated, and the air was fresh. The cave's passage entrance was open. It was silent inside. Fang Yuan half-kneeled on the floor as he inspected the floor. Yesterday he had sprayed rock powder all over the area, and this thin layer of powder was inconspicuous. The passage entrance's rock powder is intact, Thus it seems that during my absence, nothing strange has crawled out of it. The rock crack entrance does have a footprint, but that's mine, so evidently no one else had come here. Fang Yuan felt at ease after his inspection. He stood up, using his hands to pull the dead vines from the wall. Next he sat on the ground and his leg was used to hold the wild rabbit in place, leaving his two hands free to weave the vines. This was work that normal Gu masters wouldn't know, but Fang Yuan had too much life experience. In his past life, many a time was he so poor that he couldn't afford to feed his Gu worms, leaving them to starve to death one by one. For a time, he had primeval essence but no Gu worms. He became just like a mortal person, even living was difficult. Having no choice, he learned to weave the grass ropes into straw sandals, hats etc. and sold them in exchange for primeval stone fragments to feed himself. While twisting the grass ropes in his hands, Fang Yuan's memories resurfaced. The anguish and suffering from back then had transformed into his soundless laughter now. The rabbit underneath his foot continued to struggle, the bell ringing non-stop. A pair of two strings touch for long, 10,000s of twists and thousands of returns make their inseparable love numerous. Delicately and slowly, with the passing of years, letting them converge. Complications, entanglements and turns present. Weaving the grass ropes, isn't it just like experiencing life? In the secret cave, the red light shone onto Fang Yuan's face, showing his youthfulness and experience intertwining together on his face. Time seemed to have stopped too, silently appreciating the young man weaving his ropes. Ring, ring, ring. An hour later, the wild rabbit rapidly entered the passageway, the bell on its neck ringing continuously. In a few breaths it left Fang Yuan's field of vision. Fang Yuan held onto the improvised grass rope that he wove temporarily, and on one end the rope was attached to the rabbit's hind leg, dragging into the tunnel with it. After a while, the rope stopped all movement. But this did not mean the rabbit had reached the end of the tunnel. Could have been killed by a trap or just decided to take a rest midway. Fang Yuan began to pull at the rope, retrieving it. The rope gradually tightened as he tugged. On the other end, a force of strength suddenly tugged back as the rope started to move towards the cave again. Evidently the rabbit on the other side had felt the tugging force and in its fluster, started to move deeper into the cave. After many attempts, the rabbit finally reached the end of the path, and no matter how Fang Yuan tugged at the rope, it only tightened and relaxed. Maybe the rabbit had reached the end of the tunnel, or maybe it had fallen into a trap and got stuck. It was simple to test and find out the answer. Fang Yuan started to retrieve the rope. His strength surpassed the rabbit by a mile, and eventually he dragged the rabbit out by force. The rabbit struggled at the other end, but the rope was made from materials acquired from the wine sack flower goo and rice pouch grass goo. Although it had been dead for years, it remained sturdy unlike normal grass. The wild rabbit was once again in Fang Yuan's hands, jumping about. Fang Yuan inspected the wild rabbit and saw that it had no injuries. Then he finally breathed out in relief. For now, it seems that this segment of the passageway is safe. With this result, the rabbit thus lost its value and Fang Yuan killed it instantly, throwing the corpse on the ground. He could not let the rabbit go, for animals also had memories. If it came back again and like the liquor worm attracted outsiders, that would be very bad. He breathed in deeply. After several tries and probes, he finally stepped into the passageway carefully. Even with the wild rabbit exploring, there were many traps and mechanisms that specially targeted only humans. A small animal like the wild rabbit would be unable to trigger it. Thus, Fang Yuan still had to be careful. The tunnel was straight, diagonally slanting towards the bottom. The deeper it was, the wider and taller the passage became. Fang Yuan had to lower his head when entering at first, but after more than 50 steps, he was able to take large strides with a straightened back, and after 100 steps, he could walk while lifting his upper arms and brandishing them left and right. The tunnel was not that long. It was only around 300 meters. But Fang Yuan spent around 2 hours venturing before he finally reached the end of the path. On the way, he was vigilant and explored step by step. At the end of the path, he was already sweating profusely. It is so troublesome without a detection goo worm. Fang Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead and after confirming his safety, calmed down and inspected the area. This time at one glance he was stunned. At the end of the tunnel there was a huge rock. The rock's surface was smooth and protruded towards Fang Yuan's direction, resembling Jia Fu's belly. This rock alone halted Fang Yuan's progression. Other than this huge rock, there was nothing around Fang Yuan. Is it because of an accident that the tunnel path was blocked, causing this? Fang Yuan squinted as he thought about the possibilities. Before the flower wine monk died, he was eager to set up the inheritance. He used the thousandly earthwolf spider and created a tunnel path. The path led deep within the mountains and to guide the inheritor in. After hundreds of years, the passage was unable to withstand the corrosion of time, and at one point, one of the areas collapsed due to lack of maintenance. All sorts of accidents often happen in life. If this is the case, won't I be stuck at this point? He went forward and touched the rock. This rock was halting his progression. Its size was like a door. One could only imagine its overall thickness. Fang Yuan could use the moonlight goo to carve away at the rock wall, but if he wanted to grind off this huge rock, it would take at least a year or two. It seems like I'm forced to use tools. I'll need to use spades and pickaxes to break the rock. Except if I do this, I might reveal some traces. The construction sounds might also travel out. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He was weighing the pros and cons. If the risk was too huge, he would rather give up this strength inheritance. After all, if others found out this secret, all the plotting and acting that Fang Yuan had done would go to waste, and his life would even be in danger. The sun rises, signifying the arrival of another day. The students lined up properly, faces flushed with excitement as they stood before the Academy Goo storage room. Today was the day where they would pick their second Goo. As the first to advance to middle stage, Fang Yuan had the priority in choosing. Thus he stood at the front of the queue. Behind him was Gu Yu Mo Chen, Gu Yu Fang Zhang, and Gu Yu Qi Cheng. Creak. The Gu storage room's door was opened by the guards, and Fang Yuan was the first to set foot into it. The Gu room was not big, but was a sight to behold. The surrounding walls had square holes in them. Some were big but others were small, holding all sorts of containers in them. There was rock pots, jade pots, cages made of weaved grass, and some porcelain ware. All sorts of Gu worms, being all rank 1, were stored in these containers. The Academy probably spent more than 1,000 primeval stones every day just to feed these Gu worms. Fang Yuan glanced through and found that in many containers, they were already empty, having no Gu worms inside. The Gu worms in the storage room were replenished once a year. Previously, when they were choosing their vital Gu, most of the youngsters chose the moonlight Gu. Thus, the storage room had no moonlight Gu left at the moment. The storage room had no windows. There was only a small skylight at the rooftop. The sunlight shone in from the skylight and formed a rectangular golden image on the ground. The first time when he entered the Gu room, Fang Yuan already had an objective and chose the moonlight Gu immediately. But now he had several possible targets in his mind. Yet these targets also depended on whether there was stock in the storage room. Fang Yuan moved along the left wall and strolled inside slowly while examining the catalog. 5 steps later he paused. A square box frame near his shoulder had a bronze bowl inside, and within it was a Gu worm. This Gu worm was like a bedbug, flat and wide with a small head, having an oval body. It was yellow-orange throughout, and emitted a faint bronze-like glow. This was the bronze skin Gu, the choice for most close combat Gu masters. The Academy's martial arts instructor raised such a Gu, and once activated, causes the body to glow yellow, greatly raising defense. Fang Yuan's knowledge was deep and broad, so of course he did not have any urge for this Gu. He continued forward and saw a stone skin Gu. The stone skin Gu and bronze skin Gu were similar in appearance, but the stone skin Gu's body was gray instead, like an art piece made of rock. After 6 stone skin Gu, there was the iron skin Gu. Iron skin Gu and bronze skin Gu were outwardly similar but with only a tiny difference. It was silently staying in an iron bowl, unmoving. It emitted a black iron-like glow around its body. As humans have clans, so do Gu. The 3 Gu that Fang Yuan saw simultaneously were all from the same series. They were similar in appearance and had similar effects. Iron skin, bronze skin, Rock skin, jade skin goo. If there is a jade skin goo, I might as well choose it. Fong Yuan mumbled as his heart felt a tiny flicker of expectation rising, and he continued walking. However, he was destined to be disappointed, for after the iron skin goo, he saw the beast skin goo. The jade skin goo and beast skin goo belonged to the same series as the bronze skin goo, etc. But they had great difference in value. The beast skin goo was the most common, even cheaper than the rock skin goo, but it had more evolutionary lines and could fuse with more varieties of goo. The jade skin goo was the most rare goo in this series. Its market value was only second to the liquor worm, and at times the price would fluctuate and rival with the liquor worm itself. Fong Yuan took a look, but he did not find a jade skin goo. He was not disappointed, but laughed in relief. Guyu Village is just a middle-sized clan. The Academy Goo storage room is only of middle-tier quality. To have a jade skin goo, that is rather impossible. The left side of the wall had already been inspected, so Fong Yuan swapped to another wall and continued strolling. On this wall, there was mostly the longhorn beetle goo. Similar to the skin goo series, longhorn beetle goo was a large clan among the rank 1 goo worms. Their outer appearances were similar. They had long and circular cylinder figures, the back area having many outlines. A large part of the body was a black color, giving out a metallic luster. It had a pair of feelers that were long and exceeded the body size. Its chin was strong and it gave out screeching noises, like the sound of timber being sawed. With this, a few goo masters from some places would call them as the sawing tree bunch. What first entered Fong Yuan's vision was a brute force longhorn beetle goo. Its entire body was a red metallic color, and it had a pair of antennae that was coarser than the usual longhorn beetle ones. On the top surface of the antenna there was a bamboo joint-like growth with every small interval. This brute force longhorn beetle goo was highly sought after in the market. Earlier the caravan that came to the Guyu village had people who sold large numbers of this goo. The brute force longhorn beetle goo gave goo masters temporary super strength. It had the reputation of the strength of 1 bull and could sustain for 5 breaths. But it had 2 weaknesses. One was that every activation consumed too much primeval essence. Rank 1 middle stage required 10% primeval essence, but if converted to initial stage it would consume 20%. Another was sequela. If the goo master had a weak constitution, using this goo a lot would cause their muscles to get injured, even experiencing muscle tearing. Only goo masters with a strong body would choose to use this goo. A small-sized person like Fong Yuan was unsuitable for it. Fong Yuan knew this too, and walked past the brute force longhorn beetle goo, continuing to look around. Oh, this is not bad. He halted his steps. It was a yellow camel longhorn beetle goo. The beetle's figure was a tiny bit thinner and longer than the brute force longhorn beetle goo, the entire body coated in dark yellow color. Its pair of long feelers did not have bamboo joints, and the roots were yellow in color, slowly fading into black at the tip. The brute force longhorn beetle goo could grant a goo master temporary strength, and this type of strength was immediate, only lasting for 5 breaths. But the yellow camel longhorn beetle goo could grant the goo master durability and allow their stamina expenditure to be greatly reduced. However, it could only sustain for 15 minutes. At the same time, it had no repercussions. Among the rank 1 goo worms, the yellow camel longhorn beetle had high market value, comparable to the moonlight goo and only losing to the jade skin goo and liquor worm. Fong Yuan inspected the surroundings and found that there was only 1 yellow camel longhorn beetle. The goo is not bad, but it is not compatible with me. Fong Yuan shook his head, giving up this goo. Very quickly he walked and reached the corner of the wall, having finished looking at the second wall, but he was not satisfied. The goo in the storage room were only of this quality, and if he wanted to get lucky or get a surprise goo, the chances were slim. Fong Yuan turned to the third wall and continued inspecting. On this wall, the boar goo were dominant. Boar goo was a series among the goo worm. There's the flower boar goo, pink boar goo, black boar goo, and white boar goo. Pink boar goo had the least value, almost no goo masters chose them. It only had one ability, and that is to gain weight. After a goo master injects their primeval essence, the pink boar goo would change their constitution and cause them to get fat. No matter how skinny they were, they would be able to become a big fat person. There was only 2 to 3 pink boar goo in the storage room, obviously of no nurturing value. The flower boar goo was the most abundant, having a dozen at least lining into a row. These goo worms had flower patterns on the surface, either white and black and pink, or white and pink. There were even some that had all three colors. The flower boar goo's use was similar to the brute force longhorn beetle goo, temporarily adding strength to the goo master. The brute force longhorn beetle goo gave one bull's strength, and the flower boar goo gave one boar's strength. The flower boar goo spent the same amount of primeval essence as the brute force longhorn beetle goo but could sustain for 10 breaths, twice of the brute force longhorn beetle goo. This was because the goo master gained lesser strength, thus lesser side effects. The flower boar goo is the most common goo worm, and it is sold most abundantly in the market. Its price is half of the brute force longhorn beetle goo, truly value for money. But among the boar goo clan, only those two last goo has greater value, being even more expensive than the jade skin goo and liquor worm. Fong Yuan's eyes showed a light of deep thoughts. A black boar goo or a white boar goo could sell for 600 primeval stones in the market. Once it appeared, it was often sold immediately. The black and white boar goo's ability was to change the goo master's body constitution and raise their strength permanently. Although the brute force longhorn beetle could grant a bull's strength, it could only last 5 breaths, uses too much energy to sustain, and had strong after effects. The black and white boar's strength increment, although little at a time, would be accumulative over time, and once obtained, the strength would belong to the goo master wholly. Even if the goo dies, this strength will still remain on the goo master's body. This is the reason why the black and white boar goo's value is higher than the liquor worm. The public recognizes that the liquor worm's value should be slightly inferior to the black or white boar goo. The liquor worm can only refine primeval essence, and after an intense battle, a goo master's primeval essence is easily depleted. For the remainder of the battle, they can only rely on their martial arts and their physical strength. This is when the white and black goo show their worth. They are more reliable than the liquor worm. If I can refine a black boar goo or white boar goo, that would be good. Fong Yuan was just imagining the scenario, but with this type of goo storage room which only has one yellow camel longhorn beetle, how can there be white or black boar goo which are so rare? He walked another round and saw all the goo worms the room had to offer. As expected, there was nothing that truly captivated him. At last, he retrieved a little light goo at a corner of the wall. There were 5 little light goo in the storage room. This goo was oddly shaped, looking like a pentagram, and only half as large as a fingernail. The little light goo was mainly paired with the moonlight goo, a common assistance-type goo worm for the moonlight goo. To Fong Yuan had chosen this goo, it was merely an average option, but at least it suited his development path. Fong Yuan is out. Geez, finally out after so long. I wonder what goo he chose? He already has the liquor worm, this is his 3rd goo, maybe he won't be able to raise them properly. Hee. Fong Yuan leisurely walked out of the storage room. The students were outside for such a long time and had started to become restless. It's my turn. I wonder what goo has Fong Yuan chosen. Once Guyu Mo-chan saw Fong Yuan stepping out, he hurriedly took big steps and entered the storage room. He checked and found that the sole yellow camel longhorn beetle was still there. Mo-chan could not refrain from becoming overjoyed, immediately taking it away. Afterwards, Fong Zhang went in. I have the moonlight goo for offense, but I lack a defensive-type goo worm. Guyu Fong Zhang, after long consideration, decided to choose a bronze skin goo. Guyu Chichang was the 4th to enter. I need an evasion ability, so in future battles I will be able to hit others, but others cannot hit me. I'll be virtually unbeatable. He looked left and right and finally chose a dragonpill cricket goo. The sun lowers and the moon rises, the signal of the arrival of nightfall. This was one of the concealed courtyards in the Guyu village. A locust tree that stood with complicated branches and luxuriant leaves, its robust and spacious treetop that was like a jasper imperial canopy, enveloped the entire courtyard. The moonlight was gentle like water, traveling through the leaves and branches of the locust tree, spilling into the courtyard. A gust of wind blew over, sending the tree leaves rustling, the shadows of the tree swaying slightly. It was under this tree that 2 people stood. Guyu Bo used a gentle gaze and looked at Fong Zhang. Fong Zhang, Today you chose your second gu? I wonder what it is? Reporting to clan leader, sir. Today I chose a bronze skin gu. Gu Yufangzhang stood rigid, saying with a look of admiration. Gu Yubo nodded, and after pondering he replied, not bad. It is a good choice. Gu Yufangzhang stood before Gu Yubo, his body tensed and tightened. Hearing Gu Yubo's praise, he did not know how to reply for a while. So in the end he only laughed. Clan leader, I chose randomly. You think I'm not serious in praising you? No. Gu Yubo stared at Fangzhang, a smile on his face. Do you know? From choosing a gu, it shows a person's disposition. You chose the bronze skin gu for defense. Paired with the moonlight gu, it is both offense and defense. This shows your pure nature. In this world, offense and defense are like frontal and ambush, yin and yang, soft and hard. This is the king's path. Gu Yumo chose the yellow camel longhorn beetle. This gu grants stamina and allows him to sustain battle. This shows his stubborn and strong attitude. As for Gu Yu Chichang, he chose the dragon pill cricket gu, allowing him to increase his dodging ability. This shows he does not like frontal attacks, being a witty person, good at tactics, but also showed the weakness in his character. Gu Yufangzhang was stunned after listening, for he did not expect that such a simple matter could reveal that much information and logic. Consequently, his attitude towards Gu Yubo became even more respectful. Clan leader, what did my brother choose? Fang Zheng thought of Fang Yuan and immediately asked. Gu Yubo laughed. He chose the little light gu. This gu is used to assist the moonlight gu and can make the moonblade attack stronger. This shows his extreme, active, and invasive personality. Indeed, Big Brother seems to be like that. Fang Zheng muttered. Gu Yubo took Fang Zheng's expression into consideration and etched it into his mind. Those who were rulers had their unique ability. Although Gu Yubo and Fang Zheng did not interact for long, Gu Yubo's experience gaze had already seen through Fang Zheng. Him telling Fang Zheng about Mo Bei and Qi Cheng's decisions had deeper meaning. It was to help Fang Zheng analyze these two people, for he anticipated him defeating the two of them and establishing the role of clan leader with his great talent. But Gu Yubo would not say it out loud, and would not instigate Fang Zheng's actions. As the clan leader, his every word and action had political implications. If he directly controlled Fang Zheng and dealt with Qi Cheng and Mo Bei, if word spread it might be misunderstood as the clan leader's political assault. If that's the case, the implication would be huge and it might even cause a clan dispute, harming the entire village. There was another point. Gu Yubo was waiting for Fang Zheng to understand his intentions. He spent time and effort to nurture Fang Zheng, but it was not to nurture a rank 4 or 5 fighter. A fighter without political knowledge was like a double-edged sword. He needed the future leader for the clan. I analyzed Mo Bei and Qi Cheng's personality for Fang Zheng, but he did not notice my intention, instead asking about Fang Yuan's situation. It seems that he has great trauma regarding Fang Yuan, but he is also at his rebellious stage. He wants to beat Fang Yuan, that's understandable. If only Fang Zheng had Fang Yuan's intelligence. I've seen many youngsters these years, but when it comes to political wits, Fang Yuan tops them all. It is a pity he only has C-grade talent. Gu Yubo sighed internally, but his smile got even more gentle. He took out a gu worm from his pocket. This is jade skin gu? Fang Zheng, on seeing this gu worm, said lightly with his eyes wide open. Gu Yubo said, compared to the bronze skin gu, this jade skin gu is much better, not only using less primeval essence but also gives greater defense. Fang Zheng, do you want it? Clan leader. Fang Zheng was shocked and he looked at Gu Yubo, stuttering, of course I want it. I can give it to you. Gu Yubo laughed even more amicably. But as the clan leader, I have to be impartial and cannot give it to you for no reason. Thus I have a condition. Fang Zheng nodded repeatedly, staring widely. What condition? Gu Yubo's smile vanished, showing a stern expression. I want you to be the first to break through rank 1 into rank 2. Be the first place in terms of cultivation. And this jade skin gu is your advancement reward. Advance to rank 2? Gu Yufangzhang hesitated for a moment. He had just become rank 1 middle stage. After middle stage was upper stage, and after that there was still peak stage. But now Guyubo wanted him to be the first person to advance to rank 2. What's wrong, are you afraid? Then I can only give this goo to others. Guyubo pretended to keep the jade skin goo. Fang Zheng was incited by this sentence. Immediately his brain heated up as he shouted, "No, I promise you, I will defeat everyone and be the first rank 2 cultivator. That's the way." Guyubo showed his gentle smile again, placing the jade skin goo on Fang Zheng's hand. He thought in his heart, "Fang Zheng, I know you feel inferior, but this inferiority complex is too harmful to your growth. The best way to dispel your inferiority is success. You have a great talent, so advancing to rank 2 first is your greatest advantage, and also the easiest success you can achieve. You must succeed, for if you fail even this, I would be too disappointed." At the same time, Fang Yuan stepped into the secret cave behind the rock crack again, getting into the end of the tunnel. This time, he did not bring any steel spade, pickaxe, or hammer, but carefully observed the surroundings. He was discouraged by this setback the previous night, and on the way back to the village he felt something amiss. Only today in the dormitory where he used the spring-autumn cicada to refine the little light goo did he suddenly understand the weird part of this situation. This huge rock blocking my path is too round and smooth. This is definitely man-made. That is to say, the flower wine monk purposely set this to block the path. But why did he set this hurdle at such a place? Fang Yuan pondered. He looked at the surroundings again. The ground of the path was smooth and the top was curved. The walls on both sides were red soil, emitting a red light. When he looked at the ground again, he found a point of suspicion. The ground near the giant rock was slightly darker in color. This color difference was not very obvious and not easily found under such a dimly lit environment. Fang Yuan knelt down, touching the ground, feeling a sense of wetness. No wonder the color was darker, it was wet. But this path was so dry, where was the water coming from? Fang Yuan grinded the soil with his fingers, finding out that the soil on this patch of earth had issues. It was very soft and loose, not lumpy like the dry red soil. Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Experience and intuition told him that this area had the key that the flower wine monk had hidden. And this key was the clue that would allow him to continue moving forward. Fang Yuan began to dig the soil. It was loose, so he did not spend much effort. After digging for around an inch deeper, there was a peculiar fragrance rushing into Fang Yuan's nostrils. This fragrance is thick and luxurious yet not common. It seems delicate and elegant. Could it be? Fang Yuan's heart moved as he thought of a possibility, his hands moving even faster. While digging, the area under the soil suddenly emitted a faint dark gold light. It really is what I'm thinking of. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, his hand movement becoming more delicate, carefully digging the surrounding soil away, expanding this hole. After a while, a dark gold-colored flower bud that was buried under the ground appeared in front of him. It was 2 inches deep in the ground, around the size of a stone mill. The bud's surface delicate and with the dark gold color, it appeared to be mysterious and elegant. It really is the earth treasury flower goo. Seeing this, Fang Yuan breathed out deeply. He was not eager in peeling away the flower petals, but took a rest on the ground instead, wiping the soil off his hands. Then he slowly stretched his hand and pried open the dark gold-colored petals. The earth treasury flower goo was like the combination of a lotus and kale. Its petals were tightly knitted together with numerous thick pieces, slippery when felt. As Fang Yuan opened the petals one by one, it was like revealing thick layers of silk. Once it left the main body, the huge dark gold-colored petals would disperse quickly. It was like snowflakes that melted into the air. After uncovering around 50 to 60 pieces of petals, the bud had shrunk in half, revealing the flower core. The core's petals were smaller and thinner, its texture becoming more smooth and fine. It was no longer like silk, but more like thin pieces of paper. Fang Yuan's movements became gentler and slower, only opening a piece of petal in a few breaths. The petals became increasingly transparent, and after a while, when Fang Yuan had opened the pieces of thin paper-like petals, he stopped his movements. The Earth Treasury flower goo at this moment only had a last layer of petals left. These petals overlapped each other, forming a fist-sized ball. The petals were translucent, thin as paper. Inside these petals contained a golden liquid, and in the middle of this liquid, a goo worm was sleeping inside. Fang Yuan looked intently, but he could only see a blurry shadow of the goo worm, and he could not tell which goo it was. He was close to it, and his breath was blown on the flower core. The spherical flower core began to shake, the golden liquid also moving gently inside the petals. Goo worms would die without food, and only a few goo worms could seal themselves. To protect and conserve goo worms, goo masters have had thought of many methods. The Earth Treasury flower goo was one of them. It was a one-time use type goo, and once implanted on the ground, it could not be moved. Its food was simple, which was earth energy. As long as it was planted on the ground, it would be able to survive with sufficient earth energy. It only had one use, and that is to contain a goo within the flower heart and immerse the goo in the golden liquid. This golden nectar could, to an extent, imitate the sealing state and let goo worms fall into hibernation. The flower wine monk planted this Earth Treasury flower goo, so the goo within has to be for the inheritor. Fang Yuan stretched out a finger and peeled the remaining petals carefully, revealing an opening. The golden liquid flowed out along his finger, feeling like soybean oil. The flower core began to soften with the loss of the golden liquid. Fang Yuan moved his finger and the petals were split, allowing him to retrieve the slumbering goo worm. It was a cute ladybug, only the size of the thumb's fingernail. Its body was a milky white color, and if overlooked from the back, it was like a circle. Its head only occupied a small area, while the rest of the body was its large fat stomach and bright shiny exoskeleton. Its 6 tiny limbs were also cream-colored, hidden under its stomach. White boar goo. Fang Yuan showed an expression of joy on his face. The temperature these few days had gotten higher. The sun shone intensely in the afternoon, hanging right over everyone's head. The caravan left and the inn's business fell again. Fang Yuan stepped into the cafeteria, immediately attracting the attention of the shop assistants. A familiar face rushed over and gave him a flattering smile. "Oh, young master, you're here. Please take a seat. Give me a jar of wine and cut me 600 g of beef, and serve a few side dishes." Fang Yuan strode through the cafeteria and approached the window seat that he always sat at. The shop assistant showed a difficult expression. "Young master, my apologies, but during the last time the caravan came, the innkeeper sold all of the green bamboo wine. We do not have this wine here anymore." Fang Yuan nodded, not feeling surprised. "Then give me a jar of rice wine and tell the innkeeper, brew more green bamboo wine this year. I am pre-ordering 100 jars. As for how much the advance payment will be, you can count first and report to me." Now that the liquor worm was exposed and did not gather any suspicion, Fang Yuan did not have to be restrained in buying wine anymore. "All right, I will definitely convey your words. Please be at ease, young master." The shop assistant patted his chest, sounding confident. Soon the dishes were served. Fang Yuan drank and ate while staring out of the window. In such hot weather, especially during mealtimes, there were few people on the streets. The sunlight shone on the ground and the green-colored bamboo tall houses. A few barefooted mortal farmers carrying cement, steel spades or shoulder poles walked in front. They had just finished their farm work and were heading home. 2 children held the bamboo frame of their windmill toy and ran about. The one behind chased while crying and shouting. It seems that the boy in front had stolen his windmill toy. At this moment, 2 young goo masters wearing green belts walked hurriedly on the street. "Get lost! Don't block the way!" A goo master pushed the farmer in front of him. The farmers frantically gave way. "Humph!" The 2 young goo masters walked through arrogantly. Fang Yuan looked with a distracted gaze in his eyes, as part of his mind was already focused on his aperture. Within the aperture, the water wall continued to flow as his green copper primeval sea rose with raging waves. The liquor worm was playing around in his primeval sea, at times comfortably rolling around, and at times curling into a ball. The spring-autumn cicada was in deep slumber, hiding its appearance. The round body of the white Borgu spread its wings and drew circles in the sky. The white and black Borgu were equally well known, both being precious and rare rank 1 gu worms. Their market value was even greater than the liquor worm. Although they had the same usage and similar appearance, their future advancement routes were greatly different. The black Borgu and the green silk gu would combine into the rank 2 black main gu, and then into the rank 3 steel main gu. But the white Borgu was most compatible with the jade skin gu, where it would turn into rank 2 white jade gu, and later into the rank 3 heavenly mugwort gu. The steel main gu could let the gu master's hair become tough as steel, raising both offense and defense. The heavenly mugwort gu allowed the gu master's body to become tough as white jade, while at the same time reducing the damage from attacks such as the moonblade. Fang Yuan was slightly happy over this. Getting the white Borgu was just one aspect of it, but what made him truly happy was the flower wine monk's strength inheritance. The white Borgu can increase strength. The flower wine monk set a giant rock to block the way, so it seems I need to refine this gu and with enough strength, push the giant rock away and continue forward. This must be the first test. With the flower wine monk's meticulous setup, I can infer that there has to be future inheritance trials, a second or third hurdle. Most importantly, I can confirm that he set this strength inheritance not as a trap, but with true sincerity. With this inheritance, I can reach rank 3 faster and leave this Qingmao mountain, and venture outside, gaining greater opportunities. What does a gu master need most in cultivating? The answer is but one word: resources. Fang Yuan needs to cultivate, thus he needs resources. But the clan's resources are limited, so if he wants more, he needs to fight for it. Not only fighting for resources, he also has to be victorious. To him, the more he fights and the more victories he obtained, the more he would reveal more of his trump cards and make others more wary. Wariness, when accumulated to an extent, would turn into suppression and hurdles blocking his path. Fang Yuan killed a family servant. But why did the Mo family stay indifferent? Robbing the classmates, why did their family not pursue it? Fang Yuan resisted the clan and refused to be part of the system. But why did the clan leader choose to be lenient? It is all because he is weak, because he is C-grade. They feel strong and do not feel like bullying the weak. Under the family system, being petty with the weak Fang Yuan not only causes them to face humiliation, it also makes others feel that the person is cold and unfeeling, ruining one's social relationships. Weakness was a safety umbrella that Fang Yuan had for now. But with his continued competition for resources, Fang Yuan would appear stronger. This would make everyone start being wary of him and begin to try recruiting him. No matter which side he chooses, he would face suppression and troubles from the other factions. Suppression and restrictions would drag down his growing speed. Fang Yuan was aware of his predicament. He was in a delicate position. He seemed to have offended everyone, but he had not violated any law in reality. Yet with time, his cultivation level will rise, and conflicts will arise and worsen. Fang Yuan knows that this conflict would escalate, but the later it escalated, the greater benefit he would gain. Thus, the flower wine monk's inheritance was perfectly timed. With this strength inheritance, he would have hidden resources. Using this, he could be free of the system's control and walk his own path, cultivating at his own speed and secretly accumulate strength. Once he was adopted into the system, he would need to side with a faction. Even if he did not want to compete, he would definitely be dragged into the political strife. Inside the system, one is a pawn. You first have to be a proper pawn for others to use you willingly. After they trust and use you, you have the chance to climb upwards, and even during that process you have to be careful not to become a discarded pawn. Fang Yuan was clear of this procedure, he knew it too well. Even with his vast knowledge, there was nothing he could do to this situation. These were the rules. The more crucial part was his C-grade talent. To the clan, there was no desire in investing in him. Often he would be treated as a discarded pawn. The most optimum progress route was to work alone. This way, he could avoid most competition. Towards the higher-ups in the village, the image he had created earlier would be sustained. This world's matters, it is always easily done secretly, but difficult to do openly. Using the flower wine monk's inheritance, I can cultivate and gather strength secretly without gaining attention and suppression. But the extortion has to continue, for if it stopped abruptly, it would invite suspicion, and I also need primeval stones. Fang Yuan considered his future plans. He really needed primeval stones. Other teenagers of his age had only started refining and feeding a second goo worm. He, however, had also refined the little light goo and recently acquired the white boar goo, thus having a total of 4 goo worms. Previously, he needed around 1 primeval stone a day just to feed the moonlight goo and liquor worm. Now, after calculating, he needed more than 2 pieces every day just as expenditure. If including his cultivating needs and living expenditures, he would need to use around 5 primeval stones a day. 5 primeval stones was enough to feed a family of 3 mortals for 5 months. On hand at the moment, he had several hundred primeval stones, but it was not enough to sustain such an expenditure in the long run. More importantly, the further he got, the greater his expenditure would be. Especially after advancing to rank 2, every time he tried combining goo worms, it would cost a huge sum. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt troubled. The matter of primeval stones was a problem, and by relying on just extortion and the resources on hand, he could only delay this problem from erupting. Moreover, he had another problem, and that was the white boar goose feeding. The white boar goose food was pork. Boar obviously referred to pigs. The boar goose series food was all pork. Black and white boar goo had huge appetites. Every 5 days they would need to eat around 1 fully grown pig's amount of meat. Pork in this world was not cheap, and mortals could only afford to slaughter one during the New Year celebration and enjoy themselves. Without the large-scale cultivation technique of Earth, the price of pork and beef was not something mortals could eat often. At the same time, the topography of the Qingmao Mountain was precipitous, the area of residence narrow. How much space could be allocated just for rearing livestock? You eat what you can procure at where you live. The villagers were able to eat pork occasionally because of the hunters hunting wild boars in the mountains. It seems that I have to go hunting myself from now on. For pork. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a glint. Relying on the village to purchase pork, first was the expenditure of primeval stones, second was that it would attract attention. Even if you loved eating pork, how could a person eat so much in such a short period? If he hunted himself, it would not only resolve this problem, but also alleviate his current financial stress. Shop assistant Bill. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan hesitated no more, and after footing the bill, he left the inn. These few days the academy was on break so that the students could refine their second goo worm. Fang Yuan decided that he could use this time well. He would leave the village and scout the mountains, and then kill some wild boars and get himself some pork. The mountain forest was boundless, and Fang Yuan walked through patiently. The sunlight permeated through the huge and tall woods, shining and creating a ground of mottled and fragmentary tree shadows. The green grass beside his feet was like a mattress, and the wild flowers bloomed with bright colors. His ears picked up the sound of birds chirping, or the trickling of flowing water. The further he got from the village, walking towards the outer surroundings, the more risky it was. Thus Fang Yuan was even more careful. The wilderness was very dangerous. Goo masters had to have at least rank 3 cultivation to be able to venture the wilds alone and explore. But this did not mean they were safe, as many rank 3 goo masters died in the wild, sometimes even rank 4s. Wild beasts, poisonous worms, human threats, and at times the weather, these were all causes of death. However, Fang Yuan wanted to kill the wild boars which were often found around the village's peripheral. Otherwise, the village hunters would not be able to catch wild boars. The environment around the village, every now and then, goo masters from the clan would come out and clear the area. This environment to a rank 1 middle stage like me is still safe. But I still have to be careful. Wild beasts and goo worms like to move around. With his experience from his previous life, Fang Yuan scouted carefully. Time gradually passed, but Fang Yuan gained nothing. Damn. Qingmao Mountain is still too big for the current me. I have no scouting type goo and I am not familiar with this environment, plus Qingmao Mountain is periodically cleared up, so to find a wild boar, it is too difficult. Let's go to the foot of the mountain. Fang Yuan's scouting was unfruitful. Thus he changed his mind and went to the mountain foot. Qing Mao Mountain has 3 mountain villages: Guyu Village, Xiong Family Village, and Bai Family Village. The Xiong Family Village was on the Fore Mountain, the Guyu Mountain Village was at the mountain waist, and Bai Family Village was at the back mountain waterfall. Other than the 3 villages, there was also tens of tiny villages at the mountain foot, all being inhabited by mortals. The 3 mountain villages split these small villages among themselves, being the ones controlling them behind the scenes. Once they lacked family servants, they would pick from these small villages. But they would not choose Gu masters. Nurturing a Gu master, they would only choose a clansman. Even if they knew that among these mortals were people with talent, although rare, they would still not use them. This world was heavily sided towards bloodline, and holding power among relatives was the political stability that the clan needed. In order to expand in size, many mountain villages had adopted outsiders into their system. Eventually their power flowed out and caused internal conflicts, thus causing the entire clan to break down or weaken. No matter the world, political power was still based off military force. This is the truth. And troops are the brute force department, representing strength. By controlling strength, one gains status and authority. Of course, the clan's rules are not ever constant. They also adopt new blood. Every year, there would be outsiders marrying into the clan, leaving their servant status, and the children they give birth to would be a Guyu, a new generation clansman. This is like connecting a tiny stream into a spring. Do not underestimate this stream, as without it, a spring would be still and eventually rot. With it, there would be life and the spring would grow even stronger. Fang Yuan's previous servant Shen Chui was betting on this idea of marrying into a Guyu and leaving her servant status. Fang Yuan left the mountain, and after 30 minutes, could see thick smoke rising from under the mountain. After a while, he could see a wide hill in his vision, and a village around that area beside a small river. The small villages around the vicinity were under the rule of the Guyu village. Although they were close by, the small villages were not as safe, thus requiring regular cleanup. For mortals to live in such conditions and manage to survive, to Fang Yuan, he naturally could accept such a fact. Oh! On the mountain path nearing the village, Fang Yuan sensitively found traces on the ground. His past experience told him that this was a wild boar's traces. Chase! Fang Yuan raised his spirits as he followed the clues, getting deeper into the mountains. Green moss spread over the stones, ancient juniper trees and tall pagoda trees completing the great forest. Under the strong light of the sun, the mountain woods of summer was even more profound and serene. The lush underbrush suddenly moved a little. A few deer eating the sumptuous grass looked up, vigilantly staring at the bushes, their ears twitching. The bushes that were half a man's height split apart, and a young man crawled out from within. His skin was pale and his black hair was short. He was wearing a modest linen shirt. It was Fang Yuan. Swoosh! A few wild deer were frightened, and their 4 thin limbs quickly moved, sprinting away. In a moment, they vanished from Fang Yuan's vision. These are female deer. Their fur can be shaved to make warm clothing, and deer meat is also some Gu worm's food. If it's a male deer, the antlers are most precious, and some are even necessary ingredients for a Gu worm's advancement. The wild was dangerous all over, and at the same time it had great treasures. Fang Yuan looked at the direction that they were escaping in, and retracted his gaze. His target was wild boars, not these deer. He continued moving. There was the sound of buzzing. Nearing these noises, Fang Yuan stopped in his tracks. Beehive. He looked forward and saw a beehive hanging on a tree. The bee's nest was massive. The size was that of a wicker basket. It appeared as a sort of grayish dark yellow color. Outside the bee nest was a few dozen bee soldiers flying around. Occasionally a few worker bees would enter and exit. Beehive has honey, and honey is the bear strength Gu's food. Thus, the Xiong family has great demand for honey. This beehive is only a small-sized one, and the chances of producing a Gu isn't high. If I had the bronze skin Gu, I could risk getting stabbed and collect the honey. What a pity, Fang Yuan thought. In this world, not all insects are Gu. Gu are the spirit of the world, the body of the laws. How can it be so cheap? Among a swarm of insects, normally only the insect king is a Gu. But that depends on their size and development, so if the swarm is too small, there is no goo either. Taking the beehive ahead as an example, because it is too small, there is a low chance of having a goo. Fang Yuan routed around this beehive and continued forward. The traces of the wild boar was getting more evident, and Fang Yuan knew he was getting close to it. Thus he became more careful, as wild boars were very dangerous. Wild boars are not reared pig. When a mature wild boar fights with a tiger, the tiger may not win. In this mystical world, wild beasts are not simple too. Oh, this situation. When Fang Yuan finally found the wild boar, he saw that it had fallen into a huge pit. A sharpened green bamboo was situated at the bottom of the pit, where it had pierced the wild boar and was causing it to bleed. Seeing the accumulated blood in the pit, he could tell that the boar had already been in the trap for at least 15 minutes. But this wild boar continued to struggle, whimpering and howling, still full of life. This trap is obviously set by hunters. To think I'm reaping the rewards. Fang Yuan smiled, but his expression was grim. These traps threatened him too. If he had fallen into it, after half a quarter of an hour, he would die. Although the village surroundings were cleared regularly, the hunters often came to hunt and set many traps. Some could be discerned, while others were designed to be hidden, and if Fang Yuan could not discover them, he might fall into the trap. Any area in this mountain could have a trap buried by the hunters. But among hunters, with every trap set, they would inform each other on the location. It seems I have to find an old hunter's residence and find out about the trap locations from him. Along with the surrounding wild beasts activity area and with these intel, I would not have to search like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Fang Yuan thought internally. This was the problem of not having a scouting type of goo worm. But to find a good scouting type goo, it was not easy. In a short time, he could barely make do with a hunter's intel. With such a thought, Fang Yuan's wrist flicked and a moon blade flew out, easily hitting the wild boar. Whoosh! With a light ring, the entire moon blade cut through the boar's neck and caused a long and slender wound. Then with a plop sound, a blood fountain spewed out from it. The spewing blood caused the wound to become bigger, and thus the blood fountain also enlarged. The boar screeched, thrashing about with the last of its energy, until its movements became smaller and smaller. Fang Yuan silently looked at the scene, his face calm. The wild boar's life faded as its eyes were staring wide and perfectly round, the muscles on its body twitching and the warm blood filling the trap hole, a thick smell of blood permeating the surrounding. Survival or death? This is the theme of nature. He sighed in his heart. At this point, human voices were heard. Second Brother Wang, within our village, no one is better than you at hunting. Especially killing wild boars. Your family's old Wang is the hunting king in the entire region. Who would not know of his great name? That's right. Second Brother Wang inherited the old hunter's abilities. To hunt a wild boar, it is naturally as good as caught. Second Brother Wang, why didn't little sister Wang come with you today? After all the bootlicking, a grave and stern voice said, "Humph! Hunting a wild boar, how can it show my true abilities? Today I want to kill 3 boars, you'll see. Ergo Dan, stop lusting after my sister, or I'll thrash you." Ergo Dan retorted, "Men and women marry when they're of age. What's wrong with liking little sister Wang? Moreover, I'm not the only one. Which guy in your village doesn't also fancy her too? Second Brother Wang, in my opinion you are also 19 already. You should marry a wife and have kids already." The voice spoke again. "Humph! I'm a true blue man. How can I lust after such a small temptation? One day, I will leave this Qingmao mountain and explore the world and learn about everything under the sky. That will truly be fitting of my manly status." Saying so, the 4 young hunters walked out of the forest. The leader hunter had a tall build, carrying a bow and arrow, his muscles bulging and his eyes full of spirit, showing a powerful aura. When he saw Fang Yuan, he frowned and screamed, Which village are you from, kid? How dare you try to take advantage of me, Wang Er? Quickly get lost. Get lost." Hearing Wang Er's words, Fang Yuan immediately broke into a cold smirk, and he brandished his palm in front of him. Swoosh! With a light sound, a blue-colored moonblade shot forward. At the same time, he put strength into his leg and rushed towards the 4 hunters. "Goo Master!" The hunters were stunned and shouted upon seeing the moonblade. The moonblade had already fired over, and they rushed to evade. Plunk! A person did not evade fast enough, and his right forearm was hit by the moonblade. Immediately his bones and flesh split, the entire wrist and his forearm cut through and fell on the ground. "Oh!" He laid on the ground, screaming in fear and pain. His left arm was like an eagle claw gripping his right arm. His right limb spewed bright red blood non-stop, quickly dyeing the floor red. "Spare me! We did not offend you intentionally." The other 2 mortals, on seeing their companion's state, went pale without a trace of blood in their face. They hurriedly got on all fours and kneeled down, kowtowing to Fang Yuan non-stop. "Humph! A bunch of fags. What are you afraid of? It's just a Gu disciple." Only Wang Er was still standing. Fang Yuan attacked without warning, and this had made him frightened and angry. His arms went behind his back, and with a swift action, he grabbed hold of the bow and arrow in his arms. "Stop! Come further and I'll shoot you." Wang Er retreated as he readied the arrow while screaming. "Oh!" Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. This Wang Er was rather intractable. Normally, when mortals saw Gu masters, they would be cowering in fear. Yet this man was able to remain calm. He must be rather bold. Pew! Another moonblade shot out towards Wang Er. "Unappreciative bastard." Wang Er snorted and killing intent rose from his heart. He took a sidestep and evaded the moonblade while shooting an arrow. The arrow was fast, and with a swoosh, it reached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan ducked, his head lowering slightly and evading the arrow as he continued rushing forward, quickly reaching Wang Er. Wang Er bravely threw away the bow in his hand and clenched his bowl-sized fist, rushing towards Fang Yuan. He had a large build, his back strong like a wolf's and his waist like a bee's, and he was at least 50 centimeters taller than Fang Yuan. The sunlight shone from behind him, and as Fang Yuan rushed towards him, he could see a dark shadow hanging over his face, his eyes emitting killing intent like a wolf. "No! Stop quickly!" The 2 hunters, seeing that the 2 were going to collide into each other, frightfully shouted, "Die!" Wang Er's eyes were fierce as the muscles on his face twitched, showing his sinister and insane expression, like a bloodthirsty evil wolf. Both his fists flew towards Fang Yuan. Boom! His fist was fast and heavy, even cutting the wind. Fang Yuan could see the fist getting bigger in his eyes, but his expression was unchanging as he took a sidestep. Swoosh! At the crucial moment, he avoided the fist and forcefully rotated his body, knocking Wang Er's left hand away. Wang Er laughed sinisterly as he waved his fist horizontally, his fist striking first, about to reach Fang Yuan's back. But at this moment, a bright flash of sunlight entered his iris. His back was originally facing the sun, and now that he had turned around, the eye-piercing sunlight temporarily made his eyes hurt, and his vision went blank. Fang Yuan smirked as he backflipped in the air, dodging Wang Er's fist, at the same time waving his right arm. Pew! The 3rd moonblade flew along the sunlight trajectory. Wang Er's senses tingled as he felt unprecedented danger. He turned his head around and the next moment, the eerie blue moonblade flew past. "Be careful, brother Wang Er." Did he avoid it? The 2 kneeling on the ground forgot to beg for forgiveness at this moment, staring widely. The piercing sunlight shone on their face. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. The surrounding sound vanished, and the world was silent. The afternoon's blazing sun paved a white background, and on this backdrop, Wang Er's body became a black shadow. His body was in the air at an arc, his muscular body stretching in a crescent shape like an open bow, full of masculine appeal. His head lowered as he tried to avoid the moonblade. The moonblade flew like a snail in the air, its eerie blue light almost invisible under the sun's rays. The white background, the black shadow, and the blue moonblade. These 3 formed a brilliant stage for a moment full of life and death. The moonblade flew over. The shadow that represented Wang Er landed smoothly as it flowed with the trajectory. He was safe and sound. Phew! Seeing this, a young hunter breathed out a sigh of relief. He avoided it. Another hunter was cheering internally. But at this time, a small piece of the shadow's head flew out along with red fluids, separating from the shadow and spewing everywhere. The blue moonblade gradually dissipated in the air. That black shadow was like a broken bough. As the energy accumulated within it disappeared at once. It turned into a beautiful but sad fallen leaf, silently landing on the ground. The two hunters' irises shrunk into pin size. Their mouths were agape, stretching to their bodily limits. Splat! The bright red fluid landed on their faces. The two touched their faces. Blood. They jolted awake. In their perception, time had returned to normal and noise returned. There were birds chirping, water flowing, and their companions screaming while grabbing his broken arms. Second Brother Wang? A hunter called, his voice full of horror. All this time, Wang Er was their leader. He's dead. Another hunter cried out, his face grim to the limit. Brother Wang Er is our strongest hunter. A while ago he was still talking with us. But to think the next moment he's dead. He should not have angered that Gu Master. We mortals are no match for Gu Masters. The two hunters were frightened and shocked. At once they were like statues kneeling on the ground. Fang Yuan got up from the ground. Earlier, to avoid Wang Er's fist, he rotated his body in the air and lost his balance. After shooting the moonblade, he fell to the ground. But this fall was worth it, as Wang Er's fist would have caused him to vomit blood on the spot. After all, Fang Yuan had no defensive Gu, and his body was only a 15-year-old. Now, he stood up, other than his shoulders hurting. He had practically no injuries. This Wang Er is very strong, much stronger than that Mo family servant Gao Wan. If any other student encountered him, they would lose without doubt. Even a rank 1 upper stage Gu master would lose to him out of carelessness. Fang Yuan stared at the corpse of Wang Er deeply. Gu masters were still threatened by genius mortal martial artists when they are at rank 1 stage. This Wang Er was truly skilled. His archery skill was fast and stable, just relying on this it could match Moonblade. In fact, the Moonblade might even be inferior, as the arrow has a larger range. His fighting skill has reached the peak of mortals, a strong body with tough bones, and he was also ruthless. With Fang Yuan's small body, it could not go head-to-head with him. Thus, any other student would lose undoubtedly. Unfortunately for Wang Er, he met Fang Yuan. Once he appeared, Fang Yuan noticed his bow and deduced that he could not fight long range with him. The Moonblade only had a range of 10 meters. The bow had far greater range than the Moonblade. Thus, Fang Yuan ditched long combat. He quickly got closer and closed the gap between them, showing a physical fighting stance. Wang Er had no choice but to discard his bow and fight physically with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan did not really think of going close combat with Wang Er. He used the angle of the sun's rays and caused a weakness in Wang Er before shooting out his third Moonblade. He was already middle stage now, and with the liquor worm's refinement, the Moonblade had the attack power of an upper stage Gu master. At such a close range, with Wang Er's weakened vision, his defeat was guaranteed. But this Wang Er is indeed skillful. I wanted to decapitate him, but at the crucial moment, he relied on his senses and reflexes and evaded half of my attack, causing my Moonblade to cut off only half of his head. Life and death is nature's law. All living beings are equal, and everyone has their right to survive and be killed. There might be royalty and lower beings, but in face of death, a person's death is no different from a pig's. What's the difference? They're both dead. Fang Yuan took a final look at Wang Er's corpse and sighed in his heart. The tree roots penetrate into the mountain soil, letting their green hands reach up towards the sky. Thick and solid tree trunks faced each other, looking similar through the distances. The exuberant branches and leaves intertwined in mid-air. Under the surroundings of these trees was a wooden house. The wooden house was made entirely from the solid thick barks, leaking out a type of genuine firm smell. The wooden house was not a newly built one, but it had gathered many years. Thus the house surface had green moss growing all over, and some of the tree trunks had begun to sprout out tender little branches. Around the wooden house was a tall and great fence constructed from green spear bamboo. The back and front area was all vegetable fields, and in the middle of the fields was a man-made well. At this time, a young and beautiful lady was drawing water from the well. While she wore simple and plain clothing, this was still hard to mask her complexion. She was 16 years of age, and she had a big pair of black eyes, the black and whites of her eyes clearly defined, and pure like crystals. The sunlight penetrated through the overlapping and luxuriant tree leaves, shining onto her face, letting her skin reflect light like it was white snow, also showing a sort of transparent red flush and gentleness on her. Her black hair hung down unruly and half-covered her cute earlobes. The pink lips were pursed at the moment, and she was clenching her set of white perfect teeth, her face showing an expression of full concentration. She used all her strength to pull the bucket full of water out of the well. With another breath, she moved the bucket to the ground outside the well. Huff! The young girl wiped her forehead and breathed out, using her pale hand to fan her own face. Hearing the bucket hitting the ground, the wooden house's door opened, and an old man came out. The old man's hair was a mix of black and white, his face having layers of wrinkles. Although his eyes looked tired, they showed a hint of brilliance sometimes. Like an elderly tiger, although old, the tiger's authority was still evident. "Lass, this bucket is too heavy," I said. "Let me carry it." "Why are you secretly watering the plants behind my back again?" The elderly looked at the young girl and showed an expression of doting affection. "Father," the young girl sweetly called, "you were hunting until late at night yesterday. I wanted you to sleep in later today. It's just a water bucket. Look, I can carry it out, right? You, always loving to act tough." The old man's voice was full of helplessness, but his eyes were once again doting on her. He took a large step and got to the well, stretching out his hand and easily grabbing the bucket. "Come, lass, let's water the plants together." The air was full of the smell of wild grass and flowers, and the summer's wind blew warmly and passed by the trees, turning into a gust of refreshing wind. The wooden house on the mountain had a vegetable field, and the girl used the pail, lowering her back to water the plants. The father was in charge of getting the water, rotating between two water buckets. The atmosphere of a loving family was evident in this tiny space. "Sigh, I am too old. Just a few buckets and I am already exhausted." After a while, the old man stood by the well, wiping the sweat off his forehead and sighing deeply. The young girl turned her head back, smiling like flowers, saying, "Father, you finally realized it. You're already so old, yet you want to act tough all the time. How many times have I told you, let second brother do the hunting. You should be resting at home enjoying your life at this age." "Hee hee hee." The old man laughed, nodding. "Relying on your second brother's abilities, he can roam this mountain easily. With his archery skills, it even surpasses me in my youth. But I still cannot feel at ease. His heart is too wild, and with just martial art skills he wants to soar. Sigh, young men love to imagine freely. They all have this problem." "Father," the young girl dragged her words. The old man laughed even more heartily now, his tone carrying a mischievous hint. "Oh yeah, there's still you. You're not young anymore, it's time to get married. I have found a good partner for you, and with your good looks, there's no problems with finding a good family." The girl's face grew red like a tomato. Immediately she felt too embarrassed until she was lost for words. The old man looked at the sky, imagining the great future as he sighed. "Once your second brother suffers some setbacks and curbs his nature, I will retire and never go into the mountains. Next I will find you a good family and watch you marry and have children, preferably a chubby boy. Heh, your father wants to take care of his grandson, that's all I want. A person's life is not easy, and as a hunter, how many can have a good ending? Sigh, all my partners and comrades from back then are already gone. I am all that's left." "Father, you are wrong," the young girl consoled. "What do you mean there's only you left? You still have us." "Hee hee, The old man was laughing and was about to reply, but he suddenly heard a sound and turned his head. The little entrance of the bamboo fence was broken from the outside by someone. "You are Old Man Wong?" Fong Yuan's cold expression with his eerie eyes stepped forward with a lump of moonlight in his right arm. The old man was shocked as he looked at the moonlight on Fong Yuan's hand, rapidly kneeling. This old man pays his respects to Lord Gu Master. Old man Wang, your son dared to offend me. I have executed him. Bring his corpse forward. Fong Yuan stood proudly, staring at the kneeling old man as he brought out the main topic. His words had just finished, and two young hunters carried Wang Er's corpse in. Seeing this corpse, old man Wang's body shook. Second brother! The young girl screamed pitifully, rushing forward and grabbing Wang Er's corpse, her face flushed with tears. Wang family's daughter. The two young hunters, seeing the girl they liked crying in front of them, felt terrible. They wanted to console her, but no words came out. Old man Wang, I heard you're a hunter, the best among the few villages. At such an old age, you can still hunt and get a good result every time. This is great. Fong Yuan paused here for a moment and continued expressionlessly. Draw me a map of all the traps of the nearby mountain area now, as well as the results of your observation of wild beast territories from your hunting experience all these years. Draw it for me and I will spare your son's sin of offending me. If not, humph. These villages were under Guyu village's control. The villagers were all farmer slaves of the Guyu clan. With Wang Er's offense for offending his master, according to the clan rules, their entire family would be implicated. Old man Wang's body shook again, almost falling to the ground. An impact like this was too sudden and great to him. Murderer, you are the murderer that harmed my brother. You treat human lives like livestock, and you dare to confront us? I will exact revenge for my brother. The young girl screamed, her voice full of hatred and anger towards Fong Yuan, and she rushed towards Fong Yuan. But she was only halfway there when she got stopped by someone. It was not the two young hunters, but her father. Disgraceful wretch! Old man Wang screamed as he gave the young girl a tight slap, sending her to the ground. Your second brother is dead. Do you want to die too? Do you want this old father of yours to be old and alone forever? The old man cried profusely saying this, his body trembling furiously. Father! The young girl was awakened by this, and her tears poured out. Her voice was full of sadness, unjust, pity, hatred, and helplessness. The old man turned his body, facing Fong Yuan as he kneeled down and placed his forehead on the ground, prostrating deeply at Fong Yuan's feet. His voice shook as he said, Lord Gu Master, my son offended you and deserved to die. I shall draw the map for you now. Please spare us with your magnanimity. Fong Yuan's expression turned milder. He looked at the old man arrogantly, saying, Be at ease, as long as you draw honestly, I will spare you. But don't think of lying to me, for if I find any suspicious points, your lives will be forfeited. I understand. This old man understands. Old man Wang kowtowed non-stop. Please, Lord Gu Master, allow me to retrieve my brush and paper. No need. Fong Yuan waved his hand, looking at the two hunters he had forced along, ordering, Enter the room and find paper and brush and bring them out. Yes, Lord Gu Master. The two youngsters did not dare to rebel under Fong Yuan's authority. Lord, the paper and brush are on the square table in the kitchen. Old man Wang said. Fong Yuan's eyes shone, but he remained silent. The two hunters barged into the house and quickly brought out the paper and brush. In the southern territory, the paper were specially made of bamboo, where the quality was bad and the paper was tough with green overlays. Paper like this was suited to the moist weather of the southern territorial weather. If it was rice paper, it might be destroyed after a week due to moisture. The old man carried the brush and kneeled on the ground, drawing out black lines, curves, or dots. He used over 10 bamboo papers before handing them all to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan looked through them and split these bamboo papers into two, handing them to the two hunters. Take a look if there's any inappropriate areas. Every mistake. I'll give you one primeval stone. The two hunters took the bamboo papers, their hands trembling, eyes shining. This is Hunter Wang's life experience and effort. Us hunters, although we keep in contact, it is all about trap placement, We will not tell others about the wild beast distribution. This bamboo paper, it is all the information that Hunter Wong had gathered since his ancestors. So this valley has a herd of wild deer, haha. After I hunt these wild deer, I won't have to worry about expenses for the next 3 months. This stream has a cave of mountain bears? How close? I almost hunted at this region last time. Note it. I must note it all down. These were precious information. It could be said to be a hunter's rice bowl. Normally not within a generation but all the way from their forefathers. These experiences and information were obtained at the expense of their blood and lives. But Old Man Wong's family had always hunted for a living. When it got to Old Man Wong, he had reached the peak of his family line, the acclaimed #1 hunter. Information in the hands of such a person is the most useful and truthful. The two young hunters checked for nearly 15 minutes, glossing through the map multiple times. Only after Fang Yuan rushed them did they finally hand over the bamboo paper reluctantly. During this period, Old Man Wong was kneeling on the ground, his forehead touching the ground as he expressed his respect. The young girl was lying on the ground, as if she had gone lifeless. There is no problem, Lord. The trap areas in these bamboo papers are all accurate. The two answered, Lord Gu Master, this concerns me and my daughter's life. I would definitely not lie to you. The old man on the ground shouted as he continued to kowtow. Not bad. Fang Yuan waved the stack of bamboo paper. Yet suddenly his words changed. But, I don't believe it. Old Man Wong jolted, raising his head, but only saw an eerie blue moonblade enlarging within the reflection of his iris. Pew! A skull flew into the air, fresh blood spewing all over. Arg! Lord, this! The two young hunters were taken by surprise. Shock and disbelief showed on their faces. Father! The young girl cried out profusely as she leapt towards Old Man Wong's headless corpse. But midway, a moonblade flew towards her face. Splat! She fell onto the ground, lifeless. Her beautiful face, from her forehead to her chin, slowly showed a thin red line. The line became thicker as fresh red blood oozed out, flowing down along half of her nose and half of her lips. They flowed onto the black soil, dyeing half of her face bright red. The other half of her face, though, was still as beautiful, the skin fair and rosy. Under the bright blue sky, it seemed even more lustrous, like a work of art. At least she looks decent. Fang Yuan looked at the dead girl blandly, nodding satisfactorily. Using rank 1 middle stage primeval essence, the moonblade could slice goo. Now that he was using upper stage primeval essence, it could break bones and even cut steel. Wong family's daughter. A young hunter fell onto the ground in despair after seeing her demise with his own eyes. Lord Gu Master, spare us. The other hunter, feeling Fang Yuan's phase, nearly died of shock as he plopped on the ground. Get up. Go inside and search. Fang Yuan ordered. I know that a hunter's family always keeps a beast skin map. On top of it is the terrain, trap locations, and the beast territories. Find it for me, and I'll let you keep your lives. Yes, 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 we will search immediately. Give us some time, Lord Gu Master. The two frantically got up and ran into the wooden house. Sounds of wardrobes overturning and falling could be heard from the wooden house. But a moment later, even though the hunters ransacked the house, there was no beast skin map to be found. Lord, please give me some time, we will find it right now. The two hunters were terrified as they got more desperate and searched boorishly, smashing many furniture in the process. Fuck! Where is it? Appear, please appear. They muttered as their bodies shivered, their eyes getting bloodshot. Useless trash. Fang Yuan slowly walked into the house. Lord! Lord! Forgive us, please, Wah! The two young hunters shivered like they were electrified and fell to the ground, begging for their lives. Fang Yuan ignored the two and observed the house. There were 4 rooms in the house, a living room and a kitchen. All the furniture were in a mess, like they were ransacked. Fang Yuan slowly stepped in, his steps producing echoes in the wooden house. It has indeed been searched, that shouldn't be right. Almost every hunter has a beast skin map inherited throughout the generations. getting refined along the way, recording all the beast's territory and pitfalls. This is the livelihood of a hunter. How can they not have it? Fang Yuan stood pondering. Moreover, I tested that old man Wang earlier, purposely getting the two hunters to search for paper and brush. The old man immediately called out the location of the paper and brush, probably worried that they might find the beast skin map. Thus it has to be in this house. Fang Yuan observed the house again, and suddenly his inspiration struck as he looked at the fire pit. This fire pit was connected to the chimney, used in winter to gain warmth. There was even some residue charcoal in the fire pit. Fang Yuan walked to the fire pit, slowly squatting down and taking a shovel beside the fire pit, digging out the charcoal. Most of the charcoal still has their wooden shape. They were brittle and easily broken into two. Oh! Fang Yuan inspected, suddenly finding a charcoal block that had a very tough material and was very heavy, not light like the other charcoal blocks. He used the shovel to dig out this charcoal block, smashing it on the ground. The charcoal smashed into bits, revealing a bamboo tube. The two hunters gasped at this scene. Fang Yuan took the bamboo tube and opened it on one side, shaking it, causing a map to fall out. The map was heavier than the stack of bamboo paper, made with a piece of white beast skin. The beast skin was huge, over 1 meter long and half a meter in breadth. There was black, green, red, yellow and blue lines on it, forming a complicated map. Fang Yuan was slightly taken aback looking at it. The map's range was very big, extending far beyond the village's vicinity. As a mortal, it was not easy to map out areas so far away. His gaze focused on 5 spots, those with wild boar herds. 2 were small-sized, 2 were medium-sized, and there was a large-sized boar herd. In the middle of the large-sized herd, there was a giant red cross. Seeing this cross, Fang Yuan snickered. On his bamboo paper, there was no such marking. The two young hunters had also seen the bamboo paper and found no problems. This was their own inexperience, only certain of some areas. This red cross was far beyond the village, and from this old man Wang's cunningness could be seen. This was why Fang Yuan killed them. To hunt for wild boars, he needed such a beast skin map. But he was not convinced by a map drawn by others. Only getting a real map like this, could it be dependable? Fang Yuan had heard of all sorts of remarks in his past life. Just a word scram was not enough reason for him to kill Wang Er. When hearing the 4 hunters' conversation beside the boar trap, Fang Yuan had already planned his murder. Killing Wang Er reduced his opposition and gave him reason to obtain the map. Why wouldn't he kill him? Fang Yuan would not kill for the sake of killing. Killing is only a method. Using this method, if it can solve the problem, then why not? The old man definitely had to die, even if he can endure the murder of his son. Fang Yuan would not be at ease. Otherwise, it would be a case of, when cutting down weeds, you must get at the roots. Otherwise, the weeds will return with the spring breeze. What, you said killing the innocent? No matter which world, as long as one lives in this world, they would be intertwined in karma. How can anyone be innocent? Humans slaughter pigs. Aren't the pigs innocent? Big fish eats small fish, and small fish eats shrimps. In nature there is only the food chain, there is no innocence. In this world, anybody can live, anybody can die, but nobody is innocent. The beast skin map was very thick. It was unlike paper that could be folded and carried around easily. Fang Yuan could only roll the beast skin up and put it back into the bamboo tube, where he then tied up both ends of the bamboo tube with hemp rope and carried it on his back. The 2 hunters stared firmly at the bamboo case, their eyes unavoidably showing signs of greed. They were not idiots after all, they knew the value of the map. This beast skin map is something that Gu masters would not even bother looking at, but to mortals, especially hunters like them, it was the most valuable treasure. The Wang family had began to pass down this map since the time of their ancestors. Old man Wang was able to become a famous hunter, his name known throughout the vicinity and beyond. The map had much contribution to this. It was truly an authentic family heirloom. I'm going to ask you, in old man Wang's household, is there anyone else? Fang Yuan's gaze was dark, his tone cold as he asked. The two young men kneeling on the ground shuddered immediately when they heard this question from Fang Yuan. They thought about what had just conspired earlier, and the greedy expressions from their faces disappeared in an instant, replaced with fear and terror. There is no one else. The entire family is dead, Lord Gu Master. Hunter Wang originally had a wife, but that was decades ago, and she was killed by wild wolves that intruded the village. Before his wife died, she gave birth to 2 sons and a daughter. But the oldest son Wang Da died on the mountain while hunting 3 years ago. There is no one else in the Wang family. This was the immediate reply from the 2 young hunters. Is that so? Fang Yuan narrowed his 2 eyes and he looked at the 2 men kneeling before him, knowing that they were telling the truth. When one's life and death was in the hands of others, the probability of lying was very small. But he asked anyway, "Did you lie to me?" "We would not dare to lie even the slightest, Lord. I thought of something. Old man Wang actually also has a daughter-in-law, Wang Da's old wife. But after Wang Da disappeared, his wife died due to a broken heart. That year, the village even specially sent down a chastity memorial arch. But rumor has it that Wang Da's wife wanted to remarry, and she was actually hounded to death by Old Man Wang. When you killed Old Man Wang, Lord, you are helping us citizens, rooting out the evil and bringing people peace." The other hunter quickly added, That's right. Actually, Lord, we have long found this old Wang unfavorable. He's nothing special, just that he can hunt better than us. We're all just mortals. Yet he thinks he's more special than us and purposely moved out of the village to live here. As the younger generation, we sometimes will ask him to teach us and impart his experiences, but he would just outright chase us away and never allow us to show up again near the wooden house. Fang Yuan listened quietly while nodding. Although these 2 started belittling Old Man Wang in an attempt to keep their lives, he did not sense any resentment from these 2 men's mouths. Fang Yuan guessed inwardly that these 2 men asking to consult for hunting matters should be fake. He surmised that they were just over to covet for the Wang family's daughter and her good looks. Yet in the end they were found out by Old Man Wang and disciplined a few times harshly. Weeding out the wicked and let the law-abiding citizens live in peace. Enough of such bootlicking. This time I killed them because my motive was just for this beast's skin map. Well, both of you have showed a satisfying behavior. You can both go now. Fang Yuan's tone softened, but at the same time the right hand behind his back shone with gloomy moonlight. The 2 young men kneeling on the ground felt surprise and joy once they heard this. Thank you so much for your mercy, Lord. Lord, your generosity and indulgence. We shall remember in heart forever. They kowtowed on the ground, their mucus and tears overflowing. Sounds of dull knocking could be heard. After several knocks, they immediately got up and turned to leave. Although Fang Yuan was younger than them in age, but after witnessing firsthand what Fang Yuan was like in doing things, they were beyond fearful and terrified, wishing never to meet Fang Yuan again. Hold it! Just at this moment, a voice suddenly traveled over. The moment it finished, there was a swoosh and a Gu Master jumped down from a treetop. You both cannot leave. Tell me what happened here. All of it. This Gu Master that just jumped down was wearing a deep blue uniform, and there was a scarlet belt with a metal plate in the middle. There was a huge 2-word carved onto the metal plate. This rank 2 Gu Master had a slim build, his 2 eyes slender. He wore arm protectors on his wrists, and his calves had sturdy leg bindings, his entire being radiating with a highly capable aura. This commoner greets Lord Jiang He. The 2 young men had just got up with the intention to leave, but once they saw this Gu Master, they instantly knelt down again, prostrating themselves in admiration while greeting. This Gu Master was someone they knew. It was the Gu Master stationed at the village. Every year, to reinforce their control in their surroundings, the Guyu village would dispatch Gu Master down into the little villages and hamlets, stationing Gu Masters there. This would also prevent the other powers from infiltrating and at the same time strengthen their defenses on their borders. This Gu Master named Jiang, he did not bother with the 2 hunters kneeling on the ground, instead looking straight at Fang Yuan, asking in a cold tone, I am the Gu Master Jiang He of the Guyu clan who has been stationed here. You are? Fang Yuan laughed lightly and stretched his right palm out. where the moonlight goo was giving out a ball of moonlight in the middle of his palm. When the goo master Jiang he saw the moonlight in Fang Yuan's hand, his gaze softened considerably. The moonlight goo was the sign of the Gu Yu clan. This was something that could not be forged. This matter is simple actually. Old man Wang's second son offended me, so I killed the entire family off in anger. Those two can be my witness. Fang Yuan straightforwardly admitted with a bold and confident manner, pointing at the two hunters kneeling down at the same time. Fang Yuan was not lying, and these two hunters nodded in haste. There was no hesitation. Jiang he stared blankly for a moment before he started laughing loudly. You killed well. Just a bunch of measly peasant servants. To actually dare to offend their masters. They deserve to be killed. But he quickly added with a change in tone, full of emotion and deep meaning. However, young junior, what you've done has also brought problems to me. Although old man Wang resides far away from the masses and stayed here alone with his family, they are still villagers that I am in charge of. I was sent out from the clan and stationed here in this village. This means I'm supposed to protect the villagers and be on the alert as defense. Now that you've killed these few people, the number of villagers will have lessened. During the examination at the end of the year, the clan's assessment towards me will drop. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, and he instantly knew that this Jiang he was using this as a pretext to extort money from him. He laughed and said out, "This isn't so difficult. Senior, you just have to report the truth back. Just say that this entire family was killed by me, and it has nothing to do with Senior whatsoever." When Jiang he heard this, his eyelids twitched, anger rising in his heart towards Fang Yuan, who did not know how to appreciate favors. His manner of speaking became extremely solemn. Then I will have to conduct business impartially here. Junior, if you are not afraid of the clan's investigation, then report your name. I will record it in detail as how things really are on paper. His words brought a strong implication of threat. If it was any other youngster, they would have been frightened by this statement already. But Fang Yuan could see Jiang He's weakness from it, and he instantly said, "Then Senior shall report as how it should be. All right, my surname is Gu Yu, and my name is Fang Yuan." "So you're actually Fang Yuan?" Jiang He's face evidently showed astonishment for a while. "I have been hearing about you all the time from my little brother recently. You thoroughly beat up all your classmates, extorting in front of everyone, getting 60 pieces of primeval stones each time. Every time my little brother speaks of it, he's always jealous of how you can earn money so easily. Not to mention that time when you gambled out a liquor worm and a mudskin toad consecutively. This sort of luck sure makes people jealous." "Oh right. My little brother is Jiangya. You both should have met each other long ago." "So it's him." Fang Yuan nodded and admitted, "Yes. Every time when I buy moon orchid petals, I would buy them in Jiang Ye's shop." "Ha ha ha. Since this is the case, then we both are acquaintances. Oh well, let's forget about it. This matter, I'll handle it." When he said this, Jiang he clapped his chest with his hands, putting out the appearance of one with the spirit of loyalty and self-sacrifice. He was merely using this favorable circumstance. There was no way he could have really reported the matter. After reporting of such a thing, the clan's assessment towards him would still drop either way. You might as well just do a good turn to Fang Yuan. As for old man Wang's family's death, he could just report that they were invaded and attacked by a wild beast. It's old man Wang's fault for his unconventional ways of insisting to move out of the village, building a wooden house far away from the population. Jiang he was not afraid of the matter being disclosed. There was just a few mortal peasants around. Their lives were cheap-ass grass, who cares if they died? Even if the clan found out about the cover-up, they would hardly care about such a small matter. But Junior, you have yet to graduate from the academy and do not have the Gu Master uniform like I am wearing now. If that Wang heir saw this outfit, he'd know about your status as Gu Master and wouldn't offend you. Junior, you are a smart person, don't you think so? He, said Jiang He again. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Jiang He's words had implicit meaning and was actually warning himself. Do not run out of the academy and wander around for no reason, and you better not come to the area under my jurisdiction here after today to cause trouble and kill people again. In that case, thank you very much for your advice, Senior. Fang Yuan cupped his fists in greeting, bidding farewell to Jiang He. immediately taking his leave from here. In the black of the night, the moon is shaped like a silver plate, hanging high in the sky, spewing its watery moonlight down. The dense woods lightly unfold their dense green leaves and branches in the summer wind. The waterfalls crash down as they flow, but the sounds are unable to cover the noises of the sandalwood crickets chirping about. Fang Yuan stepped onto the green grass, quietly approaching a mountain boar. This mountain boar had its head buried, puffing and snorting as it digged the emerald earth with its snout, rummaging among the soil and grass to look for worms. The wild boar was an omnivorous animal. It not only ate worms, but also stole bird eggs and was adept at hunting wild rabbits, mice, even venomous creatures such as snakes and scorpions. Fang Yuan crept slowly from behind the boar. Under the bright moonlight, the grayish-black fur coat of the wild pig could be seen clearly. Its body was strong and firm, the forelimbs short and rough. On its back was a long and stiff mane, while atop its ears were sparse fur that was erect like needles. With all four limbs on the ground, each foot had 4 toes, but only the 2 middle ones were digging against the soil. Its tail was thin and short, sometimes flinging about, chasing away the mosquitoes flying around. Suddenly it stopped digging for its meal, rearing its head up. At the same time, the boar's sharp little upright ears quickly trembled a few times. Although Fang Yuan had managed to stop his tracks in time, this mountain boar still found him. It immediately turned around and groaned out with warning sounds. Fang Yuan was not surprised by this. A wild animal was not like a domestic one. They were all very alert. Especially the wild boar, they had acute smell and could find bird nests that were often hidden very well. Even if this mountain boar did not hear any noises, when Fang Yuan neared around 100 meters away from it, it would be able to smell his body odor and will still be able to sense Fang Yuan's presence. Although Fang Yuan had 5 goo worms on him at the moment, the spring-autumn cicada, liquor worm, moonlight goo, little light goo, and the white boar goo, these goo were all not able to match each other, and were incompatible. If Fang Yuan had a smell-lock goo that could cover up his body odor, and another quiet steps goo that concealed the noise of one's footsteps, he could completely and silently reach up to a distance of 10 steps away from the mountain pig. However, if he had these 2 goo, then Fang Yuan would have been keeping 7 goo worms. This would cause his primeval essence usage to be too great and he would have difficulty supporting them. Goo masters in general can only feed 4 to 5 goo worms of the same rank. Thus goo masters usually do not move alone, but instead form small groups of 5, or at the very least with 3. Among the groups, there would be someone specially in charge of detection, one responsible for advancement, one bearing the offense role, another responsible for medical treatment, and someone in charge of resisting and holding back hostiles. Fang Yuan continued without stop, getting closer to the wild boar. The wild boar screeched lowly, the white fur on its neck standing, the symbol of its agitation. Finally, when Fang Yuan was near enough, closer than the wild boar's acceptable range, the wild boar's hoofs dug the ground 3 times before spreading its muscular 4 limbs, lowered its head and dashed towards Fang Yuan. Its upper jaw was withdrawn, its lower jaw turning upwards, forming 2 white tusks. Under the moonlight, the tusks shone with light as it stabbed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no defensive type of goo worm, and if he was pierced by the tusk, his stomach would be penetrated, his intestines would be punctured, and he would be heavily injured if not dead. Moonlight goo. Fang Yuan's face was calm as he thought in his mind, causing the moonlight goo in his palm to absorb his primeval essence and emit an eerie moonlight glow, interweaving with the moonlight from the night sky. The wild boar charged towards Fang Yuan as his right palm swiped across the air. With a swoosh, the moon blade flew out and hit the wild boar in the face, causing blood to splatter all over. The wild boar cried out loudly, turning its anger into fuel as its charge became even faster, and in the blink of an eye, it reached a few steps before Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nimbly jumped to the side, rolling and breaking his fall. The wild boar charged right past Fang Yuan, and with a boom, crashed into a tree behind him. The tiny tree was only as thick as a human arm. After getting knocked by the wild boar, it received devastating damage as the tree trunk tore open and split into 2. Fang Yuan stood up, quickly getting close to the wild boar, while a moon blade shot out from his right hand at the same time. The eerily blue moonblade drew a straight line across the air as it landed on the wild boar. The wild boar's black fur had several thin cuts on it. The injury was very deep and bright red blood oozed out from it. The moonblade Fang Yuan activated used up upper stage primeval essence. Thus it was able to break even a human's toughest bones in one shot. But on the boar, it could only cause such superficial injury and not damage the bones. A small wild boar like this was so strong. This showed how cruel the living environment was in this world. The wild boar growled and charged towards Fang Yuan again. In the process of sprinting, its blood-dripping wound continued to tear open, and its warm blood poured out like water. Fang Yuan used the same trick, taking a tumble sideways and dodged its charge. The wild boar, although strong and very ferocious, had one weakness. It could not change directions easily. Its speed was fast, but that meant it could not alter directions easily, so this way every one of its charges is in a straight line. As long as a Gu master is attentive enough, it is not hard to dodge. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the wild boar charged, Fang Yuan would shoot a few moonblades, causing its old wounds to be overlapped with new wounds, and the angrier it got, the more blood flowed. After a few times, its movements slowed and its growling also revealed a hint of weakness. Little light Gu. This time, Fang Yuan not only activated the moonlight Gu, but also deployed his primeval essence and injected it into the little light Gu. The moonlight Gu, after being refined, had always stayed in Fang Yuan's right palm, turning into a blue crescent moon tattoo. After the little light Gu was refined, it also resided in his right palm, turning into the shape of a five-sided star. At this point, his dark green primeval essence entered the two Gu, the moonlight emitting an eerie blue moonlight while the little light Gu emitted a milky white glow. The milky white light fused into the moonlight, and the originally small lump of moonlight instantly became twice as big. Go! Fang Yuan's right hand swept, and an enhanced giant moonblade flew out. Using only the moonlight Gu, the size was only palm-sized. But with the addition and help of the little light Gu, the moonblade's size doubled, and its attack range also doubled as well. Swoosh! The moonblade hit the wild boar on the neck, creeping into its black-gray fur. It emerged from the other end and flew for about 3 to 4 meters before dissipating in the air. Glup glup! The wild boar stood on the spot, frozen for a moment. Then blood oozed out from its injuries like a fountain. It abruptly collapsed, half of its head cut off, washed away by the pouring blood, and only a small piece of flesh kept it together with its body. A thick smell of blood gushed out into his nose. Fang Yuan did not dare to hesitate, pointing a finger at the wild boar, and the white boar Gu which was residing in his aperture instantly turned into a milky white light and entered the wild boar's body. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, nervously staying alert of the surroundings. Although the beast's skin map said that the area was relatively safe, there were always accidents in nature. What if beasts were attracted by the smell of the blood? After a while, the white boar Gu flew back safe and sound. The entire boar had shrunk in half, only leaving behind its black-gray fur and the intestines under its skin. As for the meat, most of it was eaten by the white boar Gu. But the strange thing was, although the white boar Gu ate pork nearly 1,000 times its size, it did not change physically. There was not even a drip of blood on it, as it maintained that milky white worm appearance. After this meal, I'll come 5 days later to hunt boars. Fang Yuan kept the white boar Gu, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he took out his knife and extracted the 2 tusks of the boar. The wild boar's body had a few things of value. The first was pork, the second was fur, and the third was its teeth. But now the wild boar meat was mostly eaten by the white boar Gu. Its skin was full of holes due to the moonblades, being meaningless even if retrieved. Only this pair of tusks had some value. It could be used as food for certain Gu worms which ate teeth as food, or used as a catalyst for some Gu worms' advancement. Fang Yuan hid the teeth in the rock crack's secret cave before returning to the hostel. He did not sleep immediately, but sat on his bed and started to cultivate. Within the aperture, the primeval sea acted like waves, rising and falling. Fang Yuan was now a middle-stage Gu master, so after using the liquor worm refinement, he had upper-stage primeval essence. Thus, while the people his age had middle-stage pale green primeval essence, Fang Yuan's primeval essence was dark green. Now that he killed a boar, there was only 23% of his primeval essence in his aperture. A rank 1 Gu master was not that strong in battle. Or rather, nature's environment was too harsh. Even if the Moonblade could break bones to kill a normal wild boar, Fang Yuan had to use 20% of his upper stage primeval essence. White Boar Gu. His eyes were shut tight. His spirit immersed into his aperture. In the aperture, a gush of dark green primeval essence rushed up against the flow, injecting into the White Boar Gu. The White Boar Gu immediately emitted a bright white light, and the light enveloped Fang Yuan's body. If one looked from the outside, they would see that Fang Yuan's body was emitting a pure white light from the inside. Fang Yuan's every muscle and every inch of skin was soaked in this white light. A feeling of numbness and itchiness was felt by him. As the white light modified his muscles, it allowed strength to be slowly infused into his body, thus gaining roots and never to be lost again. However, after a moment, the numb feeling became pain. This pain was like getting electrocuted, from numbness to sharp pain like getting cut by razor blades. Fang Yuan hurriedly stopped the White Boar Gu. Anything prolonged was not good. The White Boar Gu could not be overused, it could be applied about 15 minutes a day. Exceed it, and extreme pain would be felt, increasingly painful. If he continued using it despite that, a person might even die from the pain. Time flies, and with the blink of an eye, it was already the middle of June. The summer night, with the golden arc of the moon hanging high in the sky, shining its radiance on the green mountain lands. The winds blew and the leaves danced with the moonlight. The song of the cicadas and bullfrogs were simultaneous with each other. At times the sound of a wolf howling could be heard from afar, echoing throughout the green mountain. On a river bank, a creek was scrubbing over a piece of smooth cliff rock. Beside this bank, a battle was ongoing. A mountain boar covered in fine and deep wounds all over kicked its legs and rushed forward once more towards Fang Yuan. The blood was pouring from its wounds, marking a road of fresh red liquid. Fang Yuan wrestled with it, showing no signs of panic. The wild boar was on the verge of death, but it was precisely these moments that wild beasts are the most dangerous. Using the last remaining potential of their lives, their insanity and tenacity could cause one to get gravely injured at any careless moment. Fang Yuan was peaceful, his black iris glowing eerily under the moonlight, showing the light of absolute calmness. He had the experience of 500 years. A part of him was engrossed in combat, while another disengaged from the battle and remained alert towards the surroundings. Many times when he was hunting wild boars, other animals came to wreak havoc. At times, a wild boar, another time wild wolves, and even once a wandering tiger. As time passed, the wild boar's attacks gradually slowed down. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he took a few strides forward, getting close to the wild boar. Raising strength in his shoulder and arms, he carried and raised the wild boar in one breath. Huff! Fang Yuan growled as his face was puffed red, his arms stretching out and raising the wild boar high above his head. The wild boar feebly struggled. Fang Yuan's body was unstable. He used all his strength to throw the wild boar. With a boom, the wild boar was thrown onto a large rock by the riverbank. It cried pitifully as sounds of its bones breaking could be heard. It fell down from the large rock, blood oozing out from its ears, nose and mouth. It struggled a few times before drawing its final breath. The surroundings regained its peace. The river water flowed endlessly, carrying the boar's blood along the river to some faraway place. My strength right now can compete with a boar. Tonight I'll go try that giant rock at the passageway. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, breathing in heavily with a hint of excitement flashing across his eyes. These days he had used the White Boar Gu non-stop to increase the strength of his body. He could feel strongly now that his strength was getting bigger. Back then when he fought wild boars, he could only use a kiting technique with the Moonblade, but now he could even carry the wild boar, so the increment of his strength had shown great progress. Of course, the White Boar Gu would not endless give him strength. The limit was a boar's strength, and once he reached the limit, it would no longer grant him any additional strength. I can carry a wild boar now, but that does not mean I can go head-to-head with a boar like how a strong man can carry another strong man, but it does not mean they have equal strength. My strength can continue to grow. Feeding all the pork to the white boar Gu, Fang Yuan used his hunting knife to retrieve the boar's teeth, and finally diced up the already heavily torn boar skin, before going into the secret cave in the rock crack. As for the boar's corpse, it did not need him to do anything. During the summer night, wild beasts roamed freely, and not long after, there should be wild beasts picking up the scent of the blood and rush here to clean the scene for Fang Yuan. Or rather, even if someone found out, it was inconsequential. The wild boar's injuries were all edited by Fang Yuan, looking nothing like moonblade cuts. Back to the secret cave enveloped in red light, Fang Yuan threw the 2 wild boar teeth at a corner. The wild boar's teeth collided, causing a crisp sound. At this corner, there was already a pile of wild boar teeth. They were the results of Fang Yuan's hunting. Fang Yuan squirmed into the passageway, once again getting to the end of the tunnel. Walking on the tunnel, his footsteps could be heard echoing in the cave. His vision dyed red due to the light. Everything was unchanged. The giant rock was still there, quietly blocking his path. As for the hole created after digging out the earth treasury flower, it had already been filled up by Fang Yuan. Ha! Fang Yuan walked in front of the giant rock, raised both hands and pushed. Although his face grew red with exertion, and he used all his strength, the giant rock did not move an inch. With my current strength, I can only carry a wild boar. But this giant rock, it is at least the weight of 5 to 6 boars. No wonder I cannot move it. The flower wine monk's strength inheritance is not that easily obtained. Fang Yuan's gaze shone as he estimated in his heart. He did not give up, but instead came out of the tunnel and returned to the secret room upstairs. Taking a bamboo tube from the corner of the wall, Fang Yuan sat on the ground and opened the lid, taking out the beast's skin map and sheets of bamboo paper. He opened the beast's skin map and started to memorize it, using his fingers to draw on the traces on the map to aid in his memorization. Ever since he had obtained the map, he had been doing this every day. Fang Yuan did not have a storage type Gu. He could not bring the beast's skin map with him everywhere. Carrying a bamboo tube on him while battling is inconvenient too. Thus, Fang Yuan put in some effort and was prepared to stuff the entire beast's skin map's content into his head. Some things, even if troublesome, had to be done. In a person's life, those who did not actively resolve problems due to fearing trouble would always face a dangerous predicament at the end. Fang Yuan understood this logic from his previous life. When one is young, their memory sure is good. I have already memorized more than half of this map. If I was old, I would probably forget the content while memorizing this. Of course, if I had a bookworm, I would feed this map to it, and from then on, as long as I do not lose the bookworm, I will be able to recall this map clearly forever. Fang Yuan had the liquor worm, white boar Gu, and was now beginning to have insatiable greed, starting to crave the bookworm. The value of the bookworm was quite close to the liquor worm and white boar Gu, all being rare species among the rank 1 Gu worms. The market price was expensive and they were often sold out in moments. In his previous life, Fang Yuan did not obtain the liquor worm or white boar Gu, but he accidentally obtained a bookworm. This bookworm eventually advanced ranks with him and accompanied him for a whole 60 years. Forget it, bookworms are rare and low in numbers. I won't be able to get one anytime soon. To speak the truth, my current stage is way better than my previous life at this point. Last time at this period, I was still a rank 1 initial stage, while the others like Fangzheng, Qicheng, Mobe were already upper stage, far beyond me. Fang Yuan was not someone who worried over nothing, quickly getting over it. He was rather satisfied with his current progress. He was a middle stage and the others were also middle stage. With his C grade talent, he could maintain the same speed as these A and B grades. It was not easy. Much effort was given to the liquor worm, as well as Fang Yuan's rich cultivating experience. The other aspect was also due to Fang Yuan. His act of extortion had caused the classmates to bulk up on training their physical fighting skills under the help of their elders. Unknowingly, it caused them to be distracted, reducing the time they spent on nurturing their apertures. This resulted in everyone's cultivation level being even lower than Fang Yuan's past life. But even so, they were not so far from upper stage now. Gu Master's early stage of cultivation was rather easy, seeing effect in a short period of time. Especially Gu Yu Fangzhang, Mo Chan, and Qi Chang, their cultivation level had already creeped and even seemed to surpass Fang Yuan. With constant cultivation, these three with their talent or the support behind them had already begun to show their advantage. The lead that Fang Yuan had due to the liquor worm was starting to disappear. Of course, there was also the reason of him hunting recently and using the white boar goo to raise his strength, or spending much of his time and effort in doing so. At this rate, before long, someone will advance to upper stage. The first person that achieves upper stage will get a reward of 30 primeval stones. But this reward, I do not intend to contest for it. Fang Yuan had decided long ago. If he abandoned the white boar goo now and rushed for upper stage, he might have some hopes of winning. But that was not Fang Yuan's goal. 30 primeval stones might be good, but he did not lack primeval stones at the moment. The bigger reason was that he needed to remain concealed and keep a low profile to reduce other people's attention towards him, so that he can inherit the flower wine monk's strength inheritance successfully. This is his real motive. The academy has all sorts of rewards, but it is just carrots to pique the student's interest, and most importantly, it is a part of the family's system. Fighting for these little rewards is not what a wise person would do. Fang Yuan collected his spirits and gazed at the beast skin map again. The beast skin map had 2 pages. One recorded the day while the other recorded the night. Many lines of different colors intertwined on it. These lines, some were straight, some were curved, but they all had their own specific meaning. Only Old Man Wang would be clear of their meaning, but it is a pity he died. But even if he was alive, by forcing him to speak, he might not say the truth. These days, Fang Yuan relied on his knowledge and experience, and according to the bamboo paper's comparison, he had already deciphered it all. The red cross represents danger, a forbidden zone. The area with the red cross seems to be surrounded by wild boars. It is probably a wild boar king there. With my current strength, I'm as good as dead if I encounter one. Humph! Thinking of Old Man Wang, Fang Yuan could not help but snort again. This area marked with a cross was not marked on the bamboo paper. If Fang Yuan really believed the bamboo paper, he would probably die by the fangs of the wild boar king one day. This Old Man Wang was indeed experienced. To avenge his son, he did not have to act himself, but borrowed the wild boar king's strength. This way, even if Fang Yuan dies, he would be able to avoid responsibility. But these 3 spots marked with a red circle, what do they mean? Fang Yuan was perturbed. This was the beast skin map's final suspicious point. 3 red circles showing 3 very isolated areas. They were also very far apart, and had little surrounding beasts, considered safer areas in the wild. The red cross represents forbidden area, but what does the red circle represent? Fang Yuan fell into deep thoughts. Normally, red is the most alert color. Old Man Wang marked these 3 areas, meaning they are important. It is a pity these areas are far. If not, I would inspect them myself and find the reason. The hot summer sun blazes on. The mountain winds blowing the warm winds around. Qingmao Mountain steaming under the hot air. In the blink of an eye, it was already near the end of June. Gu Yu Fangzhang. In the academy, the family elder called out. Gu Yu Fangzhang got up from his seat and came before the academy elder. Under the admiring gaze of his classmates, Fangzhang received a heavy bag of primeval stones. Fangzhang, you are the first to advance to upper stage. This is your reward. Good job. Continue working hard. Academy elder smiled pleasantly, patting Fangzhang's shoulders. Fangzhang acknowledged with a grunt, his face full of excitement. He took the money bag over with emotion and returned to his seat. I finally did it. The first to advance to upper stage. Do you see that, big brother? I finally beat you for once. His eyes shone with bright light as he swept his gaze over at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was sprawled on the table, sound asleep. Last night he had killed another wild boar, and after returning to the hostel, he used the white boar goo to improve his body, and also used the natural essence within the primeval stones to refine his primeval essence using the liquor worm. Finally, he used his upper stage primeval essence to nurture his aperture, all the way until morning. He hurriedly ate breakfast before rushing to class, falling asleep as soon as he settled in. He was too exhausted, and Gu Master Cultivation could not replace sleep. Humph, even if you don't admit it, this is the truth. Big brother, I have finally surpassed you. This is the first, and there will be a second time, a third time. Fang Zheng clenched his fists. This success was extremely meaningful to him. He had already broken through the dark clouds in his heart, creating an opening to allow light to penetrate in. Even though this light was thin, it gave Fang Zheng hope and encouragement. Humph! I actually lost to that Fang Zheng. Guyu Mo Bei sat on his seat, arms crossed, feeling indignant. This is the advantage of an A grade, damn it, Guyu Chichang said with a dark expression. As he cultivated, he felt strongly the advantages of a good talent. Even with his grandfather Guyu Chi Lian's support, plus his extremely hard work, he was still left behind by Fang Zheng. If only I had a liquor worm, plus grandfather's help, I might not lose to Fang Zheng. Those accursed Fang family brothers. Little brother is a grade, suppressing us, but the brother being a C grade has a liquor worm. Why did all the good things in this world go to these brothers? Guyu Chi-chung felt really indignant. This time Fang Zheng broke through to upper stage first. Of course, he is a grade talent. Yeah, even Mo Bei, Chi-chung, and Fang Yuan lost to Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng has gained all the attention this time. Fang Yuan having the liquor worm is not putting in effort. Wasting his time every day, even sleeping in class, he might as well give his liquor worm to me. The surrounding students discussed, feeling indignant in their hearts, helplessness and envy. The academy elder called them one by one, and students went up continuously to collect their primeval stones allowance, and returned to their seats. Everyone quietened down. After the allowance was given out, the academy elder used his hand to hit the table. All of a sudden, the academy became silent. Now, you've all mastered your second Gu worm and even so much as broke through into the upper stage. In the past half a year you have all worked hard, and now you have some basics. It is time for you to train in the wilds. True battles are not scarecrows or puppets, wooden puppets that stand there and await your attacks. The following mid-year examination will be held 3 days later. All students have to attend. The examination content is to hunt wild boars. By collecting wild boar teeth as results to record, those who collect the most wild boar teeth will get better scores. At the end of the examination, each wild boar teeth can be exchanged for 10 primeval stones. Furthermore, you are allowed to hunt in groups. The academy elder's words caused a commotion among the students. The mid-year exam is finally here. Every year students study at the academy for a year, and there is always a mid-year exam and an end-of-year exam. Looking at the time, it really is time for the mid-year exam. Every year's examination content is different. To think that this year, our examination is to hunt and acquire wild boar teeth. What should we do? My talent is only D grade. My vital goo isn't an attack type like the moonlight goo. How can I hunt wild boars? Didn't you hear? The family elder said we are allowed to hunt in groups. For those with talent that can't make it, or those with goo worms that aren't suitable, we can help each other and cooperate. When we get boar teeth, we just need to share with one another, and that would work. Each wild boar teeth can be exchanged for 10 primeval stones. This is the academy encouraging us to hunt more wild boars, and the prize is set for that. For true market value, 1 primeval stone can buy 20 wild boar teeth. The students had varying expressions. Some were happy while others fretted. Some were eager to go, while others called on companions. Even Fang Yuan was slightly moved. It changed. I remember that last year's examination was to collect wildlife honey. To think that it changed to wild boar teeth. Is this the butterfly effect? A butterfly flapping its wings can cause a giant storm on the coast of another ocean. A small change in the initial conditions lead to drastic changes in the results. Ever since his rebirth, Fang Yuan had made many changes. The conditions of his current self was vastly different from his previous life. Back then he had already been left behind by Fang Zhang and the others, but now he was adamantly at the top of the student board. In his past life he did not kill Jia Jinsheng. In fact, they did not even meet. But this life, he did not only kill Jia Jinsheng, he even excavated the deeper treasures of the flower wine monk's inheritance. These changes are like a butterfly flapping its wings, indirectly causing changes to the environment. The mid-year examination change is only the first of such symptoms. If I continue changing things, will it cause history to become completely unrecognizable as well? In that case, the advantage from my rebirth would be significantly reduced. Fang Yuan looked calm, but was sighing internally. The feeling of inability and pressing urgency roamed his heart, but he quickly adjusted his mood. No matter what, since it has already happened, I can't stop it. What I need to do now is to actively change myself. Even if the events are completely different at the end, I would not slow down my growth just because of such concerns. In my past life, I knew nothing about the future. Does that mean that in my current life I lack courage? Even if the world is full of thorns, I will cut through all the thorns in my way and pave out a blood-filled path myself. Every teeth for 10 primeval stones, this price is very high. Should I sell all those wild boar fangs I have stocked up at the cave? But if I do, I might attract suspicion. No, according to the Guyu clan's political situation, if I sell these wild boar teeth publicly, I might get screwed over. Fang Yuan shook his head. The risks were too big. If he really sold these teeth, what could he get in return? A little over 100 primeval stones? Wait, primeval stones aren't important. Maybe I can use this change to construct my image again. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He needed to get rich secretly now, being as low profile as possible. If the flower wine monk's inheritance was exposed, he might even lose his life. But his current position was awkward. He stood against all his classmates, being outside the system, and among the higher-ups, he was an untamable, unhappy, and indignant, intelligent and cold C-grade talent teenager. This image was not good, it literally portrayed him as unloyal. But a clan requires loyalty, in fact, any organization requires loyalty. No matter which world, loyalty is the value that is most sought after in clans. Loyalty to the clan, loyalty to the country, loyalty to his leader, loyalty to his loved one, loyalty to his friends, etc. As Fang Yuan's cultivation level got higher, the higher-ups would only get more concerned, and if needed, the family may even use hard-handed methods on him. At that point, Fang Yuan would be really thrown into passivity. Fang Yuan did not like passiveness. He liked to have the control of all matters tightly in his grip. Because of a series of events before, Fang Yuan could only operate on the go, relying on outside strength, and this image he constructed was only to protect himself in times of need. But now that he could protect himself, Fang Yuan needed to be stronger. Thus, he needed to change this image, letting the higher-ups think that he had given up and joined the clan system. But this conversation cannot be too abrupt, or it would be suspicious. More importantly, joining this system is only a facade. Fang Yuan would not really join them truly, and be manipulated and restricted. He had too many secrets. He needed large amounts of freedom, and in actuality he was still a loner in operation. But now the mid-year exam was a chance. It seems I have to do some plotting. I'll start from the extortion then. Fang Yuan's gaze became certain as everything fell into his scheme. You said that during Fang Yuan's extortion this time, although he defeated Fang Zhang, Qi Chang and Mo Bei, he left go of them and did not take their primeval stones? Hearing the guard's report, the academy elder revealed a slightly shocked expression. I dare not lie to Lord, it is indeed like this. The guard kneeling on the ground immediately responded. The academy elder did not express his opinion and waved his hand. I have understood this matter, you may go. Your subordinate takes his leave. Once the guard had left, the academy elder immediately fell into deep thoughts. He was originally concerned with this matter as he was afraid Fang Yuan would snatch away the 30 primeval stones that Fang Zhang had gotten as a reward. If that was the case, the academy's reward system would have no meaning. They might as well give everything to Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan really did that, the academy would not allow it, and the academy elder was already prepared to punish Fang Yuan. But he did not expect that not only did Fang Yuan have no intention to take the 30 primeval stones from Fang Zheng, he even let go of Mo Bei and Qi Chang as well. Fang Yuan has hundreds of primeval stones on hand. He might not be too concerned with the 30 primeval stones, that is understandable. But giving up on extorting Mo Bei, Qi Chang and Fang Zheng, what is the reason? The Academy elder contemplated, his eyebrows gradually easing. He had understood something. Mo Bei, Qi Chang and Fang Zheng, they could be said to represent the three factions of the clan. Letting go of them, the meaning was that he was appealing to the three different factions. This was understandable, as Fang Yuan's attitude change meant that he was finally willing to lower his head to the clan. Understandable. As he cultivated, Fang Yuan may have the liquor worm, but the situation has gotten clearer to him. The inability of a C-grade talent after a few outbursts and letting go of the majority of his negative feelings, he is probably rather downhearted and depressed now. It seems the clan leader's words make sense. Fang Yuan is after all a 15-year-old. How can he go against the clan system? Now that he has started to accept reality, once he finds the position that he belongs to, he would fuse into the clan naturally. Thinking of this, the Academy elder breathed out a sigh of relief, his feelings becoming more cheerful. 3 days passed in a flash. Soon, the mid-year exam was here. Faster, faster. I've lured the wild boar out. A youngster ran as he shouted out frantically. On both his legs, there was a light green ring of swirling wind. With these 2 rings, it led to him having above-average speed at such a young age. However, the wild boar chasing after him became faster and faster, and the distance between them was shortening. The scorching sun penetrated the forest and reflected on the wild boar, causing both its teeth to shine brightly. The wild boar is coming. Hold the rope tightly. The 4 ambushing youngsters quickly hid in the bushes and pulled the ropes tightly, instantly forming a tripping rope. The speeding youngster leapt lightly, jumping over the road and continued running. But the boar behind him tripped over the rope and fell harshly on the ground, crashing 5 to 6 meters before stopping. Ow! The 4 youngsters were pulled along by the rope and fell to the ground along with the wild boar. Strike! The youngster running ahead turned around and shouted. The few people lying on the ground frantically stood up and surrounded the wild boar. Kacha! A small budding tree under the impact of the wild boar snapped in half and the tree crown fell to the ground. What a close shave! Guyu Chi-chung wiped the sweat off his forehead, feeling lingering fear. Luckily I managed to use the dragonpill cricket goo and leapt 3 meters to the left. Otherwise this tree would have been my outcome. Pew pew pew. Moonblade danced in the air as it hit the wild boar's body, causing long and shallow cuts. Guyu Mo Bei's face was excited, his eyes glowing, his spirits immersed in this battle. Half an hour later, the wild boar collapsed due to excessive loss of blood. Guyu Mo Bei breathed roughly and also sat on the ground, his entire body full of mud and grass, at the same time full of sweat. Fighting against a living being like the wild boar is indeed different from the wooden puppet, grass puppet during practice battles. I spent 30 minutes just to kill a wild boar. I wonder how are the others doing. On a hidden small hill there was a temporarily built tent. The tent blocked the punishing sun rays and casted an area of cool dark shadowy shade. Under the cover there was a few chairs and tables with the Academy elder sitting at the main seat. Beside him there were other clan elders. A few Gu masters were standing behind them. In the surrounding forests around the tent, there were also some hidden Gu masters. At this time, the forest ahead had an abnormal disturbance. Whoosh! A Gu master emerged from the forest like a shadow and quickly ran out, kneeling outside the tentage. How is the situation? Academy elder asked. Reporting to Lord Elder, at this point, there are no casualties among the students. The Gu master quickly answered. Good, good. An afternoon had already gone by since the mid-year exam started. To have no injuries, this is different from the past years. It looks like this is all the Academy elder's effort. The other clan elders nodded satisfactorily, praising in turns. The Academy elder shook his head slightly. He knew the reason. This was due to Fang Yuan's emergence, extorting his classmates. causing them to practice hard on basic martial arts, thus having such a performance. He looked towards the kneeling Gu master and continued asking, "Then at this point, whose results are the best?" The Gu master answered immediately, reporting to Lord, "At this point, Gu Yu Fang Yuan, Fang Zhang, Mo Bei, Qi Chang are leading. Qi Chang killed 3 boars, Fang Zhang and Mo Bei killed 5, and Fang Yuan has the most at 8. Oh, to think Fang Yuan is leading. In all the years, it is a very rare sight that A and B grade talents are being suppressed by a C grade. He has the liquor worm, right? That means he has upper stage green copper primeval essence, so to have such a result, it is understandable. I believe that from now on Fang Zhang, Mo Bei and Qi Chang would surpass him. Although he has the liquor worm, his primeval essence recovery rate cannot compare to A, B grade talents." The other clan elders discussed. "You may go." Academy elder waved his hand towards the kneeling Gu master. "Instruct the others, focus on their protecting job. Especially Fang Zhang, Qi Chang and Mo Bei. Pay more attention and ensure their safety." "Yes, Lord." The Gu master retreated. These outdoor combats, to most students, it was really their first time. Thus, there was danger and the clan naturally has plans. Dozens of rank 2 Gu masters were concealed in the forests, controlling the safety of this entire examination. At the same time, some rank 3 clan elders were staying here to anticipate sudden accidents. The blazing sun slowly descended from the highest point in the sky, gradually nearing the northeast mountains. The sunset glow ignited the clouds. It was the sun's last flow of passion. As the last sunlight shone into the forest, another wild boar fell on the ground. 23rd. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart, and then squatted down, skillfully carving out a wild boar teeth. There was a bag on his back, inside was a large number of wild boar teeth. At the same time, he had another bag, carrying the teeth of those boars he killed last time. These teeth were originally stored in the rock crack secret cave, and were retrieved by Fang Yuan the previous night, stored into a bag and buried in a secret location. I am familiar with the terrain and wild boar distribution. At the same time, I have upper stage primeval essence to use the moonlight goo together with the little light goo. The other's efficiency definitely cannot compare to me. Just with this bag on me, I can get number 1 easily. I wonder what expressions they would show when I take out the other bag later? Hehe. Fang Yuan looked at the sky. It was time to retrieve the other bag. Thinking of this, in his head, a map showed up. These days, he had memorized the beast skin map. Fang Yuan was clear of his current position. If he turned left and walked along the stream for 15 minutes, he would reach the location where he buried the bag. But when he was about to move, he hesitated. With my current location, I am only 500 to 600 meters away from the nearest red circle marking. Such a rare chance. Should I go take a look? Once he had the thought, it was unstoppable. Since he had already won anyway, Fang Yuan had a lot of time left. That beast skin map had 3 red circle markings. These 3 locations were very important to Old Man Wang. It is also the only meaning that I could not decipher on the map. I'll go see. Fang Yuan naturally knew that there were Gu masters controlling the scene, but this was also why he needed evidence. Immediately, he acted like he was going to continue killing wild boars, and moved deeper into the forest. 7 minutes later, he arrived at the red marking location. A treehouse was hidden among the bushes on a huge tree, and if one did not observe closely, they would not be able to find it. This is Old Man Wang's temporary residence while hunting? Fang Yuan frowned, his heart getting confused. He climbed into the treehouse. When he saw the sight in the treehouse, his expression changed. The space in the treehouse isn't large, but there were many items inside, so at one glance it seemed extremely messy. The floor in the center had a thick dark yellow-colored carpet. Inside the house there was an iron stove beside the wall, and on it there was a bronze kettle. Inside the stove there was black-colored soot, and beside it there was a small pile of unburnt dried firewood. Despite it being summer, the nights in this mountain were still icy cold. The iron stove could maintain the entire treehouse's warmth when lit, despite its small size. The treehouse has 2 sets of windows, 2 to 3 ropes wrapped as the frame of the windows, connecting the two together in the middle of the room. On the rope hanged several torn pieces of clothing, the torn patches pieced together. It was obviously an adult's clothing and was still slightly damp, not completely dry from the sun yet. The light of the setting sun penetrated the windows and shone inside the treehouse. The treehouse was rather dark internally. At a corner there were axes and hunting knives with beast skin wrapped on the handle. On the blade there was even dark red blood traces. On the other side of the wall, there was a piece of bamboo paper with a dagger stabbed in the middle. There was a young man's face on the bamboo paper. It was Fong Yuan's appearance. This all meant that during this short period, someone had come to the hidden treehouse and lived here. The person's intention was obvious. His target was Fong Yuan. The paper was stabbed by a dagger and showed his evil intent to the extremes. Such a scenario, even Fong Yuan was taken aback. What does this person want, and why is he against me? No, maybe it isn't me but Fong Zheng. Fong Yuan's thoughts flew all over his mind. Fong Zheng was an A-grade talent, the only one in the last 3 years of the Guyu clan, and is their only hope. If he could be truly nurtured, he would be the next figure in the clan. But nurturing was a process. During this process, there were calamities and human-made disasters. Ignoring calamities, the most important was human disasters. As everyone knew, Qingmao Mountain did not only have the Guyu clan, but also the Bai clan and Xiong clan. These two forces would not be happy to see the dominating Guyu clan successfully nurturing an A-grade talent. Thus, sending assassins to get rid of him was a common thing. In this world, there are little geniuses and even less of those who could successfully grow up. A grade talent Gu masters, it was not that they did not exist. 3 years ago, one appeared in the Guyu clan. In even earlier generations, they also appeared on occasions. But on Qingmao Mountain, out of the 3 clans in these years, there was only one successful A-grade talent nurtured, the Bai clans by Ningbing of rank 3 cultivation. Such a scenario was enough to say many things. This person, is he from the Bai clan or the Xiong clan? They want to get rid of Guyu Fong Zheng so soon. Fong Yuan frowned, staring at the portrait. But why did Old Man Wang's beast skin map indicate this treehouse? Was he a spy from the other forces? No, this person is obviously after me. Fong Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. At this moment he thought of many scenes. The first time, it was beside the trap, and the 4 hunters' conversation. A hunter said, "Second brother Wang, you're almost 19. It is time you got married and have children." Wang Er said, "Humph, as a true man, how can I be lusting after such small beauty? One day, I will walk out of this Qingmao Mountain and roam the world, learn everything in the world and live up to the expectations of my male body." The second time was after he himself acted, Wang Er's peculiar calmness. He pulled his bow and pointed at Fong Yuan. The others were already begging for forgiveness. The third was when Fong Yuan was asking questions. "I ask you, in Old Man Wang's family, who else is there?" A hunter answered, "Hunter Wang originally had a wife, but that was decades ago, and she was killed by wild wolves that intruded the village. Before his wife died, she gave birth to 2 sons and a daughter. But the oldest son Wang Da died on the mountain while hunting 3 years ago. There is no one else in the Wang family." I remember. Old Man Wang actually also has a daughter-in-law, Wang Da's old wife. But after Wang Da disappeared, his wife died due to a broken heart. That year, the village even specially sent down a chastity memorial arch. But rumor has it that Wang Da's wife wanted to remarry, and she was actually hounded to death by Old Man Wang. When you killed Old Man Wang, Lord, you are helping us citizens, rooting out the evil and bringing people peace. The other hunter quickly added, That's right. That's right. Actually, Lord, we have long found this old Wang unfavorable. Humph, he's nothing special, just that he can hunt better than us. We're all just mortals. Yet he thinks he's more special than us and purposely moved out of the village to live here. As the younger generation, we sometimes will ask him to teach us and impart his experiences, but he would just outright chase us away and never allow us to show up again near the wooden house. Old Man Wang's family, moving out of the village, away from people. Eldest son Wang Da, died on the mountains 3 years ago while hunting. Wang Da's wife wanted to remarry, and was forced to commit suicide by Old Man Wang, and obtained a chastity memorial arch. Old Man Wang chased away all the young hunters who were trying to ask for guidance. Old Man Wang tried his best to hide the beast's skin map, and on the bamboo paper, there were no such circles. Wang Er was at such a young age, but was calm towards Gu masters. At the same time he did not marry, and had the aspiration to surpass mortal realm in his heart. Most importantly, the circles on the beast's skin map indicated a hidden realm. There was obvious human activity in the area. At the same time, this person held strong hatred towards Fang Yuan. All the clues pieced together, if separated they were not easy to link, but once linked it was peculiar. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that the mist shrouding this mystery has thinned. The setting sun's afterglow passed through the window and reflected upon his face, the strong light alike to the color of blood. The surroundings had fallen into a deadly silence. Was there someone secretly peeping at him all this time? Suddenly, Fang Yuan's eyes lit up, his vision crossing through time and space. He had seen the truth. Wang De did not die. At this moment, the glow in his eyes radiated the surroundings. Not only did he not die, he even became a demonic Gu master by chance. It was not that mortals had no cultivating talent, but that the clan restricted the cultivation methods from leaking out and controlled it tightly in their hands. But there was no absolute in this world. Mortals could become Gu masters as well, from accidents in the wild and encountering the Hope Gu, opening their aperture, or inheriting a certain strength inheritance, or getting the personal guidance from a certain clan's member. But these Gu masters were not accepted into the clan completely, and could only be their henchmen. Thus, they would not be satisfied and became loner Gu masters. Their cultivation is extremely difficult. As time passed, as they competed for resources, they would have to kill, snatch, and murder, turning towards the demonic path. Because of some lucky chance, the highest possibility is that he obtained a large fortune from a certain Gu master's corpse and became a Gu master 3 years ago. To hide from others, he sent out the fake information that he died. But no one had ever seen his corpse. Old Man Wang's family found out about this and moved out of the village, risking the chance that wild beasts might invade and lived alone, just to hide this truth. But there were some problems that occurred. Wang Da's wife did not agree, and might have wanted to report to the Guyu clan. Wang family had no choice but to kill her, and released some seemingly real and fake information to hide the truth. Something about her remarrying, or forcing her to commit suicide to hide the truth under all these rumors. Once in a while, Wang De would return home to stay. Thus, Old Man Wang had to chase those youngsters who were seeking guidance away. Wang Er, after interacting with his brother, had dispelled his fear of Gu masters, and naturally developed the goal of wanting to be a Gu master and explore the greatness of the outside world. Because of the fear that Wang De might be exposed, even at such an old age Wang Er did not get married. Wang De could not stay in the house, thus Old Man Wang drew 3 red circles on the beast skin map. These 3 locations should be hidden residential areas like this. Having 3 hiding spots, Wang De rotated his stay around the houses, and lived in the fringe of the 3 clans' authority. The meaning of the 3 red circles was finally revealed. Red indicated alertness, but most importantly to Old Man Wang, this was his eldest son's residence. Thus, when Fang Yuan wanted the old man to draw the map, he did not indicate it on the bamboo paper. It was to protect his son. Similarly, he drew fewer red crosses to avenge the death of his son. Maybe at a certain time each year, Wang De will return home to stay for a while. When he returned, he found that his entire family was dead. After asking around, he found out it was me. Thus he used the dagger to pin my portrait on the wall, so that he would exact revenge on me. With his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan was almost certain this was the truth. If it was some other power that wanted to assassinate Fang Zhang, they could be much more subtle. They did not have to develop a spy like Old Man Wang. After all, Old Man Wang lived at the mountain foot, not inside the Guyu village. To think that over a beast skin map, I provoked a murderer of the demonic faction. This world really works in wondrous ways. Fang Yuan could not help but snicker. He first killed Wang Er, the old man Wang and Wang's daughter, and it was all for the beast's skin map. Old man Wang was the #1 hunter in the village, so his beast skin map had the greatest value. At that time he was thinking, it's merely 3 mortal lives, what's the big deal, I'll just killing them conveniently. In this world, anyone had the right to live, and anyone could die just as easily. To think that out of nowhere, a demonic Wei Gu master emerged. With regards to this, Fang Yuan did not have a tint of regret, but instead felt at ease. If he had been too merciful at the time, in his goal to obtain the Wang family beast skin map, Wang Er, old man Wang and sister Wang would have been a huge disturbance. To protect Wang Da's secret, they would not give him the real product. Wang Er's battle strength could exterminate an ordinary rank 1 upper stage Gu master. Old man Wang was even more experienced with age, and in terms of killing strength, he was even more of a threat than Wang Er. Even if he had gotten the real product, old man Wang would have informed Wang Da, and Wang Da would have gotten Fang Yuan's information immediately. No matter how he dealt with it, he would be in the shadows while Fang Yuan was out in the open. Wang Da would be having the advantage of being in control of the situation. Good thing I killed them at the start. Regardless of what, I have to control the situation in my own palm. This way, even if I do not get the real item, there is no loss to me, and I can even snatch other hunters. Killing old man Wang and that girl caused Wang Da to spend a lot of time just to get my intel. Needless to say, those 2 young hunters must have already been silenced. Fang Yuan confirmed in his heart. There was only a few people who knew the situation, and Wang Da would not attack Zhang He. Once Zhang He is dead, the clan would send people to investigate. But if those 2 hunters disappeared on the mountain, it was easy to manipulate. Zhang He would not reveal an incident like this as it would affect the clan's evaluation of him, and would even cover up the situation. The thoughts of Fang Yuan flew all over the place in the treehouse. With the knowledge acquired from his previous life, Fang Yuan could sense Wang Da's existence. But how was his strength? Fang Yuan had never seen this Wang Da, but with the information at hand, there was much he could analyze from this. Courage is built upon the basis of strength. He had collected my information and still wants to exact revenge on me. With such a confidence, his cultivation has to be above rank 1. These 3 years he had been moving around the 3 red circled areas, living on the fringe of the 3 clan villages. Almost every day he faced the risk of getting discovered and purged. This shows he does not have the strength to roam outside, and roaming outside requires rank 3 cultivation. This means that, at first evaluation, he is a rank 2. Fang Yuan's eyes glinted with cold light. Counting the time, he disappeared for 3 years and cultivated to rank 2 now, so he should be a B or C grade talent, and his aperture should have about 40 to 70% primeval essence. These 3 years he could survive and at the same time, live at home despite Zhang He's observation, so he has to have a stealth type of Gu worm at work. Information was the most important thing to a Gu master's showdown. Although Fang Yuan had no investigative type Gu worm, with his experience and knowledge, he could forcefully reverse engineer Wang Da's cultivation level and Gu worms to a highly plausible degree. Very quickly, his mental image of a rank 2 demonic faction Gu master appeared, carrying the hatred of his family's murder and lurking somewhere to kill his revenge target. I can kill others, others can naturally come to kill me. This is nothing. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. In this world, anyone had the right to live, and anyone had the chance to die. Those who kill are bound to get killed. Since he committed murder, he should be mentally prepared to get killed. If he was killed like that, then he would die like that. It was nothing much and definitely no regrets. This was the path he chose. This point, Fang Yuan had great resolve already. This is the resolution of the demonic way. Wang Er wants to kill me, then in this mid-year exam it is definitely the best chance. Normally, students would reside in the village, and with his rank 2 cultivation, he cannot creep into the village, that is courting death. Maybe he evaluated that I might come out to hunt. But Qingmao Mountain is so huge, he alone has to hide his traces and also have to search for me. It is too difficult. Now that there's this chance, he is most likely to strike. He is a rank 2 Gu master, and one that has struggled for 3 years, living a life of danger and unknown. a demonic faction Gu master nurtured like this. With my current battle strength, I am definitely not his match. But this does not mean that I have no chance of survival. Escape. Fang Yuan instantly decided. Nothing is too shameless if it is to survive, so if he can't fight it, run. For a Gu master to make a sudden breakthrough is almost never happening. Fighting against a higher realm is possible, but that is built on the base that the Gu master has special Gu worms. Fang Yuan had a number of Gu worms in his possession, but the spring-autumn cicada was hibernating and unusable, while the liquor worm, white boar Gu, little light Gu and moonlight Gu were not trump cards to fight a higher realm. Obviously knowing the enemy was unbeatable, yet resolving to fight to the death, that is a stupid, hot-blooded behavior. Even if he wins, that would not win him the favor of fate. Fang Yuan is cautious his entire life even with trump cards, and if the chances of victory is slim, he would choose to avoid combat. He liked to be in control of the situation, using unscrupulous methods to raise his chances to the limit. He loved fighting assured battles. Only when he has no choice would he engage in a risky fight. Thus, his favorite activity was to bully the weak and snatch resources to get stronger. Strong enough until he surpasses his enemies and then stomp on them afterwards, bullying the weak. There is nothing shameless about this. Those who find challenges just to prove their bravery and risk their lives to fight to the death with strong enemies, that is the real stupidity. But unfortunately, this quality has been praised and recommended, because any organization needed the individual to sacrifice themselves to protect the interests of the ones in power. One just needs to think slightly to know that survival is the prerequisite to all activities. In order to survive and fulfill the ambitions on their heart, this is a person's greatest courage. Dying for aspiration, those are fools. Surviving shamelessly for their ambitions, those are true brave warriors. On Earth, Han Xian endured the shame of crawling through someone's legs. Cao Cao was chased till he shaved his beard and torn his robe. Yu Wang, in order to live, had to eat shit to express his loyalty. That's why. Fuck off with honor and reputation, and face. Regardless of organization, they would applaud such a value system. The more that needed to be sacrificed, the more they would be promoted like a military. Which direction should I go? The one that has the lowest chance of encountering Wangda? A map appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Wangda already knows I have the beast skin map. Now he should be hiding in the forest, searching for me by looking for the wild boar distribution on the map. I cannot go to these places. Thus I can only move in reverse to find a chance to survive. Thinking of this, a slightly insane route surfaced in Fang Yuan's mind. Under the sunset in the mountain forest, tree shadows overlapped and wild grass grew abundantly. A pair of bloodshot eyes hid deep in the shadows. His eyes burnt with hatred and anger, as if it couldn't be doused even with a tsunami. Fang Yuan, I finally found you. Wangda gritted his teeth, growling the words out from his mouth. Under his gaze, not far away, a youngster with a thin body and pale face was traversing the forest. With his enemy nearby, Wangda did not act immediately, but turned his gaze to several other positions. From each of these positions, an invigilator Gu master was hidden. To prevent cheating and for immediate treatment of injuries, the area nearby had around a few dozen rank 2 Gu masters hiding. There was even rank 3 clan elders holding the fort on the mountains high up. Wangda carefully moved around the forest and collected a lot of intel. I want to kill Fang Yuan, so I need to get rid of these 3 Gu masters first. Otherwise, once I show myself, I will be disturbed. Maybe with surprise, I can kill Fang Yuan. But I will also get killed by the Gu masters that chase after me from there. I have rank 2 middle stage cultivation, and there's 50% primeval essence in my body. I have to act first and kill these 3 Gu masters. It is difficult. I have to strike consecutively in a very short period. Otherwise, once they find their companions dead, they would become alert and my traces will be exposed. Shadow follower Gu. Wangda closed his eyes and called in his heart. Immediately, his body became enshrouded in a lump of darkness and could move among the tree shadows. All was silent. In a thick bush nearby, the Guyu clan's rank 2 Gu master sprawled inside, yawning out of boredom. So boring. Accompanying these junior students, I feel like a nanny. This goo master complained softly, not feeling the shadow that was slowly creeping around him. A pair of bony hands stretched out from the shadows. This pair of hands was pale to the limit. The joints were huge and the 10 nails were sharp and long. The nails dyed a shade of dark purple and emitted a slightly fishy smell. What smell is this? The Guyu clan goo master sniffed, frowning subconsciously. He just wanted to investigate, but it was too late. Wang De pounced like a snake, striking at lightning speed. One hand covered the goo master's mouth and nose, while the other stabbed from the shadows towards his back. His dark purple nails were sharp as blades, his fingers easily entering the goo master's body and reaching his heart. The fingernails were poisonous, and at that moment it invaded the heart. Through the blood, it spread all over the goo master's body. The goo master's body stiffened and lost all signs of life. Although they were both rank 2 goo masters, one had assaulted abruptly with preparation, so before the battle even begun, it had ended. I used 10% of my primeval essence, 40% left. Wang De checked his aperture and fused into the shadows once again. A moment later, the second goo master hiding behind a rock also met his assault. His eyes shrunk to pin size as he collapsed on the ground. The poison invaded his body, and soon he turned purple, and from his nose 2 streams of purple blood flowed out. 30% left. Wang De chanted silently, turning into shadows again. Who is it? The third goo master was hiding on a tree branch atop a huge tree. At the crucial moment he sensed something wrong, and at the time where Wang De struck, he turned around and grabbed the 2 poisonous hands. Damn it! Wang De laughed sinisterly, his 10 nails growing crazily, at once becoming 5 centimeters long, stabbing the goo master's forearm and piercing his skin. His forearm bled and the blood quickly turned dark purple. This is the love-life separation? The third goo master seeing this was shocked beyond doubt. The purple poison had already infected his face. He knew he had no poison-resistance goo worm and was surely dead. Thus he showed resolve on his face, shouting, "Then let's die together." He opened his mouth and stretched out his tongue. There was a crescent moon tattoo on his tongue. It was the moonlight goo. A moonblade shot out and slashed Wang Da's right shoulder, piercing through and coming out from his back. The blood splattered. Wang De grunted, his body swaying a little, but the goo master had already passed away, with a trace of life left. Correct. This is love-life separation. Wang De stood on the tree branch, slowly standing up, showing a bitter smile. Love-life separation, the number 1 poison among the rank 2 goo worms. To refine it, one needs the rank 1 life breathgrass, widow spider, red needle scorpion, and the heart of a lover. To refine this goo worm, Wang De killed his own wife who loved him deeply, and dug out her heart. It is all for survival. I could only choose strength. This is the resolution of my demonic path. Wang Da's eyes were red as he stared tightly at the nearby youngster. I gave up on love, and only had kinship left, but you took them from me. Fang Yuan, he growled lowly. I want you to regret deeply all that you did. Kill! Wang De growled, ferociously leaping into the air from the tree branch. As he was about to get near to his mortal enemy, 3 moonblades shot out from nowhere suddenly and intercepted him midway. Why is there a 4th goo master? Wang Da's heart sank, twisting his body forcefully in midair, narrowing, avoiding 2 moonblades. The remaining one, which he could no longer evade, hit his left leg. Bang! Wang De crashed onto the ground, lowering his head to look at his left leg. There was a wound, deep and long, blood already dripping all over. Damn! Wang De gritted his teeth, his heart thinking, Shadow follower goo. Immediately, he turned into a lump of dark shadow as his speed rose drastically, moving backwards without a sound. At this moment, a goo worm flew out from nowhere. At the same time, an old and weary voice sounded out, Flash blink goo. Explode. The goo worm exploded on command, turning into a blinding white light. The white light was unavoidable, abruptly appearing and turning the entire dark forest bright. Ah! Wang De shrieked. His body, which had turned into shadows, could not hide anywhere under the bright light, and went back to his human form. Although the Flash Blink Goo was only rank 1 and also a consumable type, it was the complete counter of Wang Da's Shadow Follower Goo. Once the darkness was dispelled by the light, the rank 2 Shadow Follower Goo needed to rest 3 hours before it could be used again. In nature, all beings are equal, one counters another. Although the Shadow Follower Goo had very strong lurking abilities, it also had a great weakness. After he was countered, Wang Da's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. This 4th Goo Master was more experienced. Not only did he know which Goo to use, he also hid himself well, a true foe. More importantly, Wang Da could no longer use the Shadow Follower Goo, thus having no way to retreat. I am Guyuso, lad. If you surrender now, my clan might still spare your life. A white-haired, silver-beard rank 2 Goo Master appeared in front of Wang Da's vision. Spare me. Humph. I'll kill you first. Wang Da knew that if it was dragged, there would be more Goo Masters appearing to deal with him. He had to kill this 4th Goo Master as soon as possible. My primeval essence only has 20% left. Be it revenge or preserving my life, I have to kill this meddlesome old fellow first. Wang Da picked up his spirits and jumped towards Guyu South. Guyu so snorted. His entire body, be it hair or poor hair, grew insanely and intertwined, in the blink of an eye forming a snow-white battle armor with a spiky design. Seeing this change, Wang Da's expression changed. The experienced Goo Master was like a porcupine, causing Wang Da to not know how to strike. His rank 2 strong poison Goo love life separation. Although the poison was extremely strong and deadly, it did not have strong attacking abilities, only usable as a sneak attack. Wang Da only had love life separation and Shadow Follower Goo. If he had a defensive Goo worm, he would not have gotten hit by the Moonblade. Humph. If I cannot deal with you, I'll kill Fong Yuan first. Wang Da was not stupid. The 3 years of living had made him cunning and ruthless. He moved quickly, getting around Guyuso and attacking the culprit of his family's murder. Dream on! Guyuso activated his primeval essence, and his body of spikes immediately shot out 2 sharp pins, spiraling and flying 5 to 6 meters towards Wang Da. Wang Da's body shifted, narrowly avoiding the 2 snow-white spikes. On his hands, his 10 nails were half a palm long, purple and dark, the fog state poisons circulating them. Die! Wang Da was already mad from battle, laughing maniacally as he rushed towards his target. In his eyes, Fong Yuan's face was full of shock and panic. Killing intent had overtaken Wang Da's brain. He could almost hear himself piercing Fong Yuan's skin, and his indignant last breath. You wish. Seeing that he was about to succeed, another person appeared, blocking Wang Da's way. The 5th Goo Master rushed over from nearby. It's actually the love-life separation? This middle-aged man was unmoved by Wang Da's crazy and ferocious demeanor. Rock Skin Goo. The middle-aged man activated his primeval essence. Red steel primeval essence gushing out like smoke. His naked arms immediately turned from yellow to gray-white color. At the same time, both his arms expanded like balloons, forming a large and thick rock arm. As both parties got closer, Wang Da's expression became more twisted and insane. The middle-aged Goo Master had a solemn expression as he stretched out both arms to grab Wang Da. Trying to get me with this speed? Wang Da showed a mocking expression. The middle-aged man's limbs were covered by a thick rock skin. Even Wang Da's nails could not penetrate. But the arms were really too heavy and slow. Fong Da felt that he could easily evade them. Really? Jade Wind Wheel, the middle-aged Goo Master shouted, and suddenly a pair of jade-colored cyclones circulated around his rock arm like armbands. The rock arm's speed immediately rose. How can that be? Ugh! Wang Da's face was shocked as he was swept by the rock arm and flew away. The middle-aged Goo Master was experienced in battle. If he had used the Bigu Jade Wind Wheel from the start, Wang Da might not have fallen so easily. Wang Da was sent flying by the rock arm, falling on the ground in a mess. The chest that was hit felt pain. Puke. He barely got up, but could not help but vomit blood. 5% primeval essence left. I'm gonna die. He checked his aperture, laughing bitterly. Seeing Fong Yuan near him, he showed insane resolve on his face. Even if I die, you will join me. Ah! He ignored his injuries and rushed out. Block him! The middle-aged Gu master was a pure close-ranged fighter with no long-range Gu. At once he could do nothing. The old Gu master had already arrived, his body's white hair turning into finger-sized spirals as they flew like nimble snakes, extending 5 to 6 meters and reached from behind, piercing Wang Da's body. But Wang Da did not care, rushing out regardless. Die! He screamed loudly, his 10 fingernails already 50 centimeters long. The middle-aged Gu master chased after, and upon seeing this scene, his expression changed as he could no longer stop it. Seeing that Wang Da was about to get his way, a bright blue jade light burst from the other side. Jade skin Gu. Under the pressure of life and death, Fang Zhang screamed out loudly. Immediately, his skin was covered by a sturdy layer of jade skin. Wang Da's fingers were like knife blades, stabbing at him. Although the love-life separation did not have strong attacking ability, the jade skin Gu was only a rank 1 Gu worm and could not block his nails. Hell! The elderly Gu master, seeing Fang Zhang about to die, shouted frantically and his eyes expanded. Even more snow-white needles shot out and pierced Wang Da's body. After that, the needles worked like snakes, first piercing his back to his chest, the circulating around his neck, his arms and his legs. Boiling blood poured from Wang Da's body, immediately dyeing the white hair red. His entire body was covered by white hair, just like the wild boar who had fallen into a trap of green bamboo spikes, stopping his charge and being unable to move. An intense feeling of dizziness hit him. Wang Da laughed pathetically. He knew that death was impending. How unsatisfying! His vision was dyed blur, and on his death moment, the most vivid memory in his life surfaced again. Wan Er. He subconsciously called out his wife's name, as the knife on his hand pierced her body. Why? His wife looked at Wang Da, her beautiful face showing confusion and shock, tightly staring at Wang Da's eyes. Wang Da's eyes were red, as his body shivered, forcing out a word from his mouth. Sorry. His wife smiled slightly, her smile full of love. There was not a single drop of hate. I understand, she said. She wanted to stretch out her right hand, touching Wang Da's face for the last time before she died. But in the middle, her hand dropped, killing his wife for her heart and refining love-life separation. From then on he had strength and went on the demonic path. Do you have regrets? From that day on, he constantly asked himself this. I regret it. He regretted so much that he would rather die. Thus he swore that he had to protect the remaining family members of his. But, if I could start from the beginning again, Wan Er, I would still do the same. Emotional tears poured from Wang Da's red eyes. Fang Zhang stared at him, his body glowing with jade light. From start to end, he was in deep confusion and suspicion. An unfamiliar Gu master rushed madly towards himself and wanted to tear him to bits. But Fang Zhang did not know him. Under the thick death aura, Fang Zhang could not move an inch. His mind was blank as he only subconsciously activated the jade skin Gu. Wang Da's nails pierced the jade skin and stabbed 1 centimeter in, but did not move anymore. He died. He was full of tears when he died. It's over. Fang Zhang breathed roughly, his eyes losing focus and seemed rather hollow. Then, a strong sense of dizziness overcame him. Plop. He also fell on the ground. Love-life separation, the strongest rank 2 poison. Although it did not pierce through all the jade skin, the poison already invaded his body. A wild boar almost as huge as an elephant was lying in the mud pit. It closed its eyes shut, half kneeling and half lying. A pair of tusks clean from soil, shining like sharp blades. The twilight reflected on its dark black fur. Its huge stomach was white and with each breath, moved up and down creating a snorting sound. Wild Boar King. Fang Yuan was several hundred meters away from it, but still carefully walked along with the direction of the wind. Even though I can kill wild boars now, against this Wild Boar King, I can only run away. Even an average rank 2 Gu master cannot kill it. If he is not clear of the Gu worms on its body, he might even fall prey to it. King of the beasts normally have goo worms inhabiting their bodies. On the wild boar king's body, there would normally be boar goo, such as pink boar goo or flower boar goo. Other than the boar species, there might also be beast skin goo or spike furworm. In this world, there are all sorts of goo worms. Normally, goo worms reside in the bodies of strong wild beasts and live alongside the wild beasts. When the wild beast gets attacked, the goo worms will sense the danger and assist the wild beast in resisting the strong foe. This wild boar king's body was huge, and its strength greatly exceeded the average wild boar. Fang Yuan was no match against it alone, not to mention there was at least one or more mysterious goo worms in its body. However, Fang Yuan's adventure this time was not to kill the wild boar king. It was to avoid Wang Da's pursuit. Wang Da knew that Fang Yuan had the beast skin map, and Fang Yuan used that knowledge to his advantage, going nowhere but instead heading towards the wild boar king's danger-marking area. The wild boar king, although dangerous, was still a beast after all, and had no human intelligence. Old man Wang, as a mortal, could venture to this place and retreat safely, so why couldn't Fang Yuan do the same? Going on a reverse path, although seemingly dangerous, hid a way to survive instead. As he moved even further, the wild boar king was slowly left behind by Fang Yuan. On the map, it would seem like Fang Yuan took a big circle and went around the red cross, forming a concave curve. Finally, he reached the hill where several clan elders were staying and having the mid-year assessment there on the spot. An hour later, a youngster full of grass bits, his shirt torn in several areas and his feet full of mud, carried a bag and ran up the hill. This pathetic-looking youngster was Fang Yuan. I'm finally safely back here. At this place, there are clan elders to protect me and my safety is assured. But I cannot afford to be careless. Fang Yuan sighed in relief and slowly ascended the hill. The hill had a simple tentage and tens of students were nearby as the academy's guards were collating the wild boar tusks in their bags. The few clan elders that were stationed here were missing, and only one was left. Why is the atmosphere so weird? Fang Yuan frowned slightly, acutely feeling something important had occurred. When he got near the tentage, he heard the students' discussions. Did you hear? There was an assassination earlier and several rank 2 goo masters died. Are you serious? It's true. I came here early, and I saw Gu Yu Fangzhang carried away by several clan elders, hurrying away. Gu Yu Fangzhang is too unlucky to encounter something like this during the exam. You don't know, huh? The target was Fangzhang, because he is a great talent. I wonder if he'll die? Even if he doesn't die, he's gonna be affected. Maybe his talent might drop after that injury. Fang Yuan's footsteps halted. He was clear in his heart, conjuring the truth of the matter. Wang Da wanted to deal with me and avenge his kin, but after I found the treehouse, I changed my route and went towards the wild boar king. Wang Da did not expect this and found Fangzhang by accident instead. His source of information came from those hunters, and he did not know that I have a twin brother. He mistook Fangzhang as me and wanted to kill me, but was stopped by the surrounding goo masters who were protecting the area. Right now the question is, did Wang Da die? Fang Yuan frowned tightly. Wang Da successfully escaping, Wang Da captured, Wang Da killed. These 3 possibilities would greatly affect his future plans and actions. Thinking for a while, Fang Yuan decided to follow his original plan. The Academy Elder's expression was ugly. Fangzhang was actually assassinated. Without any clues or evidence, he would not be able to guess that Fangzhang had become Fang Yuan's scapegoat, but thought of the Bai clan and Xiong clan. Fangzhang was the only grade talent that the Guyu clan had for the last 3 years. The Bai clan and Xiong clan would naturally not let him grow. Sending an assassin Gu master to kill him and prevent him from getting stronger, this was normal. Even the Guyu clan would do something like this, secretly sending Gu masters and targeting the other 2 clans' genius students. The assassin was killed on the spot, but I wonder how is Fang Zheng's injuries? Academy Elder thought, and at this moment, his attendant brought him a piece of paper. Academy Elder received the paper, reading without paying proper attention. In this year's examination, the results are as follows. Guyu Chi Chang 16 tusks. Guyu Mo Bei 14 tusks. The surrounding students' attention were obtained. The results were clear. D-grade students, even if they worked together, they could only obtain 3 to 4 tusks. B and C grades at most 8 to 9. Those with more than 10 tusks were the good performers. The best was Guyu Chi-chang with 16 tusks. Next was Mo Bei, and as for Fang Zhang, he had 10. Guyu Chi-chang showed a smug expression. He was lucky this time and encountered 2 wild boars fighting each other. Thus he got the easy reward. Guyu Mo Bei was indignant, allowing Chi-chang to surpass him. The Academy Elder announced, "As such, I announce the number 1 student for this examination is..." Halt! Fang Yuan stepped out at this moment. "Fang Yuan, you are late. The examination ended an hour ago. According to the rules, the wild boar tusks that you obtain will be deducted by 4 as punishment." Chi-chang immediately shouted. Fang Yuan ignored him and opened the bag on his back, grabbing the bottom of the bag and pouring out the contents. Crash. Dozens of wild boar tusks gathered into a pile by his feet. This! Chi-chang stared with his mouth agape. Mo Bei and the others stared their eyeballs out at the pile. How can there be so many? This is too much. The Academy Elder looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. "Fang Yuan, did you hunt all these?" Fang Yuan cupped his fists. "I only hunted a dozen tusks myself, but I found a bag that could have been hidden by hunters. Inside it were many wild boar tusks. I thought about it. The exam was that we had to obtain as many tusks as possible within a day, and did not specify that we have to kill it ourselves, thus I brought it here." Once he finished, the crowd burst into discussions. How can this be? Way too lucky. This is too fake. Could the questions have leaked thus he cheated? The Academy Elder stared at Fang Yuan, looking for a while, then declared, "This exam, Fang Yuan is the first." The family headroom's atmosphere was heavy. Guyu Bo sat at the leading seat, and the other dozen elders sat in 2 rows beside him, their faces full of rage. "Guyu Yaoji, you are the number 1 healer in our clan. I'm asking you, how is Fang Zhang now?" Guyu Bo asked a clan elder. Guyu Yaoji was an old woman with a hunched back, her face full of tree bark-like wrinkles. She coughed twice, slowly saying, "Reporting to clan head, the situation has stabilized. Fang Zhang's life is in no danger, but he is still sleeping. His talent did not drop because of this." Good if the talent didn't drop. Guyu Bo breathed a sigh of relief. He asked the Punishment Hall's elder, "Has the assassin's situation been assessed?" The Punishment Hall elder was not as senior as Guyu Yaoji, and immediately stood up, lowering his head. "Yes, 35 years old, male, identity unknown, possibly a demonic faction Gu master. He has 2 Gu worms, Shadow Follower Gu and Love-Life Separation." Guyu Bo nodded. "Seems like an assassin, love-life separation. The rank 2 number 1 poison. No wonder he could kill 3 of my Gu masters. Clan head, we have to investigate further. It's either the Bai clan or the Xiong clan." Guyu Chi Lien shouted, his eyes almost bursting into flames. "Shadow Follower Gu, love-life separation. This is not like the Bai or Xiong clan's pawn pieces. He might be an outside demonic faction Gu master, wanting to get affiliated with the clans, thus being instructed to assassinate Fang Zhang to prove his loyalty. Regardless, this matter definitely has to do with the 2 clans." Guyu Mo Chun coldly said. These 2 clan elders in power, although they did not get along, once an external enemy appears, they would discard their hatred and knit tightly together. Guyu Bo nodded, thinking the same himself. Wang De had disappeared for 3 years, with no traces to be found. The villagers all thought of him to be dead. Thus his identity became a mystery. The Guyu higher-ups did not know this. They would not be concerned with a servant's death. They placed all their attentions on the Xiong and Bai clans. At this moment, the Academy Elder walked in. "Clan leader." He looked worried and was about to speak when Guyu Bo answered, "Academy Elder, Fang Zhang is fine. His talent is still a grade." The Academy Elder's face became relaxed. "Oh yes, are the other students safe? And for this examination, how are their results? Which place is Fang Zhang?" Guyu Bo asked conveniently. The Academy Elder answered truthfully, And when he said that Fang Yuan had accidentally picked up a bag of wild boar tusks and got first place, Gu Yubo's eyes shone. The hall too went silent. The clan elders, as if they sensed it, subtly observed the atmosphere, and the originally nervous environment became slightly more peculiar. In the discussion room, Gu Yubo expressionlessly sat in the leader's seat with deep, meaningful eyes. The remaining dozen or so clan elders all sat upright, looking down, only using the corner of their eye to sweep the surroundings and discern some clues from their expressions. The atmosphere became delicate. Fang Yuan getting first place, the deeper meaning behind this is definitely not simple. He actually said he found a bag of hidden wild boar tusks. This is too unbelievable. This bag might have been prepared by someone. It is not possible for Fang Yuan to do it himself. That means someone is helping Fang Yuan in the dark. This year's mid-year exam is unlike the previous ones. We had to deploy tens of rank 2 Gu masters to invigilate the exam. Thus the contents of this examination, not only does the Academy Elder know, but many of the elders in the clan as well. If anyone wanted to prepare this bag in advance, it can only be the clan elders present here now, or even the clan leader. The clan elders were all shrewd foxes. After being in the political field for years, they immediately thought of many things. Fang Zhang was an A-grade talent. If he really reached rank 4, what did that mean? That would mean he is the next clan leader. Fang Yuan is Fang Zheng's brother. Even if he is only C-grade with that blood relationship, he is worth investing in. To the clan leader Gu Yubo, if he helped Fang Yuan secretly, that would be bringing him into his faction, and to Fang Zhang it was a good belt to tie him to the leader faction together. To the clan elders, Fang Zhang, who is the only A-grade talent in years, has already been absorbed into the clan leader's faction. If he was really nurtured, the clan leader's faction would be even stronger. However, if the clan elders made Fang Yuan into their own, using this layer of blood relation, it would be a good chess piece when dealing in Fang Zhang in the future. Thus, the 10 over people in this hall, they all had the motive to help Fang Yuan. But who? Guyu Qi Lian thought deeply. I did not recruit Fang Yuan. So who would help him secretly? Is it Mo Chun, that old man? Possible. Although Fang Yuan killed his family servant. But that's just a servant. Even if they all died, it wouldn't hurt him. The clan leader is more possible though. He took in Fang Zhang, so if he recruited Fang Yuan as well, that would increase his control over Fang Zhang. But in previous years, the norm is to recruit them during the year-end exam. Taking his action now during the mid-year, it is breaking the rules. Not exactly breaking the rules, but it really is throwing a curveball. Just exactly who thinks highly of Fang Yuan, even more than me? Gu Mo Chun was also thinking. The truth is, after Fang Yuan killed Gao Wan and sent the mince corpse, he changed his impression of Fang Yuan and had the thoughts of recruiting him. But such actions only happened during the year-end, after the students graduated from the academy. Fang Yuan being recruited in advance, it struck Mo Chun by surprise. Gu Yubo's gaze was focused on Gu Mo Chen and Gu Qi Lian, the 2 elders in power. This clan leader had greater insight. Fang Yuan blatantly said a lie and got the first place. This action had the meaning of being fearless, thus sending a signal to everyone to show them that I'm protecting Fang Yuan. He is now my member, and you all better not touch him. Then who is this person? The political field in the Guyu clan was split into 3. Other than the clan leader faction, it was Guyu Qi Lian's Qi family and Guyu Mo Chen's Mo family. Gu Yubo knew that he himself did not take any actions to recruit Fang Yuan. Thus, the greatest suspect was Qi Lian and Mo Chen. These 2 old fellows, their acting is improving. Seeing their expressions, I really cannot tell. Don't tell me it really isn't them, but some other small faction. Gu Yubo observed carefully as he investigated. He did not know that all the elders were like him, observing, suspecting, and deducing. The Academy Elder was also guessing, but he had always been in a neutral position, outside of politics. Thus his thoughts were simpler. So Fang Yuan has been recruited by a clan elder. No wonder he let go of Fang Zhang, Mo Bei, and Qi Chang while extorting. That means the one who recruited him was either the clan leader, Qi Lian, or Mo Chen. This is good news. It shows that he has accepted reality and has starting integrating into the clan. No matter what, he is now a member of the clan. So once he fully integrates, he will contribute his entire life to the clan. After a short silence, Guyubo could not see any more clues. Thus he spoke. An eye for an eye. Since the other party has started targeting Fang Zheng, our Guyu clan is not to be trifled with. We will show them. Dark Hall Elder. Formulate a plan for this matter and report to me afterwards. Yes, Sir Clan Leader. Dark Hall Elder immediately nodded. As for Guyu Fang Zheng, I'm afraid his heart might be damaged from such an encounter. He is an A-grade talent, and to our clan the status is monumental. From now on, I will teach him personally. Guyu Bo said. No clan elders objected. Many people knew that the clan leader had already given much benefits to Guyu Fang Zheng in the dark. Now that he mentioned this, even though it violated the fairness rule, with sufficient reasoning, the clan elders could not stop him. As for Guyu Fang Yuan, Guyu Bo dragged his words. At once, all the clan elders paid their fullest attention. Was the clan leader hinting that he was the one helping Fang Yuan secretly? Guyu Bo looked at everyone's expression as his gaze swept through, but he was destined to be disappointed. Thus, he could only continue. With his C-grade talent, he managed to get first place. It is not easy. Thus, in my personal name, I reward him 30 primeval stones. Academy Elder. Pass my word and tell him to continue working hard. Yes, clan leader. The Academy Elder bowed as he received his orders. 30 primeval stones. Such an ordinary reward. What does this mean? The clan elders frowned. No matter who absorbed Fang Yuan, this 30 primeval stones is my expression of goodwill. After all, there is still the Bai and Xiong clan other than Guyu. Guyu Bo sighed in his heart. Fang Zheng was assassinated by external foes. Fang Yuan's cheating was internal conflict. Against external foes, one had to use hard-handed methods to retaliate, but for internal conflict, Guyu Bo chose to use the soft approach, in order to avoid too much internal conflict and result in the entire clan's strength being weakened. Alright, this matter will be settled like this. Everyone may leave and do all your work well. The clan's prosperity has everything to do with your performances. Guyu Bo waved his hand. Yes, clan leader, we will take our leave. The clan elders left one by one, and after a few breaths' time, only Guyu Bo was left in the room. He sighed deeply, using his fingers to rub his two temples. As the clan leader, even if he was the person with the most authority in the Guyu clan, it did not mean that he had it easy. He needed to coordinate the interests of the different factions, and could not do as he wished. The clan's forces were dispersed and intertwined through many generations of inheritance, and they all had long history, restricting one another. Against outside forces, he had to deal with the arrogant and rude Xiong clan village and the gradually rising Bai clan village. Internally, he had to resolve the complicated political conflict in the clan. Although he was middle-aged, he already had white hair all over. These years of being the clan leader, although I had sufficient resources, my cultivation has barely advanced. My heart is tired from all these tiresome clan affairs. Sometimes, I really want to be a lone cultivator, free and easy with no burden. That would allow me to move faster, and I might travel even further in my cultivation path. Guyu Bo sighed in his heart. As long as one is in the clan system, they had responsibilities on them. Once they had responsibilities, it would not be easy to wholeheartedly cultivate. But on the reverse, if one is not in the system, the clan's resources would not be available to them, and without resources, their cultivation would come to a halt. This formed a contradiction, a weird loop. Because of this loop, many people's futures were ruined, burying an insurmountable number of talents and geniuses. Wang De is dead. 3 days later, Fang Yuan got the news. At the same time, he also heard from Jiang He that the 2 young hunters vanished when hunting in the mountains. As for the hunter whose right hand was broken by Fang Yuan, he committed suicide in his home out of depression. Jiang He looked at Fang Yuan meaningfully when he said the news. He had seen Wang Da's corpse, thus recognizing him. But he did not dare to say Wang Da's true identity. He was the station Gu master and held responsibility. As long as one is in the system, regardless of position, they had responsibility. Wang De became a demonic faction cultivator for 3 years, and Jiang He as the village Gu master did not investigate. If they really pursued responsibility, this would become the biggest flaw in his records, and his future in the clan would be ruined. The three hunters' peculiar deaths were covered up by him. Fang Yuan, since we're acquaintances, from now on you get a 50% discount when you purchase things from my cousin brother Jiang Ye's shop. During one time Jiang He said this to Fang Yuan. Everyone else was dead. Only Fang Yuan and him knew of this matter. But if the matter was revealed, it did not have a huge impact on Fang Yuan. He only killed 3 village servants, and even if he killed 30, the clan would not pursue it. At most he would pay tens of primeval stones as a punishment. Jiang He's bribery, Fang Yuan took it with ease. To him, this matter was full of surprise and danger, but the result was good. After this matter, Fang Yuan, who had no foundation within the clan, received half an ally and also a non-existent faction supporting him. This mysterious backer became Fang Yuan's second safety net. When he started showing his strength gradually, this safety net would have a crucial impact, at least able to allow him to cultivate until rank 2 without much opposition. At this point, he could feel clearly the Academy elders' changing attitude towards him into a more amicable one. Over 10 days passed in a flash. After Gu Yufang Zhang and Mo Bei advanced, Fang Yuan and Qi Cheng almost simultaneously advanced to rank 1 upper stage successfully. Although extortion continued, he no longer took Fang Zhang, Mo Bei and Qi Cheng's primeval stones, and he started becoming more low-key, while his strength grew rapidly at a speed multiple times of his previous life. Time was like a white steed that flitted past a crack, and summer left with the arrival of autumn. In the walled-in path, Fang Yuan stood once more before the giant boulder blocking the way. Due to the weather growing colder, he wore plain and simple garment with long sleeves. But his body figure was no longer the thin sort like how it was a few months ago. His chest, 2 arms and legs, and abdomen all showed obvious muscle. These muscles were not as protruding as a stone, but it showed as a type of streamline, matching up with Fang Yuan's slowly growing body. Matched as well with his white skin, this gave others a type of youthful, full of vitality feeling. Starting from 3 days ago, the white boar Gu stopped supplying me any increase in strength. That means, I already have 1 boar's strength, thus reaching the flower wine monk's requirement. Today, I shall try pushing this round rock again. Fang Yuan's eyes shone as he took a step forward with his right leg, his left leg at the back, forming a bow step. His arms touched the surface of the round rock as he took a deep breath in and pushed with all his strength. The large boulder moved under the pressure of both his arms, moving slowly, gradually gaining momentum and rolling forward. The road before the boulder blocking the path was an inclined slope. Being turned into a round rock by the flower wine monk, it was most suitable for rolling. This must have been his intention, to allow the inheritor to push the boulder upwards and move it away. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. Fang Yuan slowly progressed, counting in his heart. Last week, I pushed it to 45 steps and that was the limit of my stamina, forcing me to quit. This time, I wonder how far I can push it. 40 steps, 45 steps. A while later, Fang Yuan broke his original record, but that was enough for him to feel unbearably tired. 46 steps, 47 steps. Fang Yuan could feel strongly. At this point his stamina was almost all gone. 48. 49 steps. He mustered all his strength and moved another 2 steps. Finally, he was at his limit, sweating profusely. Using his shoulder and leg to anchor the rock in place, he took a few deep breaths. Should I give up? Fang Yuan could not help but have such thoughts. This inclined slope, when returning he has to expend quite a bit of stamina as well. After all, the rock has to roll down and he had to slowly release it in the process. If he let go and ran, the rock would roll faster and faster. Fang Yuan did not want to get turned into a pile of flesh after being unable to avoid it. But thinking for a while, Fang Yuan felt indignant. Let's push it a few more steps. 50th step. He suddenly felt that the pressure from the huge rock had lightened. It had actually rolled into a straight platform. Fang Yuan pushed for a few more steps. After routing past the huge rock, he found himself in a secret room. This secret room was like the rock crack's secret cave. He temporarily named it the second secret room. There was nothing in the room. The four walls were a strange red soil, glowing red. On the other end of the secret room, there was a simple gray-colored rock door. It should be the hurried product of the flower wine monk. Fang Yuan rested for a while but did not immediately open the rock door, as he had a new discovery. He found that the ground before the rock door was slightly damp. Don't tell me. Fang Yuan had a thought. He bent down, stretching out both arms and loosening the soil. The second earth treasury flower. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, carefully peeling the flower petals and retrieving the goo worms slumbering in the golden nectar. Once he deployed his primeval essence, it was instantly refined. This was a jade skin goo. Its appearance was like the bedbug, flat and wide with a small head, and its green body was oval in space, emitting a faint jade-colored glow. I obtained the white boar goo, and was still thinking where could I get a jade skin goo so I could refine it into the white jade goo. To think that the flower wine monk already prepared it for me, Fang Yuan contemplated, thinking about the significance of this jade skin goo. This is Fang Yuan's sixth goo worm. Although he had 5 already, none were defensive. Now that he had the jade skin goo, he could cover up his weakness in defense. Times defense means offense. This was not hard to understand. Taking for example Fang Yuan's body. Using the white boar goo, his strength grew to 1 boar's strength. Theoretically, with this strength, he could smash a rock in 1 punch, but Fang Yuan never did such a thing. Because he knew his defense was not sufficient, so with 1 punch, the rock would break. But his fists would also turn bloody from the damage. Now that he had the jade skin goo, he could supplement the advantage he had in strength. Obviously, there were advantages and disadvantages. The jade skin goo had a high value, being one of the best defensive rank 1 goo. It was not easy to feed, consuming 2 pieces of jade rock every 10 days. Jade rock's market price was expensive, and the source was often the problem. Fang Zhang also has a jade skin goo, but he has the clan leader's backing, providing him with jade rocks. If Fang Yuan wanted jade rocks, he would have to buy them, and that could easily expose him. Originally, in feeding the white boar goo, I had to regularly kill wild boars, and that is already troublesome. With the addition of this jade skin goo, do I have to go dig in mines? Fang Yuan laughed bitterly, seeing a new problem in front of him. Keeping the jade skin goo, temporarily nurturing it in his aperture, Fang Yuan gradually opened the rock door. The rock door was heavy, and if Fang Yuan did not have the white boar goo's boost in strength, he would not be able to move it. But now, with Fang Yuan pushing it, the door slowly opened. The scene that was revealed to Fang Yuan caused his field of vision to expand all of a sudden. It was no longer a narrow tunnel or a secret room, but a large spacious plot of underground stone forest. Fang Yuan estimated at initial approximation. The stone forest size was over 30 mu. On Earth, a standard football field was only 11 mu. I should be inside Qing Mao Mountain now. This underground space should be naturally formed. Fang Yuan looked up at the stone walls. The stone walls in this space were over 16 meters tall, and the ceiling was also made of stone. From the top, there were large dark red pillars erected. Each emitted a faint red glow, and so did the walls, just like the tunnel and secret room. The light, although dim, allowed Fang Yuan to see some things at least. Fang Yuan looked far, and each stone pillar was like an upside-down tree, except without branches and only leaving the stem. The stone pillar's surface was not smooth, and was full of dark, eerie holes. Numerous pillars drooped down, forming an inverted stone forest within the mountain. Nature had its way with things. Fang Yuan, with his immense knowledge, was not shocked, but stared at the dark holes in the pillars, frowning more intensely. He had suddenly understood the flower wine monk's intention in placing the jade skin goo. If I am not wrong. Fang Yuan turned his right hand, and out came a moonblade. The eerie blue moonblade flew through the sky in an arc, precisely hitting a dark hole in the stone pillar. A shrill and angry sound came from the dark hole. With a swoosh, a gray monkey flew out from the cave and leapt towards Fang Yuan. Pow pow pow. Fang Yuan shot 3 moonblades. The monkey was in midair and could not adjust its position, but its tail was extremely agile, sweeping several times and causing its body to flip in midair. After avoiding 2 moonblades, it was finally hit by the third, plopping on the floor dead. It was dead without a drop of blood. Only its gray body turned to stone, and in a second, its flesh and blood body became a stone monkey statue. The statue's posture and facial expression was just like the monkey right before it died, imitated to perfection. After 2 breaths' time, the stone monkey's surface cracked, and cracks developed all over its body. Finally, with a boom, its entire figure blew up into tiny rock fragments. It really is an underground colony of jade eye stone monkeys. Feng Yuan knelt down, sweeping the fragments aside and taking out 2 jade green-yellow pearls. These 2 pearls were the jade eye stone monkey's eyes. This strange animal would turn into gray rock fragments once dead, and only its eyes would turn into 2 jade green spherical pearls. Each were very heavy, reaching at least 50 grams. This meant that as long as he killed jade eye stone monkeys, the jade skin goo's food problem would be resolved. I not only have to feed the jade skin goo, I also have to continue the inheritance. Flower Wine Monk's next clue should be hidden in this stone forest. Feng Yuan frowned. Things had become complicated. He tried taking a few steps forward. His eyes peeled to the stone pillar. On his 7th step, on the pillar closest to him, numerous jade-colored glowing eyes could be seen peeking out of the stone holes. At once, a drop of sweat fell from Feng Yuan's forehead. He quickly took a step back, and the numerous eyeballs in the dark holes faded. Evidently, each pair of eyeballs meant a jade eye stone monkey. The jade eye stone monkey was terribly agile, and to kill one Feng Yuan had to use 4 moonblades. On a stone pillar, there were at least 100 jade eye stone monkeys, and in the entire forest, who knew how many were there in total. With Feng Yuan's current strength, he would die from being attacked by 4 monkeys. If he included the jade skin goo's defense, Feng Yuan could deal with 12 monkeys at once at most. Thankfully, these monkeys usually slept in their dark holes and ate rocks when they were hungry or thirsty. The stone pillar was their home and food. Unless he got within 10 meters of them or provoked them purposely, they would not come out. Using Earth's words, they were a bunch of neat monkeys. The autumn wind rustled through the air, while the red leaves drifted aimlessly. The wild grass was dried yellow, and brilliant red or orange-yellow wild fruit hung from the tree branches. Harumph! A black-colored wild boar rushed madly with its 4 hooves on the ground, its mane pricking up. There was a thick layer of fallen leaves that accumulated on the surface of the mountain. As the wild boar rushed forward, a gust of wind was wedged between it, and the fallen leaves were sent dancing behind its body. Feng Yuan silently stood there, showing a cold, calculating expression as the wild boar got closer. Kill! He took a huge stride forward, and then both his legs stood firm, not dodging at all, facing the wild boar head-on. The wild boar's 2 snow-white tusks tore through the air with overwhelming killing intent. Feng Yuan turned his body to avoid the tusks, his shoulder knocking onto the wild boar's skull. When they were about to collide, Feng Yuan's shoulder shone with a faint green-colored light. Jade skin goo! Boom! With a loud crash, the 2 collided. Feng Yuan took 3 steps back, while the wild boar took 1 step back. To be fair, when comparing both sides' strength, Feng Yuan was stronger. But Feng Yuan ran with both legs while the wild boar used 4 to sustain its force, and at the same time the center of gravity of the wild boar was lower and more stable than Feng Yuan. However, after being harshly hit on the head by Feng Yuan, although the wild boar was still standing, its fat body was already wavering. With a roar, Feng Yuan rushed up again, his left hand grabbing the wild boar's tusk, his right hand raising high in the air, the light green-colored jade glow forming a thin layer of protection covering his fist. Bam! His fist crashed strongly downwards and the wild boar screamed in pain, struggling intensely. Feng Yuan's muscles on his left arm tensed, and the green veins popped like centipedes encircling his arm as he restrained the wild boar with all his strength. At the same time, his right fist continued to raise and slam down on the boar. Bam, bam, bam. Every time his fist hit the wild boar's head, the green-colored glow on his fist would shine once. The wild boar was smashed into oblivion by the fist, and its struggle became weaker. Last strike. Fang Yuan's eyes glowed like lightning. He loosened his upper body, his right arm stretching straight and raised to the highest point, before smashing down at full force. The green-colored jade light stuck to Fang Yuan's right arm and following his movement, drew a green arc in the air. Bam! Fang Yuan knelt on the ground on one knee, his elbow harshly whacking the wild boar's skull. Even before the wild boar could cry out, its noise came to a stop. An entire pig head turned deformed. The broken white skull pierced through the black skin, exposing outside. Fresh blood and brain matter slowly flowed out, and in the layers of leaf litter, it infected an area of bright redness. The autumn wind blew. Leaves flew about as the scent of the pig blood emanated. Life is splendid just like the flowers of summer. Death is as delicate as the leaves of autumn. Fang Yuan muttered, appreciating this frame of scenery. The survivor lives brilliantly while the dead is lonely and pitiful. Dead or alive, filled with intense difference, it reflected nature's cruelness and the excitement of life. No matter the world, the victor always gets all the fame, while the loser suffers defeat in the unrelentless world. Victory and loss to me means life and death. Because I walk on the demonic path. Once I lose, it means death awaits. Fang Yuan got close to the corpse and sat on the ground, taking out the white boar goo, letting it consume the meat while his consciousness entered the aperture in his body. Within the aperture, the black-green-colored primeval sea's tides turned and crashed, ebbed and flowed. When the primeval sea is full, it occupied 44% of the space. After an intense battle, Fang Yuan used the jade skin goo multiple times to raise his defense, and some primeval essence was expended. Thus there was only 36% primeval essence left. Counting the amount, he only used 8%, not even 10% of his total. But because this was the rank 1 peak stage black-green primeval essence, the expenditure was considered large. Rank 1 initial stage is jade green primeval essence. Rank 1 middle stage is pale green primeval essence. Rank 1 upper stage is dark green primeval essence. Rank 1 peak stage is black-green primeval essence. The essence was in concentration, the relative amount of a particular substance contained within a solution or mixture, or in a particular volume of space. The Moonlight Goo's activation required 10% of jade green primeval essence, and in terms of pale green primeval essence it was 5%. For dark green primeval essence it further halved, and the same went for black-green primeval essence. That is to say, 10% of black-green primeval essence was equivalent to 20% dark green, 40% pale green, and 80% jade green primeval essence. Using the jade skin goo cost 8% black-green primeval essence. If converted to initial stage jade green primeval essence, it would be 64%. If Fang Yuan was still at initial stage, his aperture would only have 44% primeval essence, and halfway through using the goo, his primeval essence would be completely expended. The higher the goo master's cultivation, the stronger their battle strength, and this shows in the primeval essence. The higher the stage, the darker the color of the primeval essence, and the more durable it is. My black-green primeval essence was on the basis of upper stage primeval essence, refined by the liquor worm. It is unlike Fang Zheng, who is already rank 1 peak stage cultivation already. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Time flies, it is already late autumn. 2 months had passed since Wang Da's attempted assassination. Fang Zheng was poisoned and was in comatose for 7 days and 7 nights. Once he woke up he was like a changed man, very hardworking and also cultivated extremely dutifully. Some people say, difficulties in life was wealth just like gold. Regardless of whether this saying is correct, Fang Zheng did emerge from this difficulty changed and obtained much experience. He was like a raw jade, and after some polishing, he finally showed the beautiful jade quality inside. He was the first to advance to upper stage, and not long ago he was the first to advance to peak stage, leaving his classmates in the dust. The advantages of an A-grade talent has finally started showing. I am not far from peak stage either, at most half a month. In fact, I have been nurturing my aperture non-stop every day. But a C-grade talent really cannot compete with A and B grades. And I also have another reason. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly without sound as he thought of it. Once in a few days he would have to kill jade eye stone monkeys to feed the jade skin goo. At the same time, he had to search inside the stone forest to find the next clue of the flower wine monk's inheritance. The stone forest was complicated with pillars of huge rocks drooping from the ceiling. If Fang Yuan was not careful and got too close to any pillar, he would trigger the attack of all the stone monkeys. A few times, he was chased by tens of stone monkeys and had to escape. The most dangerous time, when retreating he stepped into another pillar's territory and ended up having up to 100 monkeys chasing after him. Luckily, these monkeys were sedentary, and every time they chased after him, they would not chase too far. After a distance, they would go back to their homes and continue being sedentary. Even so, Fang Yuan walked on the brink of death several times. During crucial times, the jade skin goo's defense came into good use. Such investigation and exploration caused Fang Yuan to devote much time and effort, and thus became the key reason why his cultivation was advancing so slowly. Even so, this is way better than my previous life. The stone forest exploration is not without results either. At least I already know that the walls around the forest have no problems. That means that the next clue of the strength inheritance should be somewhere in the forest. Fang Yuan continued thinking, but suddenly a shadow stepped over the dried branches and got close. This is a wandering old wolf. It had a brown fur coat, limping, and had one eye was damaged. Only the danger and alertness of its left eye remained. It stared at Fang Yuan tightly, its nose twitching. Wolves and dogs were the same, using their keen sense of smell. It must have been attracted by the pig blood. Wolves were often in packs, but there were also lone wolves like this. There were competition in wolf packs as well, and to maintain the atmosphere in the pack, they would sometimes get rid of those crippled old wolves. Fang Yuan quickly stood up and silently looked at this old wolf. Back then, when he killed a wild boar, there would be little primeval essence left in his body, and that caused his fighting strength to greatly reduce. Thus, when he encountered other wild beasts, he would choose to avoid them. But these few months, his battle strength had increased tremendously, and with the jade skin goo, against a crippled wolf, it was more than enough. The unrestrained mountain trees were everywhere with their red leaves. The setting sun illuminated the dark hour. A person and a wolf distanced 50 steps away, silently observed each other. In the wolf's eye, green light shone as it showed a cruel and cunning expression. Fang Yuan's eyes, however, were dark and eerie, his black iris emanating chilling intent. The white boar goo came out. It was full and returned to Fang Yuan's aperture satisfied. The old wolf looked at the wild boar. It had only bones and skin left. The meat was all eaten by the white boar goo. The wolf's eyes shone with green light and contracted. It first took a few steps back, then jumped into the bushes. This wolf was still alive till today. It definitely had some intelligence. It keenly felt Fang Yuan's danger and decided to retreat. Its entry and exit were both fast and abrupt, without the wild boar's crashing sound, and without the tiger's growling. Against Fang Yuan, without a sound, the battle had started and ended. The main theme of life and death, such excitement born from great nature. Fang Yuan stood on the spot and did not give chase. This wolf did not have anything worth Fang Yuan's attack. But the next moment, the old wolf's crying was heard. The wolf's howling suddenly erupted and ended suddenly. Even so, there was a thick surge of death aura overflowing. Crack, crack. In the bush, there were sounds of twigs being stepped on. The sound was fearless and got closer, causing Fang Yuan's iris to shrink. Able to get rid of that sneaky old wolf in a second, his gaze became more and more chilly.